and work together constructively with all other parties to build our country. He had accepted reconciliation. He was one of the few black politicians who gave me hope. I made a point of discussing his death with our police commissioner and the head of special branch, and both assured me that Tongogara had been assassinated. This was a dreadful act of treachery that would have sad ramifications on the future of our country. If the extremists were so much in control that they could do this kind of thing with impunity, then it boded ill for the future. There were growing fears about the likely outcome of the election. A visit from 3 territorial force officers typified this concern. The permanent force officers were going along with Peter Wall's contention that the election was on course and the anti-Mugabe parties would win a majority. The territorials disagreed, believing that they were more in touch with grassroots opinion and were therefore able to make a more accurate assessment. They reiterated the point that Walls was out of his depth in politics. On Monday afternoon, 28 January, I went to see Soames once again to stress my concern over the mounting intimidation and the importance of getting on top of the problem. I reminded him that the Lancaster House Agreement laid down that a party which indulged in intimidation or breached the ceasefire would be disqualified, and asked if we were still on course to disqualify the PF in the 3 provinces he had indicated to me last week. This clearly upset him, and he claimed that such action would cause alarm and be condemned both internally and externally. Peter Carrington had told him the idea would upset the UA, and therefore had to be abandoned. I pointed out that there was already much alarm over the barbaric methods which the PF were using to subjugate the masses into accepting them, as he was well aware from the affidavits he had received. I argued that if the truth about this dreadful intimidation was made public, and in all honesty, we were committed to this, there would not be any objection or condemnation from the free world. Quite the reverse. I found him evasive, however, and it was clear that there would be no answer to my questions. He looked tired and dispirited, and one of his comments towards the end was, "Every day is a long day." He had the unenviable task of trying to make a bad plan work, and it was obvious that the Foreign Office were keeping him on a tight rein in order to ensure that they worked hand in glove with the UOA. On the way out through the front door, I accidentally bumped into his wife, who introduced herself as Mary Soames. I was happy to meet Winston Churchill's daughter and talked for a few minutes. It was clear that things had taken a turn for the worse, that they were drifting out of control with no positive direction. Our salvation lay with Walls and the other members of the NatJock, who had made it clear that they would insist on compliance with the terms of the Lancaster House Agreement, and that this would mean the disqualification of the PF. But a few of my cabinet colleagues had doubts as to whether, in the event of a showdown, they would have the courage of their convictions. I believe that McLaren would have the necessary strength, but he was number 2 in the command structure, and it was common knowledge that there were strong differences of opinion, indeed sometimes friction, between him and Walls. I had the opportunity to speak to McLaren on 31 January when I was back in my office after a successful run of meetings through my constituency from Beatbridge to Bulawayo. I spoke to him about a few points I had picked up on my trip, and he confided in me the serious differences of opinion at the NatJock. They were getting into deep water because of their political inexperience. Criticism of Walls was growing because of his hostility towards me personally and his unwillingness to discuss politics with the politicians. I recommended that he and his friends impress upon Walls the vital need to put the national interest before personalities, and assured him that Vanderbilt and I would always be available for consultation. I spent the following week addressing election meetings all over the country, and our white electorate were strong and united. It was clear that our white opposition, the starry-eyed liberals, were receiving no support. Then, on 10 February, there was an opportunity to influence the military. I met up with P.K. Vanderbilt at his residence for a meeting with Walls and McLaren. There was no difference of opinion. The plan was clear and in keeping with what had been the objective at Lancaster House, bringing together the anti-communist parties in order to ensure that Mugabe and his Marxist-Leninists did not win. My fear was that they would win through intimidation, and that was an area in which I could make no contribution, being no longer Prime Minister and thus head of the security forces. This was clearly the responsibility of Nat Jacques. Walls believed that the position was being contained, and McLaren, while conceding his concern, agreed that their information from their people on the ground supported what Walls had said. It was agreed that we should maintain contact. According to Vander, Bill McLaren and the other members of Nat Jacques had pressurized Walls into attending the meeting. On 11 February, Janet and I flew out to the United States, where I had been offered a platform to address a gathering of influential people, mainly American, but with a sprinkling of visitors from other countries. It was a bit unusual for the leader of a political party to depart the scene in the middle of an election campaign, but my assessment was that our white electorate were totally realistic and responsible and even more united than previously. Accordingly, I concluded that in the national interest it was important to use the opportunity to put over the case for our country. Our decision was justified when, on 14 February, the Rhodesian Front won all 20 of the reserved white seats. After our return, and with the common roll elections a mere 2 days away, Muzorewa called a meeting of the Lancaster House delegation at his official residence, Independence, 8 Chancellor Avenue, on 25 February. It was obvious that intimidation was rampant, and that the British, contrary to their word, were not prepared to raise a finger. What could we do? He asked. There were many suggestions, all necessitating action by the Nat Jacques, so clearly they had to be brought into the discussion. Not uncharacteristically, Muzorewa wished to go off to a party meeting, but he received a positive message from the rest of the gathering to stay where he was, while the security chiefs were called. I had time to sit back and look around the big lounge which Janet had furnished and decorated so tastefully. It was vastly changed, and now looked a bit like a barn, with a few gaudy pictures and dirty brown stains all over the beautiful carpet. I turned my mind away and looked out of the windows. The trees we had planted were growing well. Nature, not man, was attending to that. The security chiefs arrived, and were presented with the picture as we saw it. They were of the firm belief that the prescribing of any party was a non-starter. The UL would turn against us, and would probably succeed in persuading the free world to do likewise. They also claimed that any such action would earn the disapproval of South Africa, as they had been informed by their counterparts down there that PWW Botha had made it clear to Machel that if he did not accept the result of a straight election in Rhodesia, Mozambique would be in serious trouble. But, they argued, if we prescribed Mugabe's party, Machel's protégé, he would have the necessary excuse. I made the point that we were all prepared to accept the result of a straight election, but that we were considering a doubtfully organized election here. Moreover, how could Britain object to our insistence on the implementation of their agreement, which they had signed at Lancaster House? Surely we were not going to kowtow to the views of the communists in the OAA. I looked for any sign of acknowledgement of my comments, but there was none, apart from McLaren, who was gently nodding his head in agreement. What about the question of postponement of the election? Walls said that, in their opinion, this would serve no purpose, and in fact we would lose, not gain ground. In any case, they believed that it was now too late. There was some substance in this view, but I made the point that this situation had arisen because we had failed to keep our team together and hold regular meetings of our Security Council. McLaren openly agreed. I knew that he had been agitating for such meetings. The fault lay with the mixture of the two leaders, Muzorewa and Walls. Muzorewa's indecision had allowed matters to drift, while Walls believed that matters were under control, and therefore that there was no need to consult with anyone else. I was appalled at their apparent acquiescence to what was going on around us, their philosophical acceptance of the impending disaster. There was a similarity to my last meeting with Soames. They looked tired and ready to surrender. Since they had rejected all our proposals, I asked how they believed the problem could be solved. Walls replied that by bringing in Como, whom they estimated would win 20 seats, we would secure a majority in Parliament. Nendabaningji Sithole interjected to say that we already had the 20 white seats. It was difficult to believe that the other parties together would not win 15 to 20 seats, and this would give us a total of between 55 and 60 seats, while the basic requirement for a majority was 51 seats. Muzurawa's comment was that if he and his party could not collect 20 seats, then they were Mickey Mouse. I could not help saying to myself that he had given us a perfect description. It was a most depressing day, and I was in the exasperating situation of not being able to influence the course of affairs. The problem was that our leaders had bungled the agreement at Lancaster House and were now floundering. The incompetence they had displayed in London was simply being perpetuated here in Salisbury, with the British Foreign Office outsmarting them all along the line, much to the joy of the OA and their protégé, Mugabe. It is important to stress that the British received strong and decisive support from South Africa in their campaign to sidetrack me, and they were maintaining this pressure both politically and financially. Of course, it must be conceded that, for a number of years, I had been a thorn in South African flesh, because whenever they attempted to use the Rhodesian problem to their own advantage, I had the temerity to question their motives. When I stood my ground, supported by my cabinet and security chiefs, because I was convinced that the South African recommendations were not in the best interests of Rhodesia, they resorted to the tactic of turning the screws in inconspicuous ways. For example, they held back on the supply of arms or fuel or, as Vorster did at the 1976 Pretoria meeting, told us that his government had come to the conclusion, reluctantly, that their finances were such that they could no longer afford to continue supporting us. Later at the same meeting, however, after we had agreed to accept the proposals, he was happy to assure us that under these circumstances they would give us even greater support. He then went even further in response to our queries by giving a solemn pledge that in the event of the other parties reneging on the agreement, South African support would be even stronger. Moreover, he promised, the rest of the free world would join in condemnation of the defaulting parties. As history records, none of those undertakings was ever fulfilled, and what continued to irk them in February 1980 was that, while I was no longer Prime Minister, I was still part of the political scene, and the fact that the Rhodesian Front had now won all 20 white parliamentary seats was a source of great anguish to them. On 26 February, the eve of the three-day common roll election, I was asked by Vanderbilt to come to his residence for a meeting with Walls, McLaren, and Flower. There was a more searching discussion than that of the previous day. They felt freer to talk in this confined space. They reiterated their consensus that we would win enough seats to form a government. I asked, what if we did not? They were vague. Any action would not work if it involved only the whites. We all knew that. Unfortunately, Muzorewa was not a strong enough peg, they said. Maybe Nkomo would be. But even the South Africans had warned that they would have to be convinced of the validity of our action. I asked if this had come from PWA or PIC. Walls replied PWA via a message from Magnus Mullen. There was still a big difference of opinion and friction between their military, who were keen to support us, and their Department of External Affairs, who were ready to scuttle. I came back to my main point. Are we prepared to condone a breach of the Lancaster House Agreement in order to permit a communist takeover? I was not suggesting any unconstitutional action. Surely, I argued, because of the massive intimidation, we would be within our rights to demand a re-election. Even Soames had conceded that there was a mass of affidavits confirming intimidation, including some from British observers. McLaren and Flower concurred, but there was no spark from Walls. He said that he and Flower had visited Maputo over the weekend for a meeting with Michelle, who was most reasonable and cooperative, and it might be wrong to do anything which would upset him. I had to say that I could not believe that implementing the Lancaster House Agreement would upset Mitchell, or the South Africans, or the British. They were all party to it. We had, I maintained, no option other than to call their bluff. Surely the time had come for someone to make a stand, and I believed that any man worth his salt would support us. There was no doubt in my mind that this applied to 99% of our Rhodesians. They agreed to go away and think. While the elections were being held, I had a pleasant few days at Iguinoro. On 2 March, however, I received a message from Vanderbilt which urged me to return for a meeting with the Nat Jock, Walls, McLaren, Flower, Connolly of Internal Affairs, McLean and Muscle. I thought, how things have changed, for not only are they now ready to talk to me, but they are sufficiently daring to hold the meeting in my house. They somewhat somberly informed us that the preliminary election reports indicated that my fears were well-founded. These indications had come from returning officers who had been requested to mark the X on behalf of those who were illiterate, the majority of our black electorate. The women, who were supposed to be solidly behind Muzorewa, were showing open support for Mugabe, and many farmers had reported that, for the previous 2 nights, the terrorists had moved into their compounds, and that this had done the trick. However, in spite of this, their assessment was that while Mugabe could win 45 seats and Como would win 20, Muzorewa between 12 and 15, and maybe 1 or 2 would go to Sithole and the others. Therefore, we would still have a majority for a government of national unity. I disagreed and asked for their plan in the event of PF winning more than 50 seats. Walls was reluctant to face up to my question and simply reiterated that they were satisfied this could not happen. I could not let them get away with that. I followed up by saying that, as we all knew, our highly efficient security forces always had contingency plans for every possibility, even the impossible. I was unable to accept that they did not have a plan for this most likely eventuality. Vanderbilt backed me up with his typically eloquent reasoning, and McLaren said that, while he personally had reservations, in his professional capacity, he must acknowledge the assessment of their people on the ground. I then asked if the report they had just presented was not at variance with their previous assessments, and looked to Walls for a response. After hesitating for a few moments, eventually he said, "In the final event, we will not allow Mugabe to win." For the first time during the meeting, he appeared firm and positive. When I queried as to whether he could elaborate on his statement, he said, "No." I did not press the matter any further. I was no longer in a position to do so. Sadly, Muzorewa would not be doing anything about it. I thought it worthwhile to reiterate what I had said at the meeting with Muzorewa at 8 Chancellor Avenue the previous week, that a PF victory would obviously be the result of massive intimidation. With the necessary evidence available for all to witness, the obvious solution was to publicize this and declare the election null and void, and force the British to remain in position with a council of ministers, including Mugabe and Como, until conditions of normalcy had returned and it was possible to hold a free and fair election. Walls did not think there was much hope of the British going along with this. They were too tired now. My response was that if the demand came from the politicians, the British would brush it off. But if it came from the Nat Jock, they would not dare. As we all knew, the Lancaster House Agreement clearly stated that our security forces would remain in control, as indeed they were, until the process had been completed. This was our guarantee that everything would be fair and above board. This was emphasized on a number of occasions by Carrington. How could we contemplate allowing this to go by default? If the Nat Jock confronted Soames with such a case, they could force him to accept it and make a public statement over the air and in the national press. If Soames shirked his responsibility, the Nat Jock must inform him that they would be compelled to do the job on his behalf. What a dreadfully degrading situation this would be for Soames and the British government. Surely this was something which they dared not accept. Walls then said that he had sent just such a message to Margaret Thatcher on the previous day, Saturday 1 March. He had not even cleared it with his colleagues because of the weekend, but would do so on Monday morning, 3 March. He was scathing in his criticism of Soames and the British government, indicating that there was massive evidence, including some from British monitors and policemen, confirming extensive intimidation. That was fine as far as it went, I said. But what about a plan to cope with the British Foreign Office, obvious intentions to bend the rules in order to appease the UOA? Surely we could not condone such blatant treachery, especially when we would be on the receiving end of the ensuing disaster. There was a kind of reluctant acceptance from the meeting of this, but Walls repeated that they would need a black leader, and that Muzorewa was a non-starter. I reiterated that this strategy was wrong. A political solution was clearly not available. It seemed obvious that the solution lay with the Nat Jock, who were charged with the task of ensuring that the elections were free and fair. They were in possession of all the evidence confirming the widespread intimidation. Indeed, I said. Walls had given the answer earlier in the meeting when he replied, "We will not allow Mugabe to win." They were all deep in thought, and it was agreed that we would meet again if need be the next day. On Monday 3 March, I accordingly met my Rhodesian front ministerial colleagues and listened to their various assessments. David Smith brought up the question of the considerable assistance we were receiving from South Africa. He was completely in the picture, as it was part of the plan arranged by him and Muzorewa on their visits to South Africa. He warned that this would be cut off if there was any plan involving Mugabe's participation. They had made clear their very strong feelings on this subject. There were some critical reactions from the other members, and one commented, "The South Africans would support the devil for their own ends. They have completely prostituted themselves over Rhodesia." We agreed to meet at 8.3 the next morning, as the results would be coming in all day. After the meeting, Walls sent his secretary to me with a copy of his message to Margaret Thatcher, sent the previous Saturday. In this, he had reminded her of her commitment to oppose Marxism, her strong recommendation of Soames, and her undertaking to support our security forces in their tasks. Regrettably, Walls stated, Soames had proved weak and incompetent, was ignoring the evidence on intimidation, and clearly had no intention of complying with the British government's commitments. Walls said he believed that the British should continue with their mission until it had been properly completed, and warned that, if they were not prepared to comply with the agreement, he reserved the right to act in the manner he thought best. I liked the last sentence. We now awaited Maggie's reply. At 4 p.m., I was summoned to a meeting with Nkomo at Derek Robinson's house. There had been massive intimidation throughout Mashonaland and in areas such as Victoria Province. Canvassers from Uank, Muzorewa, and Zapu, Nkomo had been killed, some buried alive. Nkomo still believed we could win enough seats to form a government of national unity, excluding Mugabe, who, Nkomo said, could not be trusted, as was proved by Mugabe's breach of the agreement he had made with him. I expressed my view that because of the massive intimidation, Mugabe would win a majority, and it was necessary to plan for this contingency, and if need be, force the British to remain and honor their agreement. Nkomo concurred. I asked, if Mugabe won plus or minus 40 seats, should he not be brought into a government of national unity as a means of ending the violence and bring peace to our country? Nkomo thought for a while and then said, yes, but would our security chaps accept this? I replied that they would. We decided to meet again tomorrow. At 6 p.m., Vanderbilt came to report that the results were in keeping with our worst fears. It looked as if Nkomo would win 20 seats, Muzorewa 3 or 4, and Mugabe the rest. Not even one would go to Sithole. At 7 p.m., I received a phone call to ask if I would visit Mugabe at his house in Mount Pleasant. I was welcomed most courteously, and Mugabe ushered me to a seat in his lounge. He said the results now indicated that his party had won a majority, and I was the first person he had called in for an exchange of view. They could not get over their good fortune at inheriting this jewel of Africa, this wonderful country with its sophisticated infrastructure, viable economy, broad-based industry, the breadbasket of Central Africa. They realized that it was not only the professional men and the primary producers, farmers and miners, who were responsible for this, but also the skilled artisans, those who kept the wheels turning, and he wanted to assure me that it was their intention to preserve all of this. They were sufficiently realistic to accept that it was based on the free enterprise system, and while there would have to be changes and improvements for the people, this must be done gradually in a realistic manner. He said he appreciated the vital need to retain the confidence of the white people so that they would continue to play their part in building the future of our country. Farmers would be encouraged to continue with their wonderful record of production, but he did not believe that vacant land and absentee landowners could be tolerated, a point on which I readily agreed. He then asked if I would like to comment. My reply was that his main problem was his image in the eyes of our white people, and indeed, the free world in general. A Marxist dictator who was dedicated to replacing our free enterprise system with communism and all the undesirable practices associated with it. His principal task would be to correct this and make it clear that his objective was to do what was best for his country and people in order to promote a better life for all of them. If he would repeat in public what he had just said to me, I believed it might start things moving in the right direction. His appreciation seemed genuine, and as he escorted me to my car, he expressed the wish that we would keep in contact. I assured him that I would always do whatever I could in the interest of my country. When I got back home, I said to Janet that I hoped it was not an hallucination. He behaved like a balanced, civilized Westerner, the antithesis of the communist gangster I had expected. If this were a true picture, then there could be hope instead of despair. But it would be wise to resist jumping to conclusions because communists are cunning tacticians, noted for their skills in psychological warfare. My prevailing wish was that his party be disqualified. Anything else would be blatant dishonesty, condoning the dreadful intimidation which had been recorded. We were to have the answer the next day. I had no confidence in British integrity or courage to make a stand on principle, so it hinged on Walls, principally, and his Nat Jock. Tragically, judging from his recent performance, I was not all that sanguine. Their dilemma was complicated because of timing. It should have been nipped in the bud before the announcement of any results. It certainly did not require a genius to work that out. Tomorrow was their last chance, but my hopes were fading. I could not see the leadership qualities and the necessary courage for action. What a desperate position for our poor Rhodesians! For me it was a sleepless night. My mind never stopped working, but I was unable to find the miracle which would rescue us from what appeared to be the oncoming catastrophe. In my usual pragmatic way, I was planning for the worst contingency. Emotionalism and recrimination invariably proved counter-productive. So if fed willy-nilly, we were going to be saddled with this there would be no option but to make the best of it, and believe that Rhodesians with their characteristic fair-mindedness, balance and practical acceptance of the facts of life would try to make it work. I met my ministers at 8:30 a.m. On Tuesday 4 March. Van de Bill and Irvine went to the Nat Jock meeting, while I remained with the rest for a general discussion. They returned sooner than expected. A damp squib had arrived from Thatcher, who evaded Wall's argument, a typical Foreign Office reply, no doubt dictated by Carrington. Maclean, Army, and Muscle, Air Force, were opposed to unconstitutional action as they might have problems taking all their people along. But, I asked, what about decent, honest, constitutional action? What about insisting that the agreement be complied with? Walls, somewhat lethargically, believed it was too late. None of us concurred, but sadly, we were powerless. Muzorewa was the only one who could have forced the issue, but none of us believed there was any hope there. Walls had told him that Peter Alum, the police commissioner, was the weak link and had indicated his intention to pull out. I wondered and sent a message to Flower, asking him to come for a talk. He came and claimed there was no truth in the story about Alum, but said unfortunately there was friction between the two of them and that this had promoted extravagant accusations. In fact, as you are probably aware, he said, friction between Walls and those working with him is not uncommon. This was a sad state of affairs, especially in the current exacting circumstances, when we should have been a closely knit team. I asked Flower, as the old man of Natjok, to use his influence to promote a bit of maturity and team spirit, and question if there had been any progress along the lines of our Sunday discussion and Wall's letter to Thatcher. Flower confirmed that the reply had been evasive, and that the single service chiefs, Army and Air Force, were urging caution. The Natjok believed that it was up to the politicians to take the initiative, and then maybe they would be able to back that up. I could not credit such illogical reasoning. As we all knew, our politicians had been stripped of all power by the Lancaster House Agreement. The only two people with power were Soames, the governor, and Walls in his capacity as commander of security forces. Flower concurred. Was it not a fact that all our security forces were on standby in anticipation of an order? I asked, as I had heard this from McLaren and certain unit commanders. Again, Flower agreed. And what about the last sentence in Wall's letter to Thatcher, where he indicated his intention, if the British failed in their duty, to act in the manner he thought best? Flower was surprisingly forthcoming, saying that Walls had a reputation for talking and threatening, but little follow-up action. There had been many complaints over the years from unit commanders about the lack of decisions concerning some of their daring cross-border operations. I asked if it were not a fact that, especially during the period when Vorster was obsessed with his policy of detente, that Walls was constrained by South African political pressure. Flower conceded the point, but said that there were few such cases, and once I had made it clear to our Security Council that such interference could not be tolerated, it ceased to be a problem. He went on to point out that the overall position had been aggravated recently because of Wall's aggressive and abusive behavior, such as a recent meeting with Duff, Soames' right hand man, when he was not only insulting, but resorted to the use of four-letter words when referring to Soames. I stressed that their biggest mistake was lack of communication with us, especially as the various councils and committees had been in place all along. Well, as you know, Flower replied, that McLaren tells me he kept you informed that Walls was the stumbling block. The rest of us were in favor of meetings. Was it not possible, I asked, for a joint delegation of Natjok and the Council of Ministers to go right now and confront Soames and insist that he implement Lancaster House? If he refuses, then we make it clear that we will support Walls in making a public statement that the election is null and void, giving the valid reason, and that another election will be planned. He replied that McLaren had pressed that idea with support from others, but Walls was on his high horse, resisting further contact with Soames. Flower said he would support such a last effort, although he had a feeling that we had left it too late. It should have been done on the previous day, or better still, the day before. I asked him to contact McLaren and see if it was not possible, even at this late moment, to rescue some. I went back to join my colleagues, who were still trying to see if there was anything we could do. The final results had been confirmed, Mugabe 57, and Como 20 and Muzorewa 3. There had been a few wild ideas from people outside, suggesting military action, saying that some of the unit commanders were ready waiting for a lead to be given. I made it clear that without the support of the Natjok, any such action would be sheer madness. It would put us in a position where Rhodesians could be fighting Rhodesians and killing one another. It seemed to me that our only hope was along the lines I had discussed with Flower, and my hope was that he had contacted McLaren. What else could we do but wait? There was a clear consensus that once more we had been betrayed. First it was the British, then the South Africans. Those we managed to resist, but now it was a combination of Britain, South Africa, and some of our own Rhodesians. This latter combination, of course, was the most deadly mixture of all. Traitors working together with your enemies and undermining your foundations from within. It is important to place on record, however, that there had been previous occasions when Rhodesians turned against U.S. That is always part and parcel of any democracy. But as long as we were under a strong Rhodesian front government, we could withstand these. The masterstroke was when our so-called friends, using sleight of hand, succeeded in removing us from office. This provided the fertile ground which was exploited by our enemies, enabling them to drive in a wedge, and from then on, we were aboard a rudderless ship. Maybe with time we could have repaired the rudder, but when some of your crew mutiny and side with the opposing forces, the odds become insurmountable. The enthusiastic fledgling politician who believes he has all the answers and with puffed-up chest and protruding jaw insists on jumping in the deep end, learns all too late that he is out of his depth and surrounded by sharks. Sadly, good people who attempt a rescue operation can also get caught up. We had to tread carefully and watch every step. At 3:45 p.m., I went to see Soames. He said it was a shock result to all of them, but conceded that it was what I had predicted. I resisted reminding him of the occasion when he indicated the 3 areas in which they proposed to disqualify Mugabe because of intimidation, thus denying him victory. It must have been a kind of delayed shock. He asked what I thought. I reminded him that he was the one with the power to act, so it was more pertinent to ask what he thought. He replied that Mugabe admitted his people had no experience in government and felt the British should stay on and train them. What was my reaction? I replied that Britain was under a special obligation to ensure the right solution, in view of the fact that we had been given assurances in London, from Thatcher and Carrington downwards, that under this plan they could guarantee that there was no possibility of the PF coming to power. He claimed that he was unaware of any such undertaking and would not have accepted the job under such circumstances. Once again, I resisted, pointing out that this did not tie up with the plan he had previously put before me. It was clear to me that any such stressing of past truths would fall on deaf ears and be counterproductive to what we were trying to achieve. I therefore asked if he was satisfied that the election had been free and fair. He paused for a few moments. There had been some intimidation, he conceded, but they believed it had not significantly affected the results. But what about all the security reports and affidavits which, on the contrary, indicated differently? He did not attempt to disagree. It was clear to us, I told him, that the British intended to pull out as soon as the election was over, and according to our sources, this had been well and truly pre-planned. They had made up their minds, come what may, to wash their hands of Rhodesia. Oh no, how could I make such a suggestion? He pretended to be hurt. I assured him that I had not come to indulge in recrimination. My only wish was to safeguard my country's future. However, in reply to my query as to whether the British would be prepared to stay on and assist, after all, even Mugabe had requested this, his response was that we must accept that the British government would not wish to become further involved. Did I think it would help if there were some whites in the cabinet? Obviously, I replied, not only would it help to bolster white morale, but it would add experience and proficiency, and thereby contribute towards better government. Had I any other suggestions? Yes, I said, a scheme to underwrite pensions and their remittability in order to encourage people to go on serving the country. He replied that they had looked at this and concluded that it was beyond their means. This came as no surprise, as I had pressed for it at Lancaster House. Nevertheless, I stressed that my plan was different, and would apply only to those who continued serving for an extra period, say 5 years. If it succeeded in boosting confidence and stimulating the economy, then Britain would not be called on to make an extra contribution. Surely other countries in the free world could be incorporated to the extent that it would cover their own countrymen. He was interested and said they would examine it. Finally, he opined that it might not be as bad as we believed. Look at Kenyatta, he said, and how he had changed for the better. My reply was that we lived cheek by jowl with these countries, in contact with a constant stream of emigrants passing through from them. And according to our first-hand information, Kenya was riddled with corruption, nepotism, incompetence and fraud, and as a result was bankrupt and in chaos. Accordingly, I could not accept his premise. Surprisingly, he agreed. We parted on amicable terms, and he invited me to return if I so wished. On Wednesday morning, 5 March, I attended party meetings amid a somber and depressed atmosphere. I did what I could to promote positive thinking, advocating cool heads that would avoid recrimination over the past and concentrate on planning for the future. Some of those attending had been pleasantly surprised at Mugabe's TV performance on the previous night. It was the complete antithesis of what was expected, and provided it was not a deliberate attempt to deceive his audience, there was still hope. The next morning, caucus met, only 20 of us now, so there was all the more need to keep a tightly knit body, but there were rumblings about weak links. Friday, 7 March brought visits from some of our black political colleagues. They still believed that something must be done to overturn the result. I had to tell them that they had left it a bit late. However, I said, the only hope was if they could arouse Muzorewa and Como and Sithole, and with all their parties united, gain the support of Natjok to confront Soames. I wished them well, and said they knew they could rely on our support. I talked to McLaren to see if there had been any development on that side. He explained how things had gone wrong. The Natjok had 3 options. The first was to eliminate intimidation, but that had not succeeded. The second was to prescribe certain areas, as Soames had indicated to me. At first, the British had gone along with this idea, but gradually changed their minds, and in the end, resisted it. Why were they allowed to get away with that? Our leadership was weak, he replied. Finally, they were faced with the last alternative, disclosing the truth about the intimidation and declaring the election null and void. What happened? The same answer as to your last question, he replied. I acknowledged that I was aware of that, from the meetings I had attended when I had attempted to force the issue. Was it now too late? If we all stood together and confronted Soames, he said, I don't believe he would have any option. Some of us have been trying to get this moving over the past week, but it's a case of flogging a dead horse. Oh. I mentioned the advice which I had given to some of the black leaders at my earlier meeting, and repeated that we would be available if need be. When we parted company, I think it fair to say that neither of us was sanguine about any positive action. In truth, it was almost too late, unless there was some dynamic lead. But from where would that come? At 7 p.m., a message arrived requesting me to visit Mugabe. We had a pleasant talk, just to keep me in the picture. He had spoken to Nkomo about cabinet positions, but these had not been finalized. In keeping with our previous discussion, he said he was planning to bring in some white ministers, and that he would keep me in the picture. I advised him to continue on his path of moderation as, so far, he had created a favorable impression. Consistency and honesty on his part would gain white respect. I promised I would continue to make myself available for discussion if required, and he could rest assured that I would give him the truth, whether palatable or not. I took the opportunity to explain how the truth had been twisted against us over the question of our UDI. This had been brought about by one single factor: the British government's failure to honor the agreement made with us at the Victoria Falls Conference in 1963. British government diplomacy skillfully twisted this and succeeded in convincing the rest of the world that our action was promoted by a desire to maintain white control. In fact, this question had never been touched on in our discussions with them. Mugabe commented that this was typical of the two-faced British. Muzenda was present during the discussion. I thought it important that we should eliminate recriminations over past history. I hope they agreed with me that our objective should be to harness the efforts of all our people in order to build a great future in our wonderful country, and that the provoking of racial antagonism should be regarded as a crime. They nodded their approval. I recalled my first meeting with Tongagara at Lancaster House, where he had expressed views akin to those I had given, but I resisted mentioning this, because there was no doubt in my mind that Mugabe, while not actually a participant, had no objection to his assassination. On Saturday, 8 March, our friend A.T. the South African Mission sent a message to say that when Magnus Malin had visited the other day, he had in express horror at this manner in which when ours security chiefs had thrown in Seoul the towel when it would have been done a relatively easy matter for them to have made a stand. My simple comment was that I did not think he could get Pick Botha to agree on that one. I was told also that day the latest story from the various messes through the country was that on Tuesday Rhodesia had its Wall Street crash, as is well known. One of the most admirable characteristics of the Britisher and the Rhodesian is that no matter how dark the moment, he retains his sense of humor. Sunday 9 March was a quiet day, with everybody awaiting developments. There were a few suggestions from different people that I should take the initiative in forcing some action, as it seemed our only hope. I made it clear that was a non-starter. If a lead were to be given by those who had the necessary authority and power to initiate what was their constitutional right, they would have my support. But under no circumstances was I prepared to embark on a gamble which, if it failed, would redound to the detriment of our white people in particular, and indeed prove disastrous for the whole nation. David Smith came in mid-morning Monday 10 March to say that Mugabe had offered him a cabinet post. He was planning for 3 white ministers. The offer was made to him personally, nothing to do with the Rhodesian front, he explained. I asked if this meant he intended to resign from the party. No, he replied. Having been elected on a RF ticket, he could not. Mugabe was hoping, he said, that we would both visit him later in the day. I agreed. I believed it was incumbent upon me to remind David Smith, however, that, as far as the party was concerned, he was under a cloud, as he well knew, and this would create further suspicion and distrust. But the decision was entirely his own. He replied that it was his wish to accept, but he was hoping for my endorsement, as this would then have the blessing of the RF and ipso facto the white people. I undertook to await a message from him on the visit to Mugabe. I was concerned that such a move might compromise Nkomo's negotiating strength, with Mugabe claiming that this indicated the support of the RF, and I wished to avoid a situation where we were taking sides between Shona and Adiba. It was also my assessment that any suggestion that the RF was divided, with one faction working in cahoots with Mugabe, would have an adverse effect on the already battered white morale, and I was determined to do all in my power to avoid this. It was patently obvious that the future success of our country hinged on retaining the confidence and participation of those who had the professionalism, skills, experience, initiative, and capital which sustained the economy. We sacrificed these at our peril. For some time I had been in the invidious position of having to decide between Nkomo and Mugabe. The thought of siding with Nkomo was particularly repulsive. On the evidence before us, however, he seemed to be the lesser of the two evils. The record indicated that he supported the free enterprise philosophy, while Mugabe was a dedicated communist. Moreover, there was the important question of trying to maintain a balance, to encourage all parties to work together in order to promote national unity, thus preventing a one-party dictatorship, that bane of Africa. Accordingly, one had to resist dealing with personalities and concentrate on the national interest. At 7 p.m., David Smith and I set off to see Mugabe. He told me that he had settled with Nkomo, who was satisfied to be given the Ministry of Home Affairs. I thought this was fair and just, as the police came under Home Affairs, so this would give the Matabeles some say in the field of security. The only thing remaining, Mugabe said, was the appointment of whites, and it was his intention to have two. He wished to have David Smith as one of them. The other was not from the political scene. It was important for me to give him the truth and point out that David Smith was still under the Lancaster House cloud, and that this appointment would aggravate this position. The personality aspect was not important, I said. It was the question of white confidence and morale that should guide him in his choice. After all, this was the object of the exercise, and there was no doubt that the choice of David Smith would have a negative effect. Mugabe, sitting beside me on the couch, leant towards me and said in a quiet, confidential voice that he had given the matter great thought, and in fact, in the choice of both the white ministers, he had accepted the advice of Sohn. They were both of the opinion that if the appointment received my blessing, this would confirm white support. He added, "You won't let me down, will you?" Sohn's suggestion of accommodating David Smith obviously smacked of collusion, I replied, and he would be well advised to resist this. There were a number of able people not associated with the RF able to fill cabinet positions. I said I had given him my honest feelings, but the decision was his, and he could rest assured that in the interest of preserving the confidence of our white people and promoting a spirit of cooperation, I would resist provocation. He seemed genuinely relieved and grateful. As we drove away, David said that while he was a reluctant participant, he believed that it was in the national interest for him to accept the appointment. He hoped that I would assist in supporting him before our party colleagues. I resisted the comment that it was abundantly clear that this was part of the plan made at Lancaster House, and that inadvertently Mugabe had let the cat out of the bag through his comment that his decision was made on the advice of Sohns. The British government kept their word. No matter what the election result, expediency prevailed over principle. Nevertheless, I decided that I would abide by my decision to support Mugabe's choice, and in the national interest, I would suppress my inner feelings. At 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday 11 March, I had an interview with Australian TV, followed by a meeting with my ministers. I gave them a briefing on the previous day's happenings, and there ensued some strongly worded critical and sarcastic comments. There was a feeling that if we did not give the public the brutal truth, we would be guilty of deception. But finally, they accepted my view that personal feelings must be suppressed in the interests of the unity and morale of our white community. In the afternoon, I received the news that Dennis Norman, who had headed the Rhodesia National Farmers Union, had been called to Government House, where Sohns informed him that Mugabe would offer him the Ministry of Agriculture. When he was interviewed by Mugabe, however, he was offered the Ministry of Mines, which he declined on the basis that he knew nothing about mines. He was then offered Deputy Minister of Agriculture, and this he turned down. He went back to Sohns, who said he would get the matter straightened out. This he did. The announcement of the cabinet was made at 7 p.m. with Smith and Norman in place. I admired Norman for having the courage to stand his ground. That afternoon I also saw a pretty depressed Mick McLaren. He was collecting much flack because the Nat Jock had failed to deliver the goods they had promised to all and sundry, including their own security forces. He had his time cut out explaining that the decision had not been his, and if it had been, things might have been very different. Wednesday, 12 March was my last day in my office, clearing up my papers. A few people dropped in to pay their respects, including Sandy McLean, Army, and Frank Muscle, Air Force, and I impressed on them the continuing responsibility on their shoulders of ensuring the safety of our civilian population. McLean said that the Army units were totally disenchanted and not interested in listening to anyone anymore. They were tired of being deceived and taken for a ride. I could understand that, but, according to my information, their grudge was not against him personally. It was through him to the Nat Jock. He accepted this and said he would go on trying. Muscle believed he still enjoyed some respect from his chaps, but they made it clear that Nat Joke had lost all credibility. He said that it had been a great privilege working with me, and he had been asked to convey to me that this was the view of the whole Air Force. George Smith came in to say, in his typically quiet, responsible, deliberate manner, that he had offered to continue as secretary to the cabinet in order to assist the new government in settling in. These were the kind of dedicated people, many of them, who had been the backbone of our civil service, which had often been described by knowledgeable visitors from different parts of the world as one of the finest to be found anywhere. We reminisced for a few minutes on the fleet-footedness, indeed sleight of hand, of British politicians at Lancaster House. As I walked out of the office, it was with a strange sense of relief and freedom, getting away from it all, a breath of fresh air. The party executive and MPs met on 13 March to discuss our candidates for the Senate. There was much critical comment on the cabinet appointments, but I steered them away from this, saying that the time had come for us to plan for the future, as there was much work to be done. Striking a lighter note, I suggested that we should have sympathy for these two whites in the cabinet, both dyed-in-the-wool capitalists who were about to be closeted in a room where they would be heavily outnumbered by Marxist-Leninist terrorists. I asked the MPs, would any of you take on such a job? There was much laughter and agreement. My old Spitfire colleague Jack Mallock, our Sanctions Buster Supreme, dropped in with a few of his ASS friends on 14 March. He had worked closely with them over many years, dropping them by parachute at night over Zambia and Mozambique when they were blowing up bridges and attacking terrorist camps. They had come to tell me that their whole unit believed they had been betrayed by their leaders. They would still follow me, and they were ready to stand and fight if need be. I thanked them and said I would bear their message in mind. There was nothing more I could do. I made it clear that we were running out of time. On Saturday, 15 March, McLaren brought in the latest news. Walls had come into his office deeply distressed. The commanders of RLI and Celis Scouts, Lieutenant Colonels Charles Aust and Patrick Armstrong, sought an interview with him, and when asked to sit down, they replied that it was not necessary. They had come to inform him that in the eyes of Rhodesians he had lost all credibility, and accordingly he had no further part to play. They saluted and departed. I met Walls, McLaren, McLean, and Muscle on 17 March. Was there any hope of a last-minute rescue operation by getting Soames, and thus the British government, to accept that the election had been highly suspect? There was more than adequate evidence to back up the claim, and if this treachery were condoned, it could lead to serious trouble, even bloodshed. Strong representation was continually coming forward from soldiers, airmen, policemen, and farmers, industrialists, even clergymen, all asking if we were facing a betrayal. Some UN ex-ministers had reported to me that Mugabe's thugs were continuing their campaign of intimidation, exacting not only political support, but also financial contributions. We agreed that such an appeal would be in keeping with the Lancaster House Agreement, as it sought a peaceful solution, and that it should be processed. The Nat Jock was in possession of all the evidence confirming massive intimidation, and Wall's letter to Margaret Thatcher had given chapter and verse. But to carry conviction, we knew the appeal needed black support, and it was obvious that Nkomo, with his 20 seats in parliament, was the leader who would carry the necessary support. A plan had already been made for Nkomo to visit me at 7 p.m., but he had just returned from a tiring day, and we agreed to meet at 8:30 p.m. The next day, 18 marched off. Comments from the South African media made it clear that they believed they must now wash their hands of us. Die Transvaal Zaid, ein Tron und die Rechte. The government's calm directive is well advised. The election result in Rhodesia is the decision of the people of Rhodesia, and they will have to live with it. But the local South African ambassador knew full well that it was not the true decision of the people of Rhodesia, and that there was a plan to have the result annulled. So that kind of statement was negative. In fact, it clearly sabotaged the case. We were being confronted with a repetition of what happened after the 1976 Pretoria Agreement, when Rhodesia was forced to accept a plan which was in conflict with its own better judgment. In spite of all the generous promises of assistance, when eventually the agreement landed on the rocks, a total disaster, we were dropped like a hot brick. We were now witnessing a classic repetition of this. At 8:30 p.m. on 18 March, Nkomo arrived. He was deeply concerned at the way things had turned out. Apart from the fact that the election had obviously been rigged, intimidation and thuggery were continuing, and Mujorwas and his supporters were getting their heads bashed in every day. The British, Nkomo noted, were condoning this, as they had with the election result. He revealed that, when Mugabe visited Mozambique and Tanzania shortly before the election, he had carried a message with him from the local British team to Michel and Nyerere, assuring them that the election would go the right way. And from then onwards, there had been no criticism from those quarters. A complete volte-face. But what now could be done? I told him of the plan worked out by the Nat Jock, saying it was the only hope, in fact our last chance, and was to be done peacefully, in keeping with the agreement. Moreover, as it had the backing of our security chiefs, I said it would definitely succeed. He was clearly uneasy, and started producing all the counter-arguments. The British obviously would not accept it, and he would be accused of crying foul simply because he had lost out. There would be an explosion from the UOA, led by Nyerere and Michel, and no one would dare stand up to that. But, I pointed out, in his own words, the election had been rigged, and therefore the result was fraudulent, and the necessary evidence to support this would be produced and made public. What was wrong with putting the facts, the truth, before the world? The alternative was to condone the evil. Would he not receive some support from Konda, his mentor? After all, he had openly and unequivocally sponsored Nkomo and ZAPU, not only with words, but also deeds. He had supplied their headquarters and bases in Zambia. Konda had arranged for the Russians to supply them with the necessary wherewithal to prosecute their war. He had persuaded Vorster to acknowledge Nkomo ZAPU as the principal contenders on the Rhodesian scene. He had encouraged me to negotiate with the two of them. And finally, I said, at Lancaster House, Carrington had assured me that both Konda and Nyerere had given him a personal undertaking that they would support Nkomo as the first leader of Zimbabwe. It seemed to me that he had a cast-iron case, and Konda would have no option but to support him, and encourage others to stand by their undertaking. I paused for his comment, and eventually he shook his head negatively and said, "He will not do that. The forces against him are too strong." But what about principle? I thought to myself, and then quickly realized that such things were of little consequence in the new climate. He went on to add that the only course was to ride it and gradually get ourselves better organized, even if it took 5 years. He hoped the Rhodesian Front would help him with party organization. He did not think that Mugabe would get away with continuing intimidation, and they would not be able to avoid another election. I had to tell him that to me his reasoning was illogical and out of keeping with fact. Could he indicate one country in Africa to our north that was not a one-party state, and where there had ever been a change of government, other than through a coup? There was no comeback. In the end, he gathered himself to leave, and said he would discuss my suggestion with Robin Renwick, one of Soames' top advisors, but that he did not believe it would receive any sympathy. I was totally flummoxed at his ridiculous idea. As he had pointed out earlier, the British had sold themselves to a Mugabe victory, and were now publicly committed to the result. I recounted to him my meeting with Soames, when he had told me that the British government dared not do anything which would be in conflict with the wishes of the EOL. Accordingly, it was important to point out that any such attempt on his part would be rejected by the British, and into the bargain, the story would get out, obviously to his embarrassment. Thus he would lose on both counts. He assured me that he had got the message. I sat back in my chair and pondered to myself. In the first case, we had lost out because the Nat Jock had shirked their responsibility to confront Soames with the clear evidence that the Lancaster House Agreement had been breached 1,000 times, and with the demand that new elections should be held once intimidation had been eliminated. We had failed because of weak leadership and the resultant indecision, and now we were confronted with this belated effort at a rescue operation. And once again, obviously, it was not going to work. Clearly, Nkomo did not have the stomach for the kind of plan we had in mind. History seemed to prove that he was a born loser. On a number of occasions when opportunities had presented themselves, he had hesitated and lost out, lacking the leadership qualities to make a positive decision. Into the bargain, he had become overconfident and complacent, as two events in particular clearly demonstrated. During the meeting in Lusaka with Konda and Gaba, the Nigerian, I had pointed out that our security information indicated that the Zonla forces of Mugabe had penetrated deep into Matabelan territory, and I questioned why he did not insist on maintaining the line of demarcation between Matabelan and Mashonaland, which they had agreed among themselves. He replied that as they were fighting for the same cause, there was no problem. But, I asked, was he not aware that Zonla troops were killing Matabelan men and raping their women? He assured me that there was no truth in these rumors. History, however, proved that he was wrong. Second, at Lancaster House, I urged him to support my plan for a confederation which would decentralize power and enable the Matabeles to control those affairs that had special relevance to their history, culture, traditions, and language. There were many precedents in the world proving the success of the system, especially in protecting the rights of minorities. To my astonishment, he replied that it was quite unnecessary. People should understand and accept that he was not only the leader of the Matabeles, but of all the black people in our country. Once again, history proved him to be wrong. In any case, the desirability of decentralization of government in a country where there are so many different peoples, tribes with different languages, even nations, is so obvious that it was difficult to credit that any intelligent assessment could oppose the concept. Unless, of course, the intention was to concentrate power in the hands of a dictator. Perhaps I should reconcile myself to the fact that I lived in Africa, the continent of one-party states, where once you become the government, you remain the government forever, unless you are stupid enough to permit people to remove you through the ballot box. After dinner, one of my South African friends dropped in to brief me on their latest situation where their government was going through a period of indecision. In order to counter the right-wing Transvaalers, Mulder, Tronicht, and Vorster, who were busy planning to recover power, P.W. Botha's best bet, I thought, was to produce a good budget and then call an election, thus catching them on the wrong foot. On Wednesday, 19 March, I went to spend the evening with the SAS troopies in their mess, and was given a warm reception there. They certainly were a dedicated band of no-nonsense chaps, albeit frustrated over the current situation. They were deeply suspicious of the security chiefs, whom they would never trust again, claiming that they had been betrayed by unfulfilled promises. This is a common complaint from all branches of the security forces. The next day brought a heartwarming moment. After an interview with a Nigerian journalist at our party HQ, I visited a local building society to fill in a form. Once I was recognized, some of the girls came and asked for my signature, and in no time there was a queue. The head of the department, with a broad smile, said, "What are you doing, Mr. Smith? The whole place has come to a standstill." So I made a plan to sign 50 of their forms and have them delivered to the leader of their gang. A middle-aged woman with a face of strong character then came up and said, "Well done, Mr. Smith. We nearly pulled it off. I want to thank you for a fabulous 15 years and say that we Rhodesians think you are a tremendous man. Like you, I am going to stay and help to make it work. I wish you all the best and happiness to you and Mrs. Smith." Then I walked into Kingston's bookshop to receive much the same reception, and in the middle of it, suddenly loud and clear over their amplifiers, came that great song, "Rhodesians Never Die." It was my first encounter with getting back to normal life, and I came to the conclusion that if I wanted peace and quiet, I had best stay at home. My office staff and security chaps, plus Frank, my faithful driver, and Gladys Abrahams came for sundowners and snacks on 21 March, and we enjoyed hosting them to a happy farewell party. It gave me a better appreciation of the difference between the private sector and the public service in our current dilemma. The former continued to work for themselves as in the past, but the latter had to work for the new government, the terrorists, whom they had been fighting against for the past decade. Has such a situation ever happened before in history? At lunch on 22 March with a number of people, some of whom were associated with the election process, I heard a repeat of what I had been told previously. The gullible tribesman, already bemused by an election which he was unable to comprehend, extending over 3 days with intimidation rampant, was instructed by ZANU, prior to the election, that the first day was for Mugabe, the second for Muzarawa, and the third for Nkomo. Then the day and evening preceding the election, the messages went out through the ZANU party machine that everybody must vote tomorrow, i.e., the first day, which they had previously been instructed, was for Mugabe. The vast majority voted that day. They had been warned of the consequences if they did not. One of those present at the lunch, an eminent local lawyer, recalled that at the end of Lancaster House he had witnessed Walls on British TV saying that he liked the agreement and was sure Rhodesians would do likewise. He now wished to ask him exactly what it was that he had liked. Soames had just returned from a visit to London, enthusiastic over the results, claiming in a statement made the previous day that their principal fear of an indecisive election had not materialized, and thus, fortunately, they had no problem. In fact, they were basking in the glory of all the compliments pouring in from the UAO, the Third World, not to mention their own communist supporters and fellow travelers. And so, instead of returning home as soon as the election was completed, as Soames had indicated to me they would, they had altered their tactics in order to permit them to linger on and bask in the joy of their fantastic victory, which had exceeded their most optimistic expectations. On 2 April, traveling between Gatuma and Hartley, we noticed aircraft taking off from the massive new aerodrome that had been built in the middle of the bush at Flyde with South African finance. It had been explained to me that this had been strategically sited in the best position to intercept invading aircraft from the north. Ironically, it was now proving useful in assisting the South Africans in their withdrawal exercise in view of the fact that the election had gone the wrong way for them. It was an expensive investment that they were now forced to abandon because of their misjudgment and bungling. And when, in the end, their vision and predictions proved to be ill-conceived, ending in disaster, they took the quickest and shortest route out. In diplomatic language, this is termed a strategic withdrawal. And now, I thought, all eyes were turned to Southwest Africa, and one could only hope that the South Africans would learn from their mistakes and ensure an agreement equitable to all sections of the community. And one also had to hope that they would get their heads out of the sand and face up to the fact that they were next on the list. I thought of the number of times I had warned them of the communists' domino tactic, which had brought them down the continent of Africa. When the communists had obtained control of Angola and southwest Africa on their western flank and Rhodesia and Mozambique to their north and east, the pincer movement would be complete. The communists could then concentrate on the last remaining target in Africa and marshal all their forces against South Africa. I could still see Vorster looking at me with disdain from his reclining position of smug complacency, reminding me that there was no possibility of that happening because South Africa was different. The white people controlled their area, and in return they were happy to accommodate the black people and assist them to control their areas. Moreover, apart from the starry-eyed liberals with their one-track minds, immune to any other thinking, the major Western countries were prepared to accept that this was an internal problem and should be left to the South Africans to settle among themselves. It all sounded so neat and plausible, but even if one supported the overall philosophy of apartheid, to me the practicalities were insurmountable. And within a few years, Vorster was conceding this of his own volition and explaining away to me the need to change tactics. One never ceased to be amazed at the South African Information Ministry's wondrous facility for provoking those who were ready to offer a helping hand. If they succeeded in a new trade deal or in some diplomatic approach, this was shouted from the rooftops, when the other party, for obvious reasons, would have hoped for some discretion. Maybe this was a natural reaction from people who found themselves the pariah of the world, and were therefore obsessed with the desire to find someone to love them. On 3 April, Hector MacDonald announced his resignation as Chief Justice. Having supported the British at Lancaster House, he was now about to retire to South Africa because things had gone wrong. Some of his colleagues in the Appellate Division told me he was wasting a lot of their time trying to explain away his decision to take the gap. They hoped his departure would not be delayed because they were reluctant to have to remind him that they had work to do. According to reports we received during the Lancaster House conference, MacDonald had openly made the point that if the Patriotic Front won the election, he would obviously be persona non grata and would therefore resign and depart the country. Later, I was shown a letter written in Knysna, South Africa, on 1 June 1980, to a friend of ours in Salisbury. The letter told of a visit from Hector MacDonald to his sister in Plettenberg Bay. The writer of the letter was a personal friend, and MacDonald had informed him that he had been invited to accompany the delegation to Lancaster House as a legal advisor. The reason they had all agreed to the Muzorewa government resigning to make way for a new election, MacDonald explained, was that Britain, in the form of Lord Carrington, had given an undertaking that the whole object was to make sure that Muzorewa would win the election. This was the guarantee offered to the Rhodesian delegates by Carrington in order to gain their agreement. It was therefore in good faith that the Rhodesians gave their agreement, though MacDonald understood Ian Smith opposed it, presumably because his experience was that the word of the British negotiators was unreliable. During the run-up to the election, MacDonald said Mugabe provided innumerable reasons why he and his party should be proscribed from running for election, but Soames did absolutely nothing about it. When the election was over, Walls asked Soames for an explanation. Soames' reply was that he knew nothing about it. MacDonald had met Ken Flower in Salisbury and asked him what would happen to Renamo, the anti-Frelimo rebels in Mozambique, which Flower and others had sponsored if Mugabe got in, and his reply was definite. We will not let Mugabe win. Hector MacDonald was thoroughly disillusioned by all his dealings with Carrington and the British government. The writer asked whether he objected to his passing on what he told him. Not at all. In fact, The more that is known about what happened, the better, he replied. On 4 April, I had a visit from my friend in telecommunications to say that the British were rapidly learning that things were not going to be as easy as they believed, and everywhere there was chaos. He had a tape of Robert Rennick of the Foreign Office speaking to his colleague Miller in London saying, "They are just a bunch of nitwits." Both were laughing their heads off. Then another one of Nicholas Brown, also of the British mission, speaking about the new order to someone in the Foreign Office, said, "Their incompetence has to be seen to be believed. I don't see how it can work." There was another of Tiny Rowland telling his top man on the local scene that he did not want any more truck with Josh and Ndaba, as he was tired of backing losers. I went to see Soames on the morning of 8 April. He was ebullient, having just returned from a weekend at Kariba. He had nearly got a buffalo, but bad luck had robbed him of. He did not want to shoot an elephant as they seemed so harmless, but a buffalo was different. They are aggressive. He enthused over the lake and the Zambezi Valley. I got down to business and reiterated my case for underwriting pensions, as I was deeply concerned at reports of the increasing numbers of resignations from the security forces. He assured me that I was preaching to the converted, not pushing against a closed door. But the problem was with the British Treasury. And you know what these financial people are. I stressed the great importance of maintaining security, and in the need for law and order if we were to preserve confidence in the future. He admitted that people were worried, especially the young, over their children's education and generally settling into the new environment, because it must be conceded that there did not seem much future under a black government, not when one looked at the rest of Africa. I commented that it was a bit late in the day to start facing up to that problem. Were we not attempting to close the door after the horse had bolted? He did not appear to disagree. I came back to the most important immediate problem: maintaining the confidence of our white people. Without security, there would not be much hope. He then sent for Renwick, and we went through it again, and I added the desirability of including other countries, especially those which all along had indicated their support. He said the South Africans had changed their tune and were no longer interested. I made the point that this was because their plan had failed, and he agreed. Soames was critical of the South Africans for enticing, actually recruiting, our security forces to their ranks. He said, "As you know from your own experience, the record proves that they are fair weather friends, ready to change course to suit their own convenience. The Americans," he added, "had too many problems of their own, and had made it clear that it was our business." "Will you be prepared to help us in Nicaragua?" they asked. Soames recalled that, while he was Britain's representative in France in 1972, during a discussion with President Nixon concerning the changing scene in Africa, he had suggested greater participation on the part of the USA. Nixon had been horrified. He told him that they were not interested in Africa. Britain could keep it all. When he had met Nixon in Britain the previous year, he had reminded him of this and said, "I hope that is one of the tapes you have not destroyed." Soames had quite a twinkle in his eye, and was obviously in good form, maybe reinvigorated by his break in the valley. Once again, I stressed that the British government was under an obligation to make a special effort, especially because of the promises it had made to us at Lancaster House that we would not be landed with a PF government. I suggested that he might discuss this matter with David Smith, who had been close to their Foreign Office, and had assured us in London that Carrington in person had reassured him on this point. Soames repeated what he had previously said, however, that he was unaware of any such undertaking. He also made the point that, as David Smith had accepted a cabinet post under Mugabe, he would probably be reluctant to comment. I had to agree. It was clear to me, as it had been all along, that, in typical Foreign Office fashion, they had played their cards in such a way that it was impossible to pin them down to anything definite. And their strategy was absolutely clear. Let's wash our hands of Rhodesia. The sooner the better. It has been a thorn in our side for far too long. Into the bargain, anything they could do to placate the ULWO would be a bonus. I then asked about Michael Borlas, one of our pilots who had fallen into Zambian hands. We had requested British assistance to secure his release. He had been badly handled, tortured in barbaric fashion. Soames assured me that they were doing their best, but conditions in Zambia were so chaotic that it was almost impossible to get any sense out of the place. They would take it up personally with Konda when he came to the independence celebrations. As for a number of our whites whom we were trying to extricate from Mozambique, the response was negative. Michelle had said they did not know where they were. My response was that our ESAS, or Sela Scouts, could provide the answer to this. As I departed, Soames mentioned that they were sorry that I would be out of the country and thus unable to attend the independence celebrations, as they had been hoping I would meet Prince Charles. In order to avoid leaving on an unpleasant note, I refrained from making what was to me the obvious reply. My decision to be well out of the way was deliberate. Although one had become inured to the facility with which British politicians resorted to appeasement as part and parcel of implementing their diplomacy, we were now confronted by something which exceeded all their previous nefarious escapades. The thought of being confronted by a scene where they would be wringing their hands in apparent pleasure and fawning around a bunch of communist terrorists who had come into their position through intimidation, corruption, and a blatantly dishonest election was a situation against which my whole system would revolt. It would be a monstrous travesty of everything I had been brought up to accept as part of British history, tradition, culture, and standards of honesty and decency. Then, to add insult to injury, they planned to compound the felony by using the Queen's young son to crown the glorious proceedings by pulling down the Union Jack, thence to be confined to the rubbish heap. This was a contradiction of everything that Charles' predecessors had believed in and put into practice. Raising the Union Jack in order to translocate Western Christian democracy, with its freedom, justice, law and order, and development of decent standards of living, to so many distant parts of the world. As Winston Churchill once commented, if there are those who believe that I will be party to the dismemberment of the British Empire, they make a grave mistake. Obviously, if there are countries that wish to break their ties with the Commonwealth and transpose themselves into one-party dictatorships, that is their right, but it should not be consecrated by freedom-loving people. Let them do their own dubious work, without the blessing and support of good people. I had a visit from my South African diplomatic friend that evening, 8 April, and he told me their government were angry because they had not been invited to the independence celebrations. It was difficult to believe that they were unable to comprehend the world's, and especially Africa's, strong antagonism towards them. If they had insisted on attending, 90% of the other guests would have walked out, highlighting the reality of their unacceptability. It was not so long ago that Vorster, on his return from a visit to Europe, had told me how he had been taken aback by the hostility towards him from those who previously had been South Africa's strongest supporters. He had said, "They told me that we were the greatest evil on earth, even worse than communists. Why not," I thought, "simply accept the truth gracefully and tactfully get on with their own affairs, ignoring the happenings north of the Limpopo? If, by chance, they were questioned over their non-attendance, how simple the reply: we are happy not to be associated with the establishment of a one-party dictatorship." The next morning, 9 April, brought a visit from one of the senior and most respected pilots of the police air wing to tell me they were all deeply concerned at the lack of positive thinking and leadership from the security chiefs, leading to the prevailing air of pessimism. To say that feelings were strong was putting it mildly. They now referred to the current depressing feeling as come-ups. I asked him to use his influence to attempt to get our people to stand their ground, in spite of personality problems, as this would best serve the national interests, and thus the interests of everyone. This was followed by an interesting discussion with McLaren, who came to inform me the next day that he had handed in his resignation, not only because of his belief that ComOps had served its purpose, but, into the bargain, was completely discredited. He wished to disassociate himself from the duplicity associated with comps and the resultant total contempt in which it was held by every serviceman. McLaren revealed that when details of the Lancaster House Agreement were made available to our Natch, Jock, it had caused great concern, indeed alarm, until Walls had returned from London and assured them that the British were on the same network and working in total collusion with us. Under no circumstances, Walls had declared, would Mugabe be allowed even to get to the starting post. Both Margaret Thatcher and Carrington had assured him on that point. Moreover, in the run up to the election, he had consistently reported that Soames was in agreement with the plan to disqualify Mugabe's ZANU in certain provinces. But when the time came, Walls was found to be wanting, and all his supporters were left hanging in mid-air. No wonder that at this moment he was the most discredited man in the country. Don Hollingsworth, a police weapons expert and one of our great Bisley shots who has represented Rhodesia on many occasions, kindly dropped in to look at a couple of my antique guns. He could not get over the election, the biggest confidence trick ever pulled. I informed him that up to the day before the election results came out, I had been assured by our ComOps that Mugabe could not win, so who was the true culprit? His response was that they had all been given the same message. He felt that feelings are so strong that it's surprising they ComOps are still alive and walking around. I received a message that day, 10 April, asking me to see the new Prime Minister. So after lunch I walked into my old office in Milton Building, received a courteous reception, and was accompanied upstairs by his secretary. We discussed the settling-in process and the tremendous pressure of work. I said I believed that once the initial period was over, the pressure would gradually slacken, with cabinet ministers who were new to the game taking time to slot into their positions. As always, there would be a long line of opportunists attempting to climb on the bandwagon, and one should be on guard against accommodating impostors. I then turned to some matters deserving of his attention. The wonderful development in our Lowveld centered on the sugar industry, which for some time had indicated growing concern over insufficient water supply. The record had proved that the Kyle Dam catchment area was inadequate. It was clear that the proposed dam on the Tokwe River would solve the problem and, in addition, provide for extended development. Had finance been available, we would have commenced the scheme. Next was my concern over reports that his Zonla troops, under the influence of alcohol and with guns over their shoulders, were provoking hostility in certain farming areas. This could lead to someone getting killed, I warned. He expressed concern and undertook to give it his immediate attention. My third point was that it appeared to me that ComOps had served its purpose and could be wound down. Into the bargain, it could be a good political move. Mugabe was clearly interested and said that Walls had complained to him that he had never been given the necessary elevation in rank to do his job properly, and hoped that this would be attended. I replied that this was an old chestnut and, on all the evidence given to me, it would clearly compound problems. I then informed him of my decision to be out of the country for the independence celebration, as I believed this would be the tactful thing to do. He replied that he could not see any problem, but the decision was a personal one for me. My intention was to maintain a low profile, operate with the new government, but maintain a balance and where necessary produce constructive criticism. Otherwise, the white people would think I had emigrated. He laughed and said, "Bought a farm in South Africa and moved your cattle there." My main function was to boost white morale and to encourage them to stay and contribute. He agreed completely. I took my leave, stressing that I had spoken frankly, and that he would find that, although we might not always agree, there would never be any doubt in his mind as to where I stood. He expressed his appreciation for my giving him the benefit of my views, and importantly, letting him know what our white people were thinking. He hoped we would continue the communication. It seemed clear that the situation had progressed to a stage where any thought of declaring the election null and void and removing Mugabe and his government from office was now a pipe dream. Many responsible, clear-thinking people, however, were still living in hope for some plan which would restore honesty and legal constitutionality to our country. There was still much open talk of British treachery and betrayal. I had made it clear that any uncoordinated action not directed at restoring legality and without the support of Comops would not receive my blessing. There was no doubt in my mind that, if anything happened, fingers would be pointed in my direction. So, for a number of reasons, I felt the sooner I got out of the country the better. Janet and I departed for the South African coast in the hope that at least some of our anxieties would be left behind. 22. The aftermath of the election. We returned to the New Zimbabwe. That the old Rhodesia had gone was driven home by the opening of Parliament on the morning of 15 May, 1980. It was carried out with the usual pomp and dignity. The only difference for me was that as we entered the chamber, Mugabe was on the side occupied by the Prime Minister, while I walked at the head of the column as leader of the opposition. I had an interview with Mugabe that afternoon and informed him of my concern that on my return from South Africa I had detected a definite drop in white morale, occasioned by wild statements from certain of his ministers. For example, one of his colleagues had stated that government was giving consideration to the elimination of the 20 white seats in Parliament. He replied that, unfortunately, some people occasionally had a rush of blood to the head and made irrational statements. He assured me that government had no such intention. In fact, the president's speech that morning made it clear that there was no plan to interfere with the Constitution. I then turned to the deteriorating situation of general lawlessness and the marked increase in stock theft, with the accompanying danger of people taking the law into their own hands. He made notes and undertook to investigate. Next, I turned to the disintegration of our security forces and the adverse effect this was having on white confidence. He conceded that the Sela scouts would have to go, for political reasons, but that there was no plan for any action with the other regiments. I impressed on him that the whites were professional soldiers, and as such would be his most loyal troops. I hoped he realized that he lived in Africa, and was aware of the record of Africa in this regard. He smiled and said, "Yes, they have had a few coups recently." Moreover, I assured him that if he continued with his policy of reconciliation and support for the free enterprise system, the white population would give him their political support. He expressed his gratitude. Finally, I informed him of my recent discussion with PWL Botha, who was pleased to hear my positive attitude and belief that things could turn out better than we had originally thought. At least there seemed to be some hope. I was satisfied that the South Africans had made up their minds that they would have to live with the decision that had been made, and as long as our government behaved responsibly, there would be reciprocity from their side. So all around it did seem to me that Zimbabwe had much going its way, and that we were heading for fair weather, but it did depend on a firm, responsible hand on the rudder. On the evening of 22 May 1980, I visited the RLI, the Rhodesian Light Infantry, briefly to pay my respects to the corporal's mess, and then on to the sergeant's mess, with a number of officers present, for what was termed a massive prayer meeting. I had a tremendous reception, and it was an emotionally charged occasion, because there did not seem to be much doubt that this was a kind of farewell visit from me. They gave me a full-voiced rendering of The Saints, their regimental song, and it is difficult to explain adequately the welling-up sensation that one experiences on such an occasion. There was a clear message that they would be prepared to follow me, if need be, to the end of the earth, but they would not permit mention of the security chiefs. Although there was deep concern about the impending scene, the majority were willing to give it a fair trial, in the belief that this was the best way to serve their country, and I encouraged them in this line of thinking. Tough and merciless in their profession as soldiers, they nevertheless displayed great maturity and sound logic when assessing the problems which confronted them. It was a combination of these qualities which made the Rhodesian army one of the most efficient in the world. They were always resolute and competent in performing their task. I was up at 5 a.m. on 23 May to fly down to the Lowveld. There, I spent a happy day, stimulated by the people in that glorious country where everything grows so magnificently. I returned in time for a quick change before attending the final SAS dining-in night. Apart from the regular officers, there were only 3 others. Hilary Squires, who had been their highly regarded Minister of Defense during the latter part of my government. Jack Mallock, who had been one of our principal sanctions busters with his local airline, and who had carried out more SS paradrops over enemy territory than any other pilot. And myself. As with the previous night's function with the RLI, it was a moving occasion, all the more so because the regiment was breaking up the following week. One half going to South Africa, and the other half remaining in the hope that they would be able to make a contribution. The feeling against their security chiefs was overwhelming. They betrayed us, and know that they dare not set foot in this place. Their CO presented me with their regimental plaque and ZSI, saying that to his knowledge, it was the first time this had been done to a non-member of the SEASTEAT. He vowed, "We will go all the way with you, but not those other blokes, our so-called leaders." On 26 May, Jack Mallock dropped in during the evening, and we covered a lot of ground, from the Spitfire he was restoring to world politics. He had received attractive offers to take his services to other parts of the world, but he was too dedicated a Rhodesian to desert the ship. I saw Mugabe again on Wednesday morning, 28 May, to compliment him on his press interview the previous Saturday, when he had corrected a number of misstatements made by some of his ministers. While this was obviously of assistance, the original damage could never be entirely remedied, I said. He hoped we were getting to the end of wild statements from ministers. I then mentioned the community schools, which we were told had been accepted in principle, but there seemed to be some hold-up. He claimed this was news to him, and that he would ask for details. I stressed the point that the concept behind the plan was to preserve high standards of education, and not racial privilege, and that this was something which should be constantly monitored. Moreover, education was one of the largest items in the government budget, and the parents at these schools were happy to make a sizable contribution towards their children's education, thus relieving the burden on the fiscus. The next problem was rugby. He laughed and said, "We all know you are a rugby fan. The game against the visiting British Lions in Salisbury was being threatened because, first, the South Africans were guilty of apartheid, and second, because the British had defied the Gleneagles Agreement, which banned sporting links with South Africa, and were touring South Africa. Because of these so-called crimes, Zimbabwe, the innocent party, was to be penalized." He conceded the justification of my case, but said he had been under great pressure with a phone call from the head of OAU and also from the local British representative. I suggested a possible solution, with a plan for some French players to meet the returning Lions at Nairobi, and then an informal combination team to visit us. He assured me that he would try to help. I made no apology for returning to the question of security. His greatest strength in the fields of law and order and constitutional integrity rested on professionals who, through training, tradition, ingrained integrity, and loyalty, would not allow themselves to be corrupted. In all fairness, his black troops had not reached such a position, and he was well aware of the tribal divisions in our country with the resultant pressure groups. If one looked to our north, in those countries where the previous metropolitan power had been retained in a security role, there had never been a coup, but where local security troops had taken over, there was a marked reversal of this trend. The fact that he was attempting to implement the proclaimed policy of reconciliation, with its accompanying balance and fairness to all parties, would be provocative to those who were anticipating the reward of favored treatment, and I hoped he would mark the words of one who spoke from experience. He was obviously thinking deeply, and replied that he hoped the right information was coming through to him, but that he wished to express his gratitude for the concern which I was showing, and he would certainly give my thoughts serious consideration. Once again I pondered to myself over the man's maturity, reasonableness, and sense of fair play. Was I about to find myself in a situation where our erstwhile friends and allies, the British and South Africans, had treacherously deceived and betrayed us, while our deadly enemy of recent years was going to prove himself an honest and trusted person working in the mutual best interests of our country? I had another talk with Mugabe in Parliament on the afternoon of 3 June. He apologized for having done nothing over the community schools, but assured me he would get to it within the next few days. The continuing trend of attacks and insults hurled at the white community was in total conflict with his proclaimed policy of reconciliation and was having an adverse effect on morale and further aggravating immigration. He expressed complete support for my sentiments, deplored what was taking place, and assured me that he was interviewing the ministers concerned the next day and would deal with the problem then. I then mentioned that one of the local Larnho chiefs had approached me, saying that Tiny Roland was eager to re-involve himself in local affairs, but was concerned that he might be persona non grata with Mugabe. He quipped, "Wasn't it the same with you?" And we laughed. I commented that when I had been in his position, the national interest had taken precedence over personalities, and that I was sure the same applied to him. For that reason, I said I had agreed that Roland should arrange those meetings with Konda and Nkomo. I believed his international connections could be of benefit to Zimbabwe. He replied that if Roland had interests in this country, then of course he should be entitled to attend to them. There was the important question of the Beira, Umtali oil pipeline, and he had heard that there were problems associated with getting it back into operation. Anything I could do to assist would be appreciated. So please inform Roland, Mugabe said, that he was welcome to return and get on with things. Again he showed remarkable maturity and no sign of bitterness. On 12 June David Smith came for a consultation before his departure for Europe. He said that there were big problems and many pressures within cabinet, but Mugabe and the majority of his ministers, including Como and the other four Matabetes, were balanced and responsible. But there were a number of wild men who never lost an opportunity to provoke, and they needed constant watching. The position with the South African government was not good. On his recent visit, they had given him a tough time, especially P.W. Botha, who had thumped the table and threatened him. I asked him if he had reminded them that we had complied with their every request at and after Lancaster House, and how, given this, had they any justification for complaining. "Well," he replied, "you know better than any of us that they believe they have the answer to every problem in Africa. And when it doesn't work, it's always the other person's fault. A couple of them had been most helpful. And suggested to David that he try the tactic of getting South African leaders of commerce and industry on his side, and use them to influence the two Bothas. What about the British? I asked. Are they doing anything meaningful? David Smith replied that they had made a lot of promises, but it remains to be seen if their words are backed up by deeds. As long as it is not too great an effort, they will try, but in truth they are more concerned with their own problems. I found his comments refreshingly frank, especially in view of the fact that he had worked so closely with both the British and South Africans to bring about the present situation. I sensed a growing cynicism on his part. Maybe, after all, things were not going the way he thought they would. The South Africans were learning from experience, and because they knew so little about the psychology of their black counterparts, they were learning the hard way. When I had warned Vorster of the fallacy in his detent policy, he had replied that I was out of touch with the world around me. History has proved that he was wrong. When I told Pitt Botha in London during our Lancaster House conference that by supporting Carrington's plan, they were playing into Mugabe's hands, he told me that was not in keeping with their assessment. History proved that he was wrong. One hoped that they were making a more realistic assessment of the Southwest Africa problem, and even more important, that they were beginning to take a realistic look at their own situation and how they intended to deal with that. Because, as I had warned them on a number of occasions, it was going to arrive on their doorstep sooner than they anticipated, and they would not be able to pass the buck on that one. The British government, as is their custom, were busy handing out honors to the most efficient and dedicated politicians, and the bravest soldiers associated with this nefarious operation. Pride of place, of course, went to Carrington, who was the brains and driving force, indeed instigator, from the very outset. He played his role magnificently, in keeping with those well-known traditions associated with Foreign Office diplomacy. During my years in the world of politics, I have come into contact with my fair share of devious characters, but I regard Carrington as the most two-faced of them all. I had a meeting with Mugabe on Tuesday afternoon, 17 June. On the question of community schools, he apologized that he had not yet managed to see his Minister of Education. On the question of the provocative stance of the broadcasting media, he had spoken to the minister concerned, and was therefore surprised to hear that the matter had not been rectified. I stressed the case forcibly, warning that irreparable damage was being done, and that even if it were to be corrected, although the wounds might heal, scars would remain. There was ample evidence to indicate that this was an aggravating factor in the escalation of emigration. More and more people were claiming that this was deliberate government policy in order to reduce the white population. At the same time, news broadcasts were strongly critical of, indeed provocative in their attacks against, the USA, while supporting and praising the stance of Cuba. Their programs were blatantly biased in support of Soviet involvement in Afghanistan, in opposition to the free world stance, which was promoting a Soviet withdrawal. All of this made a mockery of our claim to be neutral, and was damaging our standing among the leading countries of Western Europe and North America, which were our main supporters and principal providers of finance. One was compelled to question whether this was a deliberate attempt to sabotage our country. He said that one of his problems was insufficient time to monitor the news broadcasts, but that he was concerned at my report and would look into the matter. I found it difficult to believe that the leader of any country did not keep abreast of what the media were saying. Moreover, I had heard from some of my old contacts that he had retained the system of a briefing from the Minister of Information each morning, all a bit perplexing. I hoped he was not resorting to the tactic of feigning ignorance and passing the buck to his various ministers, when in fact they were following his instructions. Recently I had experienced a growing uneasy feeling that he was gradually reverting to his true colors as a dedicated communist. Since winning the election, he had been a model of reason and fairness, accepting the principle of free enterprise and implementing the philosophy of reconciliation as laid down in the Lancaster House Agreement. Of course, failure to comply would have resulted in serious penal consequences, an assurance constantly reiterated to us in London. Accordingly, it was imperative for the new government to adhere to the agreement, at least for as long as they believed necessary to secure themselves firmly in the saddle. The obvious question: had the time arrived to end their pretense of being on the side of the free world as opposed to communism, to reveal themselves in their true colors? There were two vital ingredients necessary to provide an affirmative answer. First, was their track record adequate to present a favorable facade to the Western world? Second, was there an adequate infiltration of their comrades into the security forces to ensure that any incipient covert undercurrent of opposition to the government would be revealed, and thus nipped in the bud? In my opinion, they had not adequately prepared the ground, when embarking on this kind of exercise, it was elementary tactics to be over-prepared rather than under-prepared. My assessment proved correct. They did take more time and resorted to a policy of gradualism and finesse. 23. Life under Mugabe. Life continued in the same vein. I continued to do what I could for the country. On the afternoon of June 1980, I had a meeting with Tiny Roland. My erstwhile opponent greeted me warmly, saying how happy he was to be back on Rhodesian soil. He related how he had hardly touched ground over the past week. Mexico, Washington, Morocco, a meeting with Jonas Savimbi, who was, he said, one of the greatest leaders in the world at that time. Roland believed that the fate of southern Africa would be profoundly influenced by what happened in Angola. I was pleased to hear his optimism. To me, there were two vital factors: a victory for Reagan in the U.S. presidential election at the end of the year, which would be our best hope of getting the Cubans out of Angola, and second, the determination of the South Africans. On this latter point, he assured me that P.W. Botha was strong and in total support of Savimbi, and his new security chief, Van der Westhuizen, was first class and working closely with Conda. They were a different kettle of fish from Vorster and Van den Berg, who, among many other strange decisions, were responsible for the debacle of withdrawing the South African troops from Angola in December 1975, when they were within 1 day of total victory. Where, I asked, does Conda stand? Roland replied that he supported Savimbi, but obviously with discretion. Nyerere was the principal obstructionist as usual. This reminded me of how he had derailed the agreement which Conda and Garba, the Nigerian, had made with me to bring Como into the Rhodesian government in 1977. Roland said that a Mexican friend of his who had strong business contacts with Castro's brother, Raul, claimed the Cubans had become disenchanted and were looking for a way out of Angola. I asked if they would not be replaced by East Germans. No, Roland replied, because in a short time they would find their way into South Africa as defectors. Roland said that he had made it clear to the South Africans that they must hold on to their present course, as the alternative was another Vietnam, with the resultant disaster. Finally, I briefed him on my talks with Mugabe about him on 3 June as they were meeting the next day. I was able to discuss Roland with Mugabe at a meeting with him on the morning of 9 July. As usual, it was a cordial meeting. He said that he had had a fruitful meeting with Roland, who had devoted too much time to apologizing for the past. Mugabe felt this was unnecessary, because he had made it clear on a number of occasions that the past was finished, and we were now looking forward. He wanted news of future investment and development. Why was it going to take so long to get the Bairara pipeline working again? Roland had explained that the damage was more serious than they had first thought, and he suggested that the local fuel companies, which had made their profits during sanctions, should make a contribution. Mugabe asked me if there was anything I could do to assist in that direction. That was not an easy one for me to accept, as these companies had been loyal Rhodesian supporters and assisted in breaking the fuel embargo. On the other hand, I had my obligation to support the new philosophy of reconciliation and assist in the building of our new country, and so I promised to do what I could. I then went on to the main point of my visit, the continuing deterioration of white morale, with resultant emigration and loss of skills and professionalism. The main causes were the breakdown of law and order, the increase in crime in the rural and urban areas, and the threatening and aggressive attitude of certain of his ministers towards the white community. He expressed surprise and said he would make investigation. I told him that I had met a few white Zambians down here at the instigation of their government, trying to entice a few hundred of our commercial farmers to Zambia in order to solve their food crisis. They would be offered leased land, free, soft loans, and labor at less than half the cost in our country. It would be criminal if Zimbabwe was to land itself in the same boat because of our government's provocative actions. He nodded in agreement. I then turned to the growing friction between ZANU, Mugabe and the Shonas, and ZAPU, Nkomo and the Matabeles, with its resulting destabilizing effect, not only internally, but also to the prejudicing of external investment. In reply, Mugabe hoped the friction could be brought to an end so that we could get on together and build our country, but he was doubtful whether Nkomo wanted to end it. But, of course, the problem went far deeper. The Matabele were a minority tribe, or nation as they called themselves, living in the west of the country. There was a clear policy of encroachment into both central and local government, placing Shona comrades in positions of authority at the expense of Matabeles. Obviously, there was resentment, and the Matabeles were beginning to give vent to their view. This was the beginning of Mugabe's plan to neutralize any opposition, in order to pave the way for the creation of his one-party state. I asked next if there had been any progress on the question of community schools. He replied that he was still awaiting a report from the Minister of Education. This worried me, as members of our soul caucus education committee had been assured by the Del Minister of Education that he supported the Del concept because it was obvious that it would assist in maintaining standards of education and also relieve the financial burden on government. This was another example, and a number had been brought to our attention, of Mugabe making a decision on a controversial problem, and thereafter feigning ignorance and passing the buck to one of his ministers. On 13 July, I had a discussion with some of my ex-cabinet ministers, during which the question of South Africa's ability to squeeze us economically was brought up. We recalled how often Vorster had pressurized us by means of slowing down transport deliveries whenever we questioned his detent philosophy. We also recalled that when we first started importing fuel through Lourenço Marques, the South Africans forced us to pay their excise duty, which is never paid on goods in transit. We believe that Pick Botha would renew this pressure, while saying South Africa did not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. However, we noted our government constantly went out of their way to provoke South Africa, even to the extent of leading the pack in the attacks against the South African government. The fact that this would probably invite reciprocal action detrimental to their country seemed to be of no concern to them. They arrogantly believed that the rest of the world had to line up on their side, whether they liked it or not. Tiny Roland dropped in on 26 July to inform me of his successful and cordial meeting with Mugabe. Roland's fertile mind was planning to get Beira, Rhodesia's port, organized, and the obvious way, he had told Mugabe, to create the wealth for its development was to give Lonrho a concession to mine the coal fields at Tet. Mugabe was impressed and undertook to pass the message on to Samora Machel. On 14 August, I had a long discussion with Mugabe. Once again, I questioned the reason for the continuing hurling of abuse at South Africa by certain of his ministers. I noted that Konda and Machel had intelligently accepted the need to live in peace with South Africa, not because they agreed with its political philosophy, but because of the benefits which would thereby accrue to their countries. Mugabe readily agreed and said he would urge his ministers to show restraint. I asked if he was kept informed of the actions of his ministers. Dr. Herbert Oshiwokuns, his Minister of Health, for instance, had arrived at Harare Hospital at 3 a.m. drunk, and, much to the embarrassment of the staff, carried out an inspection, discrediting himself and his government in the eyes of influential blacks. Mugabe confessed that this was not the first time he had heard this kind of story about Oshiwokunzi. Why, I wondered, was he prepared to condone such vulgar arrogance from a member of his team? I warned of falling support for his party from a cross-section of people in many parts of the country. Once again, I had to remind Mugabe of the ongoing campaign of recrimination against our white community, which received great prominence on the broadcasting media, with many people believing that this was part of a campaign to drive whites out of the country. Somewhat naively, he said he could not understand why people did not accept his word and ignore wild statements. In reply, I informed him that the wild statements received publicity every day, while his word was never heard by the general public. I told him that my contacts in the security forces had expressed their concern at the constant political pressure for the premature promotion of military personnel who lacked training and were unqualified for the posts they were assuming. Once again, I reminded him that true professional soldiers were his greatest protection, especially on a continent notorious for coups. He appeared genuinely grateful for my concern. We then returned to the problem of lack of finality on the community school problem, and, without hesitation, he said there was to be no change and advised me to consult the Minister of Education, Zinge Mutambuka. Finally, I informed him of my impending visit to Britain and the United States, and of my intention to put over a positive report of the new government settling in and dealing with the many difficult problems which confronted them. I pursued the community schools issue. The following week, before departing on my overseas trip, accompanied by my party's education committee, I duly had the meeting with Mutambuka, who said he was pleased to meet me because he was also born in Selukwe. I was impressed with his straightforward approach, and he assured me, as he had previously done to my education committee, that he supported the community school concept and was preparing a statement to that effect. I traveled overseas to Britain and the United States, and on 8 November 1980 reported to Mugabe on a successful mission. In both countries, I told him, I had contact with top members of government and had assured them that in Zimbabwe things were going better than we had expected. I had stressed how important it was for the free world to lend their support in order to ensure that this strategically rich area did not succumb to communist subversion. I was encouraged by their positive response, and, although the conservatives and Republicans had not previously been his friends and supporters, I felt that Mugabe was now in a position where he could utilize their tremendous economic influence to the advantage of Zimbabwe. He readily agreed. I expressed my disappointment that, in spite of promises from the Minister of Education, there had been no announcement on the question of community schools. Mugabe undertook to give the matter his attention. Thereafter, I had a number of meetings during the latter half of November and first half of December, mainly with Matabeles, but by Christmas Eve there was growing concern over the provocative attitude of ZANU, politicians and Zanla military personnel who seemed to be spoiling for a fight with Nkomo's party and forces. The tragedy was that Tongagara had been assassinated. He was the one man who commanded the respect of all the fighters. Some of Mugabe's ministers were now openly conceding this point. Nothing much happened over the following few weeks, however, as people went home for the Christmas break. Then by 22 January 1981, Mugabe had carried out a cabinet reshuffle and demoted Nkomo, which on the surface seemed incomprehensible in view of the pressures and friction with the Matabeles. But the reason soon became obvious. Mugabe had simultaneously detained about a dozen of the ZAPU, Matabele, hierarchy. As the authority for detention rested with Nkomo's ministry, he had to be removed. It appeared as if Mugabe now believed he was strong enough to confront the Matabele. One more step, admittedly a big and important one, in his march towards a one-party state. Some of my colleagues believed Mugabe could be heading for trouble, as the Zanla, Mugabe, and Zipra, Nkomo, forces were evenly matched in numbers, with Zipra better trained and better disciplined. But, and it was a very big but, my colleagues were overlooking the important, well-thought-out strategic changes recently instituted. Lookout Masuku, the Zipra commander, and Dumiso Dabangwa, the head of the Zipra executive, had been detained. Debengwa was the Zipra counterpart to Tongagara Nzanla, who was assassinated by his own people. This meant that Nongo, the Zanla commander, was now overall army commander. Moreover, all of the previous Rhodesian units, armored cars, artillery, and the crack regiments were still under the control of white professionals, and they would comply with the commands given to them. It was absolutely clear to me that this meant there could now be no organized and effective opposition. If there were people scheming about this, they had left it too late. Nevertheless, I think Mugabe should have taken more time to arrive at an amicable solution, because these strong-arm tactics would provoke Matabele resentment. I had a meeting with Mugabe in Parliament on the afternoon of 12 February to discuss the Matabelean scene, and my concern at the manner in which Nkomo had been provoked, his Bulawayo house searched, his top men detained, his demotion in cabinet, all things which had humiliated the Matabele and widened the rifts. Mugabe replied nonchalantly that he had discussed the issue fully with Nkomo, explaining that the action was necessary because of Nkomo's health. When I asked if Nkomo had agreed to the change, Mugabe replied in the negative. The reasons he gave lacked conviction because of the simultaneous detention of Nkomo's top men and the search of the premises. Once again, I warned that the Matabele were suspicious of his government's intentions to create a one-party state that would eliminate the Matabele nation. He replied that their suspicions were unwarranted. I pointed out that their fears were real and his actions were fanning the flames of their resentment, but I detected indifference on his part. Once again, I had to refer to the continuing attacks on and hurling of abuse at our white people, and worrying reports that this trend was developing among our school children. Not surprising when one noted the lead given by certain cabinet ministers and the constant propagation of the policy through the media. Finally, I said I regretted to have to remind him that we had not yet received a decision on community schools. He replied he thought it would not be long now. A few days later, my suspicions were confirmed. Walking out of the chamber, I bumped into the Minister of Education, Mutambuka. What has happened to our community schools? I asked. You will have to ask the Prime Minister, he replied. It has been taken out of my hands, and he is dealing with it personally. He shrugged with an air of desperation and walked away. Obviously, this indicated a change of direction from Mutambuka's acceptance of the community school concept. Unfortunately, this would detract from the parents' contribution to the school and the associated financial benefits. But what I found particularly disturbing, indeed reprehensible, was Mugabe's evasion in the replies he had given. In late March 1981, Soames arrived, leading the British team to the donors' conference. He asked to see me on 25 March, and I was pleasantly surprised to find that he was seeking my views and not giving me his. Soames assured me that Britain, indeed all the donor countries, were aware that funds were being misappropriated and used inefficiently. Now, he said, they insisted on vetting all such projects. We talked at length, and he expressed his gratitude for the time I had taken to give him my views. On my departure, he insisted on accompanying me to the lift. I sensed that the British were beginning to understand the magnitude of the problem, and that it was not so simple and easy as it appeared a year previously. The veil of pretense, the government's anti-communist stance and support of reconciliation, had been gradually disintegrating. Mugabe had obviously come to the conclusion by early 1981 that he was sufficiently secure to take the bull by the horns. In his latest move, he had made a public announcement confirming government's intention to fulfill their policy of creating a one-party communist state. Over the past year, 1980, I had been agreeably impressed by the confidence shown by potential investors over our country's future. There had now been an immediate and dramatic change, however, as a result of this unbelievable change of course. I received a stream of representations from people expressing alarm and disenchantment. Accordingly, I arranged an urgent meeting with Mugabe and was greeted with the usual courtesy. I came straight to the point and expressed my deep concern at his statement and the change of course which he had announced. I asked, was he aware of the damage this would do to confidence and investment in our country? In view of the fact that it was impossible to make the necessary constitutional changes during the initial 7-year period, what was the purpose of making such a provocative statement, which could only be to the detriment of Zimbabwe? Mugabe nonchalantly said that he thought I was overreacting. I assured him that his assessment was wrong. The evidence was overwhelming. As he was well aware, I continued, our Rhodesian front had committed themselves to working constructively to assist his government, and accordingly I had never criticized him in public. I had to make it clear, however, that if he persisted in following this new course, clearly so damaging to our nation, I would be compelled to voice my objection publicly. I urged him with the utmost earnestness and sincerity to reconsider his position. He was obviously displeased, and our parting, unlike on previous occasions, was cool. He stood his distance. From that day onwards, he has refused to meet me. On 19 July 1981, I took time to reflect on the 2 recent by-elections that we had won convincingly, one in a rural area, the other in a Salisbury suburb. I was deeply grateful that in both cases our white Rhodesian tribe was firm and constant. At Virginia, a place that had a tough time during our war, sandwiched between 2 tribal trust lands, every farmer was present at the meeting, including a widow who had lost her husband, and a man with a leg buckled by a landmine. In spite of all the pressures to which they were being subjected, their support for our cause was still firm and positive. I was proud to be among them. At the eve of poll meeting at Borrowdale, there was a packed house with people on the roof and crowding the veranda and doors. That wonderful Rhodesian spirit was still very much in evidence. I was surprised that Mugabe, admittedly with support and pressure from certain white dissident elements, had so misjudged the situation and opted to back the losing side, in contrast to his previous stance of remaining neutral in the field of white politics. The government certainly pulled out all the stops, using to the full their control of the media, even to the extent of editorials which resorted to blatant intimidation, even blackmail, against our white community. One of their ministers threatened publicly that I was to be either deported or detained. All of this had contrary effect, however, making Rhodesians all the more determined to stand their ground on principle. What I found particularly pleasing was the number of young people coming forward and not only offering their support, but expressing gratitude for our past efforts to save our country. On 1 August, I went to Bulawayo for a Rhodesian Front executive meeting, followed by a meeting with Nkomo. He told me that Madabel frustration was boiling over, and that we were heading for an internal explosion. Mugabe's plan to subjugate the Madabel nation was doomed, Nkomo declared. I made it clear that I believed time was running out and that there was a need for less talk and more action. He protested to the contrary and appealed for patience and continuing support. A week later, on 8 August, the BBC News quoted Mugabe as attacking our white community for not supporting his party. He told the black people that they were within their rights to seek retribution and hit the whites in return. His speech in the previous month, July, when he had received the freedom of the city of Gwelo, was similarly dedicated to an attack on the evils of the previous colonial racist regime. It was difficult to tie this up with ZANU's declared policy of reconciliation. It was becoming more and more obvious that they believed it was no longer necessary to continue to influence the rest of the world. Every country in Africa to their north operated openly under a one-party dictatorship, and the free world had raised no objection. Why should Zimbabwe not join the club? I received a phone call from a British journalist asking for a comment on the threat to jail me. This stemmed from one thing: my refusal to accept a one-party dictatorship. If the penalty for that was imprisonment, I said, then let him get on with it. If there were any other complaints about me, then the law should take its course. Because ZANU was unable to achieve its objective du jour, it was seeking the next best, de facto. This necessitated the use of various pressures and, if need be, intimidation, and in the end, even elimination. History had proved its effectiveness in this field. I had spent a week in my constituency, holding meetings from Bridge to Bulawayo, and, on my return, on 12 December 1981, I was taken aback at receiving the dreadful news that one of our members of parliament, Wally Stuttaford, had been arrested and thrown into Chikurubi high-security prison. The authorities claimed that he was planning a coup to overthrow the government. Anything more fatuous and devious, it was difficult to contemplate. He was a retired pensioner, under medication for high blood pressure, and had expressed a desire to retire from politics. If he were a dark horse and had been up to malpractice of which we were unaware, they should have brought him to court and disclosed their evidence. But to keep him in solitary confinement and deny him access to his lawyer, family, and friends was barbaric. Admittedly, Stuttaford lived in Bulawayo, Matabeland, and, like all Matabeles, was concerned over Mugabe's plan to eliminate Matabele history, culture, tradition, and pride in their nation. So this was just one more act in the policy of destabilizing our white community, because of their reluctance to join the crusade for a one-party state. In the previous month, November 1981, Mugabe made a speech in Lomagundi, attacking white farmers and generally preaching racial hatred. After a long period of peace and quiet in the area, in the month since the speech there had been a marked deterioration of the situation, with 2 whites killed and a few others assaulted by Mugabe's comrade. As a result of government's policy of destabilizing our white community, there had been a definite increase in immigration. It was now reaching 10,000 per month. And if anyone thought that the British government, which had landed us in this pickle, would lift a finger to protest, they were wrong. By 26 December, there was much speculation on the explosion which had ripped through ZANU-PF headquarters in Salisbury during the previous week. The government was blaming the South Africans and the Rhodesian front. But the government also blamed us for Sadat's assassination. Most thinking people believed it was an inside job by their own dissidents. The ZANU headquarters was the most closely guarded point in Salisbury, and no white man was permitted entrance. It might be a clever decoy to arouse sympathy for the party and provide an additional excuse to attack our white community. Parliament reopened on Tuesday 19 January 1982, and on Wednesday 20, they renewed the state of emergency, which enabled them to circumvent the Constitution and ride roughshod over people's rights. I spoke against it, and in particular mentioned the Stuttaford case and the medical evidence confirming that he had been tortured. I continued to hope that this kind of inhuman behavior would arouse world opinion, but I was not sanguine as far as the free world was concerned. The communists were always ready to rush in and support their friends, but the Western world, with their guilt complex, always fell into the trap of sitting on the fence, thus allowing the communists to steal a march on. I thought maybe Reagan will be different. That's our hope. But with problems such as Poland, Israel, Afghanistan, Cuba, Angola, and Southwest Africa on his plate, Zimbabwe was probably no more than a blip on his horizon. One would have thought, however, that his advisors would constantly warn him of the communist plan to gain control of southern Africa, the Persian Gulf of strategic minerals of the world. South Africa, the industrial giant of Africa, in control of the vital strategic sea route to the east, the only first world country on the continent, was the ultimate objective. I could understand the disenchantment of the United States and Western Europe with Africa and its incompetence, corruption, and chaos. But of course, this was fertile ground for communism. Moreover, they must never forget that Africa was part of their world, and the greater the deterioration, the greater would be the ultimate rescue operation in which, because of their wealth and power, they would not be able to escape their responsibility as major participants. Lord Carrington visited the country early in 1982, and after contacting the British High Commission on Thursday, 25 February, our party chairman received a phone call to say that Carrington would be prepared to meet him at 8:30 a.m. on the Friday. Who would be accompanying him? A delegation of 5, he replied, including the party president. He was taken aback to be asked who was the president. Ian Smith, he replied. That changes the picture. I will have to come back to you, he was informed. Mid-morning there was a second call to say that regrettably Carrington's schedule was so tight they were unable to fit us in. So much for the accepted tradition in Britain, where the leader of the opposition is permitted access to the Prime Minister or the appropriate representative. Carrington was emulating Mugabe. If you do not agree with me and my plans, then I refuse to talk to you. On 15 March, I flew back from Durban after a happy 10-day break with friends. I saw some great cricket on TV, with the Springboks playing the English Rebels, Graham Gooch and company. When we arrived at the airport in Durban for our return flight, one of our local friends was there with a message he had just received from Salisbury, saying that it would be advisable for me to extend my stay for a few days until the air had cleared. But I had no hesitation in making up my mind to carry on. Once you start running away, it never stops. Our return was normal and uneventful. In fact, we received a warm welcome from the immigration officer who attended to us. We had dinner with friends of ours visiting from England on 19 March, and they showed us an article in an American magazine quoting Alexander Haig, the U.S. Secretary of State, referring to Carrington as that duplicitous bastard. Then on 18 April, I wrote in my diary, Argentina was in the wrong when they invaded the Falkland Islands, no different from the Russians in Afghanistan, and it can in no way be condoned. However, there was great jubilation here over Carrington's resignation. That night, we drank a toast to Argentina. It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. It was obvious that Carrington was not up to the job, but sad that his deputy Luce also resigned, as he was far more competent. Carrington should have been man enough to have accepted full responsibility and insisted that Luce remain in office. By 30 May 1982, I had noticed that the cry from the Third World was that they had to break away from the shackles of capitalism. Otherwise, they would have no true freedom. Previously, it had been the shackles of colonialism holding them back. But this was simply another smokescreen to cover up the failure of communism, with its associated corruption and incompetence. It was necessary to make it absolutely clear to these people that what was required was economic freedom associated with the free enterprise system that has proved itself to be the most efficient one in the world. So-called independence, which brought with it corruption and chaos, necessitating the use of the begging bowl, was a false independence. There could be no true independence for a country unable to stand on its own feet. He who pays the piper calls the tune. We Rhodesians speak from our own experience, because we fought against British colonialism, and finally had to resort to UDI in order to break the shackles, a replica of what had happened a few centuries previously in the USA. The communists had successfully misrepresented the situation by depicting white Rhodesians as colonial oppressors and our black Rhodesians as the oppressed. But the truth was that our black people were better off than the blacks anywhere else in Africa, with more freedom, better justice, and a higher standard of living. On 13 June, I went down to Bulawayo for a Matabeleland division meeting. There was deep concern about Wally Studiford, still in prison in violation of our Declaration of Rights. Our lawyers were doing what they could, but this government was immune to the normal process of law. I told them that on Friday, 11 June, I had a winding on you. Interviewed. The Yuan 1G. British High Commissioner in Salisbury. and IL made a strong representation forward icy message to BL sent direct to Margaret Thatcher concerning our government's abuse of power and violation of our Declaration of Rights. I was assured that the message would be dispatched immediately. The other major problem was the continuing dissident Zipra activity directed against white Matabele's. Some of Zipra were by now in open rebellion against Mugabe. Latest information was that this was not the work of locals, but of specialist members of the security forces who plied this trade by night, and then donned their uniforms to hunt dissidents by day. The plan was to divide Matabele's, white against black, diabolically evil. Mugabe made his speech in Parliament on the afternoon of 29 July, winding up the debate on the president's address. He produced a vitriolic diatribe against the Rhodesian front, hurling abuse and insults at our white community. Yet ZANU continued to proclaim their policy of reconciliation. Worse still, he spelt out in no uncertain terms that the government reserved the right to reject any decisions from the courts of law in conflict with their philosophy. Clearly, this was one more deliberate attempt to destabilize our whites. On 3 September 1982, I met Henry Kissinger, who was on a one-day flying visit. He said that once again he wished to pay tribute to me for the integrity and honor I had displayed during the negotiations in which he had participated, and for the great dignity with which I had accepted the intrigue and deviousness loaded against me, with its resultant failures and disappointments. I told him of my concern over the deteriorating scene, with our government well advanced in its plan for creating a one-party communist dictatorship. Already the communications media had been taken over and subverted, and government did not hesitate to override the Constitution and Declaration of Rights. They had already rejected certain high court decisions. All of this had promoted high emigration of our skilled, experienced professionals. The most recent development was the rift between Mugabe and Como, with a resultant deep suspicion and resentment among Matabele's. The government was bragging about pouring more troops into Matabeleland, but this was only aggravating the situation. The answer lay in communication and giving consideration to the Matabele complaints. But then, dictators do not accept any questions over their philosophy. I asked Kissinger why the free world continued to support the establishment of a communist dictatorship in our country. Apart from the violation of basic freedom and justice, our economy was also degenerating at an alarming rate because socialism and nepotism were supplanting the efficiency of free enterprise. Into the bargain, our government had adopted a provocative stance against the free world, in particular the USA and the UK, and had consistently sided with the communist dictatorships whenever there were differences of opinion. Kissinger believed it would be possible to arouse world interest on the Matabele scene, but he was not sanguine about the overall situation in our country. This kind of issue came under the purview of the UAO, and the rest of the world was not prepared to court a confrontation with them. But, I pointed out, they were all communist dictators. He replied, "The politics of convenience has little to do with truth and logic." He conceded the justice of my case and assured me of his continuing wish to help. On parting, he once again paid tribute to the manner in which I had conducted myself, and said this would be recorded in his memoirs. On 19 November 1982, I noted that, no matter how much we tried to overlook and combat the campaign of intimidation against us, there was a telling example during the previous month's by-election of its effectiveness. We had an excellent young candidate who believed that he could now take time from his business commitments to stand for the party. He would discuss it with his wife and let me know in the morning. Regrettably, however, he had to decline. His wife had broken down and pleaded, "What happens to me and the children when they lock you up like Wally Studiford?" In spite of that setback, we still beat the government candidate, who had the total support of the mass communications, media, and large financial backing. I suppose it was not surprising that the following day the editorial in the Herald, the country's leading paper, recommended that Ian Smith be imprisoned. This went a bit further than their normal campaign against Smith and the Rhodesian front. Not surprising, though, as we were the only impediment to their plan for a one-party state, and must therefore be eliminated. Then in late November, Janet and I went to the opening of an art exhibition by an up-and-coming artist whom we had never previously met. We arrived at 5:30 p.m. We were introduced and were looking around at about 5:45 p.m. when we were informed that the place was surrounded by police and that nobody was to leave. The invitation stated that I was to be the guest of honor, so clearly this was just another chapter in the campaign of intimidation. I went to the main entrance and questioned the police. "We know nothing. We are acting on orders from above," was the courteous reply. We decided simply to get on and view the paintings. However, by 7 p.m., there were a few people who wished to leave, so I went to the door and called for the policeman in charge. I told him that I had an appointment. Was he telling me that I could not depart? "No, Mr. Smith, you may leave if you wish." "Oh, what about the others?" I asked. "They may not leave." "Oh." I made it clear that I would be the last to depart. After a long discussion with those in charge of the operation, some in uniform, some in plain clothes, it was openly conceded that they were taking their instructions direct from the minister. Soon afterwards, we were told we were to be taken to police headquarters for sworn statements. We were taken underground where all the drunks and prostitutes congregated. I was the first one in for interview and asked the man behind the desk what he wanted. He replied that while we were supposed to be attending an exhibition of art, the police had received information that we were actually talking politics. I told him the time scale proved his story was impossible. Our function started at 5:30 p.m. So if someone had started talking politics, by the time the message had got out, reached the police, had been referred to higher authority for a decision, and the operation planned, even with an efficient organization, it would have taken a couple of hours. Did he seriously expect me to believe that they could have done all this in 15 minutes? He did not know where to look or what to say, and after a long pause gave me the truth. We were acting on instruction from above. I thanked him for giving me the facts, of which I had already been well aware, and then gave him the true story. My presence at the function was well known because of the invitation, and this was the sole cause of their action. Moreover, everyone knew I was a politician. I spoke politics every day. Could he give me chapter and verse of the law which made it a crime in our country for a politician to talk politics? It would have been unfair of me to continue rubbing it in. He quietly said, "I do not think it is necessary for me to detain you anymore." I asked if that implied that the rest of our party could also go. "No," he replied. "Our instructions are to take statements from everyone." It was 2 a.m. before the operation was completed. It was on the farm just before 6 a.m. on Saturday 4 December 1982, and I was outside talking to the manager about the day's work, when 3 cars pulled in and a bunch of people got out, 1 man and 2 women in police uniform, and the rest in plain clothes, 12 in all. The policeman said they had come to search my premises. I told him to get on with it. He said the 2 women would deal with my wife. I handed them over to Janet. They went through everything with a fine-tooth comb, through drawers and wardrobes, under mattresses, under the floor, under pots and pans, through outside storerooms and barns. They even asked our old vegetable gardener if I had ever dug a hole and buried something, and then asked him to plant vegetables on top. Anything more childishly vindictive it would be difficult to imagine. After about 5 hours, they departed, and no matter how careful and considerate they had been, they left a disorganized mess behind. It was an unpleasant feeling, watching them fingering through our personal possessions and correspondence. As they left, I asked if they were happy with what they had done. Once again, the reply was simple and honest. We just carry out instructions. Mid-morning on Monday, 6 December, 2 police cars arrived, and the senior plainclothesman, who was here for the previous event on the Saturday, said they had come to take us to Salisbury for a search of our house there. I indicated that this was inconvenient, as I had my annual stud bull sale in Gwillow the next day, and therefore requested a delay until the following day. He went to his vehicle and radioed Salisbury. The answer was negative, as they wanted me there today. He gave an undertaking to have me back in good time for the next morning. We made our plans, had a snack lunch, and briefed a few of our friends on what was taking place. The trip to Salisbury was uneventful until we drove into the center of the city, when a car with TV camera drew up alongside us. This caused great consternation. They tried to wave the driver away, shielded us with a newspaper, reported the car number over the radio. Instead of going straight to our house, they made a beeline to the main police camp. After a few minutes, the driver returned with instructions to go to the house. Because of their panic action, the press had time to get there first, and when we arrived, there were about a dozen cars and 40 pressmen waiting. Our driver did an immediate U-turn and roared back to the police station, where we remained until a detachment was sent to clear the Nobi away from our house. When we eventually returned, there were still a few pressmen there arguing with the police. I went out and talked to them, and one commented that, if they had simply driven into our house the first time, the story would have been 1 inch on an inside page. But, because of their circus, it would now become front page with yards of TV coverage. The search was much the same as at the farm, and took about 4 hours. In addition, they took away all my diaries and private writing. But knowing where I lived these days, it was better not to get worked up over these things. After the police left, the media people were on the spot, and about a dozen of them came in for a chat and a few photographs. It was after midnight by the time they left, and we were due to rise at 5 a.m. The next day, 7 December, we arrived back in Gwillow in good time, and the press and TV were at the sale yards. We spent a happy morning among friends and had a successful bull sale. We went back to the farm for a late lunch, and we were looking forward to some peace and rest after a few hectic days. But the O.C. Selukwe police arrived with one of his men to collect my guns. They took the 2 shotguns we use for crop protection and snakes, a .303 rifle used occasionally to frighten leopards which killed our calves, and my old Air Force revolver, a Smith & Wesson, which was easy to carry when I was riding or walking through the bush. Having explained to the policeman that they were necessary for my farming operations, I asked whether they were trying to drive me off the land. He replied, "These are my instructions direct from Salisbury. Do they think I am planning a coup?" He just looked the other way. I felt sorry for him. They were now under the control of a Minister of Home Affairs by the name of Ashiwa Kunzi. His first portfolio had been health, and he had succeeded in destroying that by driving out doctors and nursing sisters through his arrogant and insulting behavior. In this new position, he found himself restrained by a well-trained, disciplined police force which acted within the law. To overcome this problem, he had assumed the duties of Commissioner of Police, with the main objective of eliminating opposition to the government. As a result, many members of the police force were resigning. This, however, played into his hands as their positions were filled by loyal comrades. At a party executive meeting on 6 February 1983 in Bulawayo, I found growing concern over the government's increasingly ruthless methods of intimidation. Because there were clear indications that they were losing their support from the people, they were blatantly embarking on a campaign to subjugate all opposition. A number of white men, and sometimes their wives as well, had been arrested and thrown into prison for a night and day, and sometimes a weekend, before being interrogated on totally fictitious grounds, having been seen, for instance, in conversation with Matabele politicians who were not government supporters. I continued to be one of their main targets. And one morning, the head of the division dealing with passports, one of our old civil servants, arrived at the front door and, obviously embarrassed, said he had the unpleasant task of asking me to surrender my passport. I smiled and asked him to wait for a minute while I collected it. They were acting in conflict with our Declaration of Rights and Constitution and against internationally accepted convention. But they knew they could get away with these things. A year previously, in August 1982, there had been an attack on our Air Force base at Gwelo, in the Midlands province, and a number of aircraft damaged. It was a tragic and senseless action, not in the interests of our country or its people, especially the white community and the Air Force in particular. The officer commanding, his deputy, and 4 senior officers were immediately arrested, tortured, and incarcerated in our high-security prison. Eventually, they were brought to trial, and when the High Court acquitted all 6, they were immediately rearrested and imprisoned. The judgment was a dreadful indictment on the police and lower courts. Their barbaric torture, deceit, falsification, incompetence, and general inhuman behavior were all spelt out and underlined. These poor officers were clearly and obviously innocent. Not only were they 300 kilometers distant from the scene of the crime, but no pilot will deliberately destroy the aircraft he loves and lives with. They had been in prison for a year and subjected to the most savage cruelty, and then this, the hopes and joys and then anguish of their wives and families. But not one of our free world friends raised a finger in protest. It would involve tedious repetition if I were to continue quoting cases of the government's ongoing campaign of intimidation against their political opponents. The economy continued to run down, with the sad result that unemployment was mounting, for the obvious reason that no one was going to invest in a country where the government was openly committed to communism. The next item on the top of the government's agenda was to tighten up the Electoral Act. It remained to be seen how far they would go with legislation which would allow them to rig the election. There seemed little doubt that if the election were free and fair, ZANU, Mugabe would be out. But I remember, going back a few years now, speaking to one of the government ministers who had a university degree and clearly was no fool. "You are an intelligent person," I said. "How can you support a failed policy like communism?" After thinking for a few moments, he replied, "It has nothing to do with the philosophy of communism, which is foreign to us black people. Look, what appealed to us most over our induction into communism was the firm instruction that once you become the government, you remain the government forever." I had often been surprised at his forthcoming frankness, but he was at his best with this admission. The position was made absolutely clear in the final sitting of Parliament before the general election, which it had been proclaimed would take place on 27 June 1985. The legislation passed was a complete travesty of justice, fair play, and the concept of democracy. Finally, in order to ensure absolute power to manipulate anything and everything, the president was given the right to declare anything done illegally to be legal, and anything done legally to be illegal. And if he thinks any election result to be wrong, he may declare it null and void. Unfortunately, we had 2 withdrawals from our candidates panel, both for the same reason. They were involved in trade and industry, and had received a positive message that if they continued their support for our party, they would suffer adverse economic consequences. As the government was nationalizing more and more industry and commerce and assuming greater control of the economy, this facilitated its ability to pressurize people. Increasingly, we were being confronted by the fact that, in addition to physical intimidation, there was a new force available to totalitarian governments: economic intimidation. I had recently heard Bishop Muzorewa in a BBC broadcast complaining that his party was being denied permission to hold meetings, and that ZANU thugs were beating up his supporters. He said Zimbabwe in 1985 was like Uganda under Idi Amin. I started campaign meetings on 13 June, and there was no respite until after Election Day on the 27th. The final results were out by the afternoon of the 28th, and we won 15 of the 20 white reserve seats. It was a great victory, and even attracted coverage in the overseas media because the local press had predicted that we would be totally eliminated. Not only were they vicious in their criticism against us, both press and broadcasting, but they refused to accept any advertisement from us. If the election had been truly free and fair, I believe we would have won all 20 seats. Mugabe's rage was violent and unconcealed. His appearance on TV was predictable. He rebuked the white community for supporting our party and threatened them with dire consequences. This, in spite of the fact that there were many government advertisements urging the electorate to vote and ensuring them that the vote was free. Now that they had done precisely what was requested, they were faced with a barrage of insults and condemnation. He referred to the Lancaster House Constitution as a dirty little piece of paper, which he had no intention of observing. This was a different story from 5 years previously. In 1980, when he had supported it as the vehicle which was to bring him into power. The election of black members took place a week later, and as the results came in, ZANU were not doing as well as expected. On the morning of 6 July, PK Vanderbilt arrived with a message from the governing party. They were concerned that they might not win as many seats as anticipated, and that this would reduce the number of their appointees to the Senate. Would we cooperate, they asked, by appointing 3 of their candidates, Dennis Norman and 2 others. Because of our majority of the white seats in the lower house, we controlled the appointment of a certain number of senators. I agreed to Norman, but said we should be given details of the other 2, and PKO concurred. Norman had served as an able Minister of Agriculture in the previous government. By the following day, with all the results declared, however, they obtained the necessary number of seats, and the request for our assistance was withdrawn. PK's contact commented that they were relieved to be spared the embarrassment of putting themselves in a position where they would be seen to be talking to us. Politically, this would be worse than death. They were soon back to their tactics of hurling abuse at our white community because they had the temerity to do what they had been urged to do, use their free vote. Clearly, their intention was to eliminate our party, and they resorted to the most unscrupulous means to achieve their objective. In order to avoid provocation, and this was always our policy, some time ago we decided to abandon our party name, the Rhodesian Front, and contested the recent election as Conservative Alliance Zimbabwe, CAZ. However, this in no way altered the government's attitude. All opposition had to be eliminated. Moreover, this applied to blacks as well as whites. Nkomo and the Matabele's were Mugabe's main target for obvious reasons. The political influence of our white community could be eliminated constitutionally in 1990, in keeping with the Lancaster House Agreement, but the Matabele's, approximately 20% of the population, would remain forever. The problem erupted in the latter half of 1982, when the Matabele's started complaining that their part of the country was being infiltrated by, and their top jobs given to, Mashona's, Mugabe's people. In certain areas there was open unrest, resulting in the ejection of Nkomo from the cabinet, and the arrest of about 60 of his supporters, including his 2 top military leaders, Dumiso Debengwa and Lookout Masu. This was followed by the invasion of Matabeleland by Mugabe's notorious North Korean trained soldiers, who ran amok and killed an estimated 30,000 Matabele. Vast areas of the country were placed under curfew, with no admittance to visitors or the press. Because of world interest and reaction, which continued only for a brief period, the campaign became more insidious, with transport and food being denied to selected rural areas. There were numerous reports of children and pregnant women suffering from malnutrition and, in some cases, starving to death. Those Matabeles who continued their open support for ZAPU and Como were picked up after dark and never seen again. As one report stated, the political slogan in Zimbabwe these days is "Dead men tell no tales." In the run-up to the 1985 election, there were many attacks on ZAPU pockets of support in Harare, formerly Salisbury, and Gweru, formerly Gwelo. It was not surprising that some of the constituencies around Gweru, an area dividing Matabeland and Mashonaland, which were held by ZAPU in the last parliament, had been won over to ZANU. The campaign of intimidation to eliminate all opposition, however, continued, and a report published 9 July 1985 stated, "Spurred on by last week's election victory, thousands of Mugabe supporters yesterday continued a rampage against opposition party supporters. In Mufakos Township, more than 500 ZANU PF Women's League members attacked the homes of opposition supporters, throwing their furniture and belongings into the street. Many homes had their doors and windows smashed, and many families were forced to spend the night in the street because their attackers had locked the doors and taken the key. It was reported that 3 people had died in the violence. The police appeared powerless to intervene. One policeman admitted that he had no powers to act against the demonstrators. Joshua Nkomo, the main opposition leader, condemned the violence, saying he believed it was the start of a campaign for a one-party state. It was quite clear that there was to be no let-up until they had achieved their objective. In a report dated 15 July 1985, Mugabe warned of a clean-up operation so that we only remain with those whites who want to work with the government. White opponents will have to leave the country. Reconciliation meant accepting the government and their philosophy, i.e., a Marxist-Leninist dictatorship. To those who objected, if they were whites, they had to leave the country. If they were black Matabeles, there were many ways of subjugating them, as we have witnessed over the past few years. In the latter half of the 1970s, Mugabe claimed that his followers were not prepared to negotiate with the Rhodesian government, and that it was their intention to take the country through the barrel of the gun. They failed. In fact, the war was going so strongly against them in 1979 that they were forced to seek the assistance of John Vorster, their dreaded apartheid enemy, and then Lord Carrington of toothless British Bulldog fame to promote the platform for negotiation, which culminated in the Lancaster House Conference, resulting in the constitution which brought Mugabe and his ZANU into power. But although they failed in their threat to come into power through the barrel of the gun, ever since the first election in 1980, they have kept themselves in power by that lethal means. There were 2 main problems standing in the way of Mugabe's dream of general consensus for his one-party state: the Matabele and the white man. Masuku, the general of the ZAPU army, had died while in prison, so that was obviously a plus factor. Striking a bargain with Nkomo and ZAPU also turned out to be comparatively simple. The position of a second deputy president was created for Nkomo. Half a dozen government ministers, no problem for a government which operated between 50 and 60 ministers, and the ZAPU members in prison released. As they say, every man has his price. I would like to think that there are a few to whom this does not apply. As for the white man, even if the government had to ride the problem out until 1990, they would have to grin and bear it. But anything which would help to relieve the aggravating thorn in their flesh would be most welcome. Clearly, as the last election had demonstrated, there was no hope that the white community would abjectly surrender to the malignant growth attempting to spread its tentacles throughout the body politic. The Herald of 12 September 1986 had a headline, "Smith ordered our of assembly." A bill was introduced for its first reading, and the responsible minister asked if he could proceed immediately with the second reading. This was contrary to the rules of procedure, and in view of the fact that we had not even seen the bill, the introduction was out of order. I followed the normal practice of objecting to the attempt to rush legislation and thus bring the House into disrepute. The Speaker, Didymus Mutasa, took strong exception to my intervention and ordered me to leave the chamber. However, A number of other members subsequently objected, and accordingly the House resolved that the bill should be printed before proceeding with the second reading. It had become obvious that there was a renewed attempt at character assassination against me personally, presumably in the belief that if you manage to decapitate the monster, the rest of the body will wither away. However, their plan backfired. If the public believe that a person is being treated unjustly, there's a natural inclination to sympathize with him, and I received a groundswell of support. A cutting of a letter in the Johannesburg Sunday Times illustrates the point. Thank you for at least part of your leader on Mr. Ian Smith. Patronizing though it was in general tone, to your credit you did pay tribute to his courage and humility. These are rare qualities indeed in the political sphere, especially in Africa. You might also have mentioned his honesty, his probity, blameless private life, and high moral standards, his iron self-discipline and humanity. All these traits in a politician are rare as rubies and stamp the possessor as one of the great of our time, not as you say, merely as an unsophisticated man from an unsophisticated country. Rhodesia is rather more than this. It is a land of courage in the face of overwhelming odds, of enterprise that has built a civilization second to none in this harsh continent, and of standards of behavior that should be the envy of the world. These virtues are epitomized in the person of Ian Douglas Smith, a man whom I opposed politically, but grew to admire and respect as I have no other. What was particularly disturbing was that the continuing sniping at the white community did have a destabilizing effect, which promoted the exodus of those with expertise, professionalism, experience, and capital. At the same time, it prejudiced external confidence and investment. There was, in the next few years, no let-up in the campaign to establish a one-party state. As it was already in existence de facto, I thought it would be madness to attempt to resort to legislation. This would invite the wrath of the free world, and there could be serious adverse repercussions on the country. However, Mugabe had suddenly been challenged by Edgar Takera, one of his oldest and loyalist supporters in the formation of ZANU, who was quoted in a magazine in September 1988 saying, "A one-party state was never one of the founding principles of ZANU, corruption and inefficiency." Needless to say, there was no word of this in the government-controlled national press. As far back as July 1985, Mr. Willie Muzarurwa, the editor of the Sunday Mail, the most widely read paper in the country, was fired because he was not prepared to withhold information on government corruption that had been exposed. This was followed by the removal of Mr. Murazikwa for an editorial which was critical of certain government action, and then the editor of the Bulawayo Chronicle was removed for disclosing the corruption associated with the Willowvale scandal in 1988. The pressure was broad-based and continuous. On 24 June 1988, the ZANU People Commissar, Nelson Mwema, stated, "All appointments to senior posts in the civil service will in future be based on a candidate's political background. This is part of the new era of creating a unified party." It was simply an open acknowledgement of a system already in operation. It was open talk among members of the civil service that unless you were a card-carrying member of the party, there was no hope of promotion. As can only be expected, the value of our dollar took a pounding, in keeping with all the talk about a one-party state and implementation of their communist philosophy. A Merchant Bank quarterly review in April 1989 said, "The Zimbabwe dollar has shrunk in value by 65% since 1980. A person earning 4 times the amount earned in 1980 would not be as well off." And on 27 October 1989, a financial report stated, "During the 9 months up to September 30th this year, the Zimbabwe dollar has devalued 12%. Almost daily, there were reports of a crippling shortage of spare parts sales, plant and equipment, threatening industry. There is insufficient foreign exchange to satisfy replacement programs. In the gold mining industry alone, lack of foreign exchange for spares will deprive the country of $12.50 million this year. Perhaps even more important, around the middle of 1988, there was a critical shortage of essential drugs for our health services caused by shortage of foreign exchange, with one report stating that most outlying clinics and hospitals have bare shelves. To be truthful, the cause was the inability of government to get their priorities right. We have more government ministers than any other government in the world, traveling to the four corners of the earth, attending more conferences than any other government in the world, taking larger delegations than any other government in the world. A local medical practitioner estimated that the expenses involved in attending one conference would cover our immediate medical needs. On 5 July 1989, the Minister of Finance, Dr. Chizuru, speaking at the Institute of Bankers' annual dinner, warned that if the nation's bankers did not find a means of providing credit to new businesses unable to afford collateral, the government would force them to do so. Bearing in mind that banks have a legal obligation to hold deposits in trust for their customers, this was unbelievably irresponsible. In some communist countries, this kind of service was provided by governments for their comrades. Unfortunately, our Zimbabwe government was bankrupt and unable to provide the service. So we were confronted with this blatant attempt to force our reputable banking system to join our government in the gutter of bankruptcy. At the Masvingo, formerly Fort Victoria, agricultural show, Joshua Nkomo, Vice President, threatened commercial farmers that if more land were not made available to the government for its resettlement schemes, compulsory acquisitions would be effected. This was absolutely evil. It was well known that the government had more land on its hands than it was able to handle, and large additional areas were also available from willing sellers. But that was the last thing that would be told to the people, the povo, not when one is thinking of winning votes at an impending election, provoking racial friction, damaging the morale of commercial farmers who produced the food to feed the nation, and grew cash crops, which made the greatest contribution to our foreign exchange earnings, were of little consequence when measured alongside the government's determination to retain power whatever the cost. For some time past, there had been an investigation into a racket involving senior ZANU comrades, including cabinet ministers, acquiring automobiles from the factory and selling them to the public at a profit of around $100,000. Because vehicles were in short supply, due to lack of foreign exchange, this was easy money, but illegal. A number of culprits were brought to book and paid heavy fines. One cabinet minister, however, Frederick Shava, was caught twisting the truth while under oath. Perjury, because of its effect in undermining the whole system of justice, has always been regarded with the utmost gravity. Accordingly, he was sentenced by the High Court to imprisonment in July 1989, but Mugabe immediately intervened and granted Shava a presidential pardon, stating clearly that as a comrade and a friend, he would not go to prison. Obviously, there were serious consequences. The High Court, and indeed the whole system of justice in our country, had received a devastating blow. From then on, there were going to be two sets of laws, one for the ZANU government and their comrades, and one for the rest of us. Moreover, the Attorney General was in a dreadful predicament. There were a number of other comrades in line to come before the High Court because they too had failed to tell the truth under oath. In the end, the Attorney General solved the problem by taking unto himself the presidential power of pardon, and he canceled the prosecution of the guilty parties. By this prompt action, he obviously earned for himself the eternal gratitude of Mugabe and ZANU, and also assured for himself not only the security of his position, but continuous and rapid promotion. So Shava was a free man, faced with a fine of $150,000. Obviously no problem. But that was not the end of the sad affair. Maurice Nyagumbo, number 3 in the ZANU Politburo and a government minister, was also implicated. He apparently committed suicide, and amid great ceremony and shedding of tears was buried at Heroes Acre, west of Harare. There was clear evidence, however, which pointed in a different direction. It was well known that others were involved, and Nyagumbo had made it clear that they too should be exposed, as he had been. The problem was that they were the comrades at the very top. This was obviously an emergency that had to be dealt with rapidly and mercilessly. Who were above him in the party? The two vice presidents, Nkomo and Muzenda, President Mugabe and his wife Sally, who always worked very closely with him. The idea that Nyagumbo had committed suicide was laughed out of court by all those in the picture. Nyagumbo was a reserved elderly man, noted for his strength of conviction and his dedication to the party he served. He had openly stated to his friends, "Let there be justice for everyone. The truth must be exposed." Moreover, we had been presented with the first report of the Commission of Inquiry, and the chairman had stated that there was to be a follow-up investigation and a second report. This never eventuated, however, and no explanation was ever produced. In a one-party state, most people avoid asking provocative questions. There is a clear lesson to be learned by all Zimbabweans. If you want to live comfortably and, if need be, receive the presidential pardon, simply become a strong, loyal supporter of ZANU. Friction had been mounting between the government and the university, brought about by ZANU, overreacting to views which did not coincide with their own. Towards the end of June 1989, the Association of University Teachers of Zimbabwe came out in strong criticism of government's continuing intimidation of both staff and students in an attempt to suppress freedom of thought and speech. In order to substantiate their case, they pointed to the deportation of a lecturer who was denied the opportunity to hear the case against him in October 1988. 4 other lecturers were also detained and interrogated without any charge being made against them. In January 1989, grants and loans to members of the Students' Representative Council were withdrawn. In March, the university's application for renewal of a lecturer's employment permit was refused, and in June, a lecturer was arrested and held for 7 days before release. The association, therefore, stated that it was deeply concerned about this abuse of power by government. These cases constitute an attack on academic freedom. The confrontation continued, and there were protests on the university campus against the government's dictatorial policies. Opposition views were appearing more frequently in a number of sectors, and accordingly government, in keeping with their one-party state philosophy, decided to nip this in the bud. At the beginning of the month of October, they summarily closed the university and arrested all members of the Students' Representative Council. The Zimbabwe Congress of Trade Unions criticized the action, and their Secretary General, Morgan Swengivi, was immediately arrested. At the same time, 11 members of Edgar Taker's Zim party, campaigning in a by-election in the north of the country, were also arrested and detained. Clearly, an air of panic reigned in upper echelons of government. Criticism of and opposition to a government are things unheard of in the corridors of communist dictatorship. Accordingly, they were going to deal with them, suppress them. After all, the Politburo existed to tackle all these problems. The official marriage of ZANU, Mugabe, and Sapu, Como, was consummated under the name ZANU. At a joint congress of the two parties on 22 December 1989. There seemed to be only one contentious matter in the pre-conference discussions, and Dumiso de Bangwa, who many think will succeed Nkomo as the Matabele leader, took the initiative by informing the Congress that the delegates from Matabeleland were opposed to the inclusion in the new constitution of belief in a Marxist-Leninist one-party state. According to media reports, there was obvious concern at the top table, and Mugabe in his contribution stated that the rejection of Marxism-Leninism by certain delegates shows that there is an obvious need for ideological training. He went on to argue that he found it ironic that the same people who rejected Marx and Lenin were prepared to embrace another foreigner, Jesus Christ. By the end of the Congress, there was no change to the party's pledge to establish a Marxist-Leninist, one-party state in Zimbabwe. I commented in my diary. The thought is, of course, abhorrent to anyone who believes in democracy with its inherent freedom. Let us hope that the majority of our people will stand firm in their determination to preserve our freedom. This is all the more vital, knowing where we live. Every country in Africa to our north is a military, or one-party, dictatorship. Because of criticism of the government's control of the mass communications media, the Zimbabwe Mass Media Trust, ZMT, had been established. In terms of the deed of trust, MPs, the civil service, the security forces, and those with active party affiliations were disqualified from its membership. It was obvious from its inception, however, that it was a typical hoax to deceive the public, with the appointees being friends of ZANU. A number of recent appointments had caused queries. Mrs. Kachingwe, Secretary for Information, Mr. Zamuchia, Government-appointed Senator, Mr. Mutambirwia, Postmaster General, Mr. Muvuti, ZANU-PFRO. However, the chairman of ZMT, Dr. Satsa, angrily refused to discuss the matter. As expected, ZANU won a convincing victory in the general election in early April 1990. The main opposition in the previous parliament, ZAPU from Matabeleland, had merged with the government, so Edgar Teeker's Zimbabwe Unity Movement, ZUM, was the only opposition. They did surprisingly well to obtain approximately 20% of the votes. But because of government gerrymandering, they ended up with only 2 of the 120 elected seats in Parliament. Moreover, the whole system had been so effectively rigged in favor of ZANU that it was amazing that there was any opposition support at all. There was in existence a Ministry of Political Affairs, created specifically to support the party of the government in power. At provincial and district level, the ministry occupied government offices, was staffed by civil servants, and was provided with government transport. This was a blatant violation of the country's constitution, and as has been pointed out on a number of occasions, there is no act of parliament which permits taxpayers' money to be so used. Under a one-party dictatorship, however, such trivialities are simply pushed aside, and there were many such cases during the run-up to the election. At the nomination court, for example, it was pointed out by ZUM officials that Mugabe's nomination form was out of order as a number of his nominators were not on the voters' roll. The court was instructed by the government to accept the nomination and was informed that the discrepancies would be rectified later. The chairman of the Election Supervisory Commission, a lawyer, Mr. Anthony Eastwood, conceded that the commission had no powers to reverse the decisions of any administrative officer. By contrast, 5 ZUM nomination papers were rejected because the numbers did not correspond with those on the voters' roll. 24 nominations from Matabeleland were rejected because their $500 deposits were inadequate. $600 was required. Had they been notified, they would have produced the extra amount. The same applied to 4 ZUM candidates in Masvingo who had been informed that $500 was the necessary deposit. Even more serious was the physical intimidation of ZUM candidates. A number of their candidates were severely assaulted, and one report claimed that the mayor of Chinhoyi was inciting the ZANU youth to beat them up. One ZUM supporter was crippled for life and produced a medical report to that effect. 4 ZUM candidates simply disappeared into the background until after the election for fear of their lives. The Supervisory Commission expressed their concern over the many incidents brought to their attention, but regretted their inability to take any action. A few weeks prior to Election Day, the local national papers reported, 6 ZUM candidates stand down, claim they have seen the light. I subsequently met one and inquired about the light. He replied, "We were visited by the CIO and given the message that if we continued with our campaign against the government, our families, wives, and children would get the message." In Gweru, the capital of the Midlands province, Vice President Simon Muzinda was opposed by a strong rival, Patrick Kombai, a local businessman and one-time mayor of Gweru. Kombai showed commendable courage in challenging a top ZANU leader, and there was much evidence indicating that he could unseat Muzenda, a flagrant affront in the eyes of the communist system. Returning home one evening before the election, Kombai heard a car and then automatic weapons opening fire. Kombai was lucky to survive but was seriously wounded. 2 people were implicated and identified: a senior CIO officer and a ZANU youth leader. At the first trial, the magistrate found them guilty, and they were convicted. At the subsequent High Court appeal, the sentence was upheld, and finally the Supreme Court had no hesitation in confirming the 7-year jail term for attempted murder. Had they been more accurate marksmen, the case would have been for murder. Mugabe, however, immediately conferred his pardon on the 2 gangsters. Not for the first time, he had openly opted to condone thuggery, physical assault, and even murder against his political opponents. But what a desperately sorry situation it is for our judges and all the other arms of law and order in our country, when the president, with a snap of his finger, can make a mockery of all the painstaking work produced by these dedicated servants of the state. As 1990 progressed, in spite of ZANU's success in virtually eliminating the opposition in the recent election, there was no let-up in the campaign to consolidate their power base further. When there was a ministry specifically charged with promoting the interests of their political party, obviously they would be foolhardy not to ensure that they earned their keep. In June, Minister Mutasa made a public statement that civil servants who do not support the all-white principles of the ruling ZANU party should not continue to work for government. The following month, 5 ZANU youth members were charged and convicted for assaulting a member of the public. At a public meeting in the area, Foreign Minister Nathan Shamyarira denigrated the magistrate dealing with the case and stated that the party would pay the fines imposed. However, the problem was solved by Mugabe using his prerogative of mercy to pardon the youths. Another absolutely dreadful exhibition on the part of a political dictator, publicly ridiculing our judicial system, and then taking the law into his own hands to condone, indeed promote, ZANU pinksterism. It is a sad reflection on the government's claim that they enjoy the support of the people. By December 1990, ZANU PF had still not forgiven our university, both staff and students, for having the audacity to criticize certain actions of government. This came to a head in 1988, as I mentioned, with the arrest of members of the Students' Representative Council, the closure of the university, and the cancellation of end-of-year examination. The government now went even further. In the latter half of December, when the university was in recess and most people away on Christmas vacation, they produced a university amendment bill, recalled Parliament, and within 2 days passed the necessary legislation. The accepted procedure of allowing time for consideration and receiving representation from interested parties was, for obvious reasons, sidestepped. The whole affair was a covert, sinister operation to deceive the public and timed to coincide with the festive season in order to minimize public reaction. The effect of the amendment was to abrogate the university's academic freedom. The appointment of the vice chancellor and other key officials now became the prerogative of government, and a vice chancellor, clearly under the control of the Minister of Education. was given power to remove any lecturer or student without providing justification. Moreover, the University Council, the policy-making body, was now loaded with government appointees at the expense of appointees from national bodies. Over the decades, our university had built up a reputation for high academic standards and enjoyed international respect because of the freedom associated with its charter. This had attracted highly respected educationalists from many parts of the world, willing to contribute the benefits of their professionalism and expertise, and at the same time, gain experience of Africa. Already there was evidence coming in that the respect which had been earned by our university through the efforts of dedicated educationalists over many years had been damaged by this retrogressive legislation. This was the price exacted from us by a government determined to remain in power no matter what the cost to the country. The year 1991 saw the government avoiding provocative action in view of the Commonwealth Heads of Government Conference, due to be held in Harare in the latter part of the year. They backtracked on the land acquisition bill, which would have allowed land and improvements to be expropriated at sub-economic prices for subsequent allocation to selected comrades. At the same time, however, they continued, as unobtrusively as possible, to entrench their establishment with consummate expertise. Meanwhile, the economy continued to grind down. But this, of course, was not a uniquely Zimbabwean problem. It applied to most of Africa, and had been the pattern for many decades, with the result that Africans generally are among the poorest people in the world, while their politicians are among the richest. They use the plight of the poor masses as a lever to pressurize the rest of the world to support their plea for cancellation of third world debt. The majority of humane people wish to assist, but how does one overcome the corruption of those in control, plundering their country's foreign exchange and lining their own pockets? And there is ample evidence to indicate that billions are involved. Would it not be fair and honest to insist, as a prelude to international financial agreements, that the politicians of the countries concerned and their close associates declare their bank accounts, both foreign and local? I believe the resultant revelations would be staggering. In some cases, they might even solve their country's financial problems. I was encouraged by a speech made in the first week of May 1991 by Mr. Barber Conable, World Bank president, who acknowledged the difficulties facing Africa, but stressed, with the right kinds of policies and the right kinds of leadership, these problems can be overcome. But all will be to no avail unless the quality of governance in Africa improves. I hope that the words would be backed up by action. This would indeed be a rare occasion in our world, riddled as it is by convenient diplomacy and appeasement. By September 1991, inflation continued to spiral out of control, and the latest estimate was that it had reached 35%. Financial and economic opinion laid the blame firmly on the government's excessive spending, claiming that this was the major contribution to fueling inflation. Zimbabwe had just been subjected to one of those agonizing orchestrated gatherings, which provided Mugabe with a platform to address the people. School teachers regularly complained of receiving instructions to load their pupils onto transport, which then conveyed them to the meeting. In addition, township residents who stayed at home were subjected to provocative taunts from youth wing gang. On this particular occasion, one of those attending, a black man, interrupted Mugabe's speech and shouted, "Ian Smith was better." The report indicated that there was strong applause from a large section in the vicinity. However, security personnel, ever present in force, immediately arrested the heckler, and he was unceremoniously removed. On 16 October 1991, the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting opened in Harare. From all accounts, it was well organized, with the usual pomp and ceremony and the high lifestyle associated with such occasions. The principle on which the organization was founded stated that the Commonwealth is, and I quote from the official journal of the Parliaments of the Commonwealth, united by community of interest. respect for the rule of law and human rights and freedoms, and pursuit of the positive ideals of parliamentary democracy. The majority of countries attending, however, were one-party dictatorships or military dictatorships. Did this not mean, in all honesty, that the whole thing was a gigantic fraud? These countries use their membership of this once venerable association to bluff the world that they believe in democracy. Moreover, they use it as the foundation for their appeals for assistance to enable them to continue serving the interests of their people. In fact, the Commonwealth effectively props up the dictatorship's corrupt regimes and assists them in their principal preoccupation of the preservation in power and wealth of themselves and their comrades. It is important to note that this is not a recent innovation. It started in the early 1960s, and ever since it has continued to expand. One never ceases to wonder how much longer the principled members of the Commonwealth will continue to turn a blind eye to such blatant dishonesty. However, as I commented over the 1991 speech by the World Bank president, maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel. The current Prime Ministers of Britain and Canada, John Major and Brian Mulroney, made it absolutely clear that henceforth it was their intention to link aid to the recipient country's records of human rights and democratic government. Perhaps this would materialize into more than vote-gaining diplomacy. Otherwise, the public would once again rightly come to the conclusion that the Commonwealth is no more than a talking shop, used by its many less scrupulous members as a cover-up for an exclusive retreat financed by the taxpayer. In February 1992, the land issue confronted us again. On a few occasions in 1991, there were rumblings about the aforementioned land acquisition bill, but it was kept on the back burner for certain reasons. Probably the most important of these was the need to get the Commonwealth Leaders' Conference over and out of the way. The bill was thus introduced to Parliament in the last week in February. There had been many meetings and much talking. The principle of obtaining land on which to settle peasant farmers was readily accepted. The controversy centered on the manner of expropriation and the subsequent compensation. Under the bill, the minister had power to designate land, not only agricultural, but also commercial and urban. The land could be taken over immediately, or the final decision delayed for up to 10 years. During this period, the owner could utilize the land but construct no more improvements. This meant he would no longer be able to use it as security in order to obtain credit facilities. If, after 10 years, the land was taken over and the owner was dissatisfied with the price offered, no longer would he have an appeal to our courts of law, as had been the procedure in the past and is accepted in all civilized countries. But arbitration would be handled by a government-appointed body. As we knew only too well from past experience, there would be collusion and corruption involved at this point. Once a decision on the compensation was given, and there was no knowing as to how long this would be delayed, the procedure for payments was vague and could be extended over a period of 5 years. I noted in my diary, in plain language, government takes unto itself the right to arbitrarily expropriate any land and property, and then set its own price and method of compensation. There is no appeal. The government appeared oblivious to the numerous warnings and appeals from investors, both external and internal, of the resultant devastating effect on the national economy. They were concerned only with the short term, the regaining of voter confidence. The long-term future of the country could take care of itself. By December 1992, I concluded that the year would be remembered by Zimbabweans, unhappily, for shortages of essential requirements and massive inflation. We had been through a drought with its associated problems. The drought, however, had in many ways assisted the government by enabling them to use it as an excuse for their own shortcomings. Over the last 5 to 6 years, government controlled prices for many commodities such as maize, the staple food of the bulk of our people, meats, wheat, groundnuts, and dairy products had been suppressed in order to ensure cheap food. Farmers had enough common sense to understand that growing crops that were sub-economic was a road to certain insolvency. In 1991, the acreage planted to maize was less than 50% of 1980's, and it was much the same with other crops. For this reason, not because of the drought, we were faced with a massive import of maize. In January 1992, the Commercial Farmers Union foresaw the problem and urged the government to import maize from South Africa, where stocks were available at reasonable prices. But those at the top knew better and boasted that there would be no shortage. We live with the perennial problem that ZANU always knows better than everyone else, including the professionals and those with many decades of experience. Suddenly, in April 1992, the government was confronted with the facts: a shortage of meal and long queues. But by then, external stocks had been depleted, and the price of imports had escalated. In the local townships, families were going to bed hungry, and on the black market the price of mealie meal had more than doubled. An aggravating factor was the continuing devaluation of the Zimbabwe dollar and the associated inflation. In fact, in 1992, the escalation in the cost of living had been alarming, and the resultant hardships on the lower income groups had been a source of great concern. Furthermore, as always happens in such circumstances, there had been an unwelcome increase in crime. I wrote in my diary, "A hungry man is a dangerous man." In 1990, inflation reached 16%. In 1991, it was 29%, and the prediction is that it will be around 40% for 1992. The interest rate on loan money exceeded 40% in the latter part of 1992. For a number of years now, the government had acknowledged the problems facing the country, and year after year they repeated, parrot fashion, their solutions. The massive national debt was to be reduced. Deficit financing would be curbed and kept at an acceptable level. The size of the civil service and number of ministries, proportional to population, the largest in the world, would be cut back. The rampant corruption endemic throughout the country would be dealt with. However, the Ministry of Defense vote in 1992's budget was increased by $115 to a total of $1.30 billion. For a country at peace with the world around it, with no internal security problems, Minister of Finance Dr. Bernard Chidzero stated in Parliament, "We have increased the Ministry of Defense's salary bill to keep the boys content, so that they do not turn against us." This came from the man who was supposed to be the main architect in formulating the future economic policy for our country, encouraging investment in order to create jobs for the millions of unemployed, and promoting exports which would earn the foreign exchange to reduce our national debt and finance our essential imports. The president of the Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries, in his end of year analysis, called for the abolition of provincial governors and resident ministers and a 50% reduction in cabinet ministers in order to check government's bloated recurrent expenditure. He added, "The government's fiscal policy for the year has been a total disaster, with taxes among the highest in the world, personal tax at 55% and corporate tax at 42.5%. What an asset it is when people continue to retain their sense of humor." A correspondent from Bulawayo commented, "It is rumored that Ian Smith has sent a telegram to Harold Wilson. Congratulations, sanctions imposed in 1965 are at last beginning to take effect." Throughout the whole of 1993, Mugabe was confronted with the problem of trying to reconcile two opposing forces. On the one hand, there was the need to placate voters disenchanted by constant shortages and the alarming increase in the costs of their basic requirements. The answer, in the eyes of ZANU, PREF, was to produce more land on which to settle comrades. On the other hand, there were convincing opinions, both internal and external, warning against using land, that precious and limited commodity, as a tool to gain short-term political support at the expense of the long-term future of the country. To date, The government's land settlement policy had been a total disaster. Even their own appointed agricultural extension officers held up their hands in horror and cried for a halt. People who wished to have the privilege of owning a piece of land, but had no farming experience or training, could within 1 year destroy natural resources which would take 100 years or more to replenish. Moreover, it was nonsensical to take land away from efficient and productive farmers who were not only providing food for the nation, but a surplus for export that earned much needed foreign currency, and to hand it over to those who were incapable of even supporting themselves. This was communism at its absolute worst, deliberately sabotaging the future of your country and your people in order to ensure your retention of power. Moreover, government had available in excess of 2 million acres of farmland, but, because of the above problem, they were in a quandary, not knowing what to do. They could obtain another 1 million acres tomorrow through willing seller, willing buyer deals, but this was the last thing to be drawn to the attention of the people. It would demolish their vote-winning strategy of portraying the white man as a colonial racist, obstinately clinging onto his land while ZANU threatened to expropriate it in order to distribute it to the poor deprived people. It is important to place on record that our commercial farming community is one of the success stories of Africa. They have consistently outproduced other farmers in this part of the world and succeeded in breaking the world record for corn or maize yield, the staple food of Africa. The average farmer is not concerned with politics or racism. He concentrates on maintaining viability in a part of the world notorious for the hazards of nature. Our farming industry not only produces the lion's share of our foreign exchange earnings, but is also the country's major employer of labor, the dynamo which motivates the national economy. Who in his right senses would be party to deliberately inflicting damage on this invaluable asset? In February 1993, the Minister of Agriculture gave an assurance to the Farmers' Union that government had no intention of interfering with productive farm. Only underutilized farms would be expropriated, and then only after consultation with the Farmers' Union. In May, however, several highly productive farms were summarily expropriated, no consultation having taken place. Obviously, there were complaints not only from the farming community, but generally from those concerned about the adverse effect on confidence and investment. This was too much for ZANU, who were outraged that people had the effrontery publicly to criticize their right to take over land as and when they wished, in order to satisfy the demands of their comrade. In order to create the right ground for their attack, there had been a series of accusations against farmers for their obstructionist attitude to the land acquisition question. This was a deliberate misrepresentation of the publicly stated position of the Commercial Farmers Union that they agreed with the need for land distribution and offered their cooperation. Let me reiterate that, to date, the government's exercise at land settlement has been a complete disaster, occasioned by their own gross ineptitude. However, the commercial farmers were being blamed for causing the predicament, and through their control of the mass communication media, the government would ensure that their version prevailed. Mugabe was given the necessary platform at a meeting of his party's Central Committee in September 1993. He used extravagantly provocative racial terminology, but let there be no doubt that the vote-winning objective was well executed. He referred to our commercial farmers as a greedy bunch of racist usurpers who are determined to challenge the popular will of the people. He ended his diatribe with the emphatic statement that he would brook no opposition from the courts on the issue of land expropriation and redistribution. In spite of all these accusations and threats, action has been limited. About half a dozen farms have been designated, and in response to the complaints, the minister emphasized that any owner who objected has the right of appeal to the minister, not to an impartial arbitrator. Mugabe was constantly trying to do a balancing act with one foot in both camps. First and most important was the need to keep his voters on side. Second, and absolutely vital, was the necessity to avoid provocation of those countries who were his major donors. There had already been a few shots across Mugabe's bow warning against violations of the Declaration of Rights and attempts to undermine the course of justice. With the economy virtually on the rocks, any action which would prejudice the availability of finance to the national exchequer would be insane. The principal economic problem resulted from the government's inability to curb its reckless spending spree. The civil service continued to expand, the security forces were thriving, and government ministers lived in opulence. They asked, "Why are people concerned? After all, the government provides the money." But at what price? The poor taxpayer received the message every day. Inflation had reached 50%, interest rates peaked at 55%, and unemployment continued to increase, as it had done for the past 12 years since the coming to power of ZANU. Headlines in March 1993 told us that the Minister of Defense was planning a 40% reduction in the size of the army, proportional to population, the largest in Africa. However, in the national budget produced in Parliament at the end of July, there was an increase of 14% in the defense vote. The largest increases went to those ministries which helped to prop up the government, such as information, which was a massive propaganda machine dedicated to brainwashing the public into accepting the miracles performed by ZANU. Headlines in May were that debt service ratio exceeds 70%. The development of primary and secondary industry was being stifled because the much-needed foreign exchange was directed to subsidize government's reckless extravagance in pursuit of their communist ideology. While government expenditure increased, revenue decreased in real terms, first because of massive inflation, and second because the depressed economy led to reduction in revenue from traditional taxpayers. The government found no problem in bridging the gap through increasing taxation and floating more and bigger loans, as witnessed in the year's budget. When leaders in commerce and industry pointed out to the government that they were killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, their reply was simple and to the point. "We are getting along very well without your golden eggs." The realities, however, did not tie up with such wishful thinking. Towards the end of the year, in October and November, there were two reports in particular which caused alarm. British, German, and Swiss bankers conducted a survey and concluded that they found that Zimbabwe was not sufficiently competitive and accordingly unworthy of investment. The headline read, "The City of London has lost all confidence in Zimbabwe." This opinion was endorsed by the American chapter of the Zimbabwe United States Business Council, which stated that it was suspending its activities, quoting a number of negative factors contributing to their fall in confidence. So 1993 ended on a depressed note. Although people put on a brave face, the Christmas atmosphere was subdued and the business sector in general indicated a lower turnover, and 1994 was a repeat performance of 1993. The economy continued to disintegrate, the propaganda machine burgeoned, and subtle intimidation increased. With a general election looming in the first half of 1995, everything else was relegated to the background. In the first week of January 1994, the Minister of Health complained that the health services were falling apart. The government has become so mean that the country is facing serious manpower and drug shortages. Our own experienced doctors are leaving the country because of unacceptable conditions, and their positions are being taken up by expatriates who are rejects from their own countries. We are heading for a position where we will be looking for more money to build mortuaries. In reply, government's excuse was that times were tough, that they were short of money. In the same week, however, Mugabe gave himself a 64% salary hike, with his ministers following closely on his heels. They had been grossly overpaid before, but the all-powerful government propaganda machine and the sycophantic hangers-on were working overtime singing the praises of our inspired leaders. There were many lessons not to be forgotten as the government prepared for the election in 1995. There was, for example, the aforementioned wounding of Patrick Kumbai, the former mayor of Gweru, who had the effrontery to stand against Simon Muzenda, our vice president. As I have related, Mugabe then contemptuously overturned the sentences of the courts and pardoned Kambaya's attackers. There was the issue of the compulsory acquisition of land about which, as I have said, the government had been talking for years and actually acquiring land in order to settle peasant farms. As the plan turned out to be a disaster, they had been at their wits' end, wondering what to do with all the available land. In characteristic fashion, they conjured up a devious plan to accommodate their friends. One would have thought that they would have learned by now that this kind of scandal eventually surfaced. A local member of parliament received the message from his constituents and was forced to raise the matter in parliament. The first disclosure came early in March 1994 when the Minister of Agriculture, Kumbarai Kangai, admitted that a farm of 3,000 acres had been allocated to Minister Mangwendi, his predecessor. To begin with, Kangai attempted to shelter behind a claim that the relevant information was classified. But because the question of land allocation was such an emotive subject, with so many promises having been made and so many comrades anticipating land, he had no option but to come clean. Some 70 farms were allocated to ministers, MPs, senior civil servants, members of the security forces, and influential friends. To refer to it as a national disgrace is to put it mildly. It was a classic example of communist treachery. It was patently obvious that the decision did not come from one man. It came from the Politburo, with Mugabe in the chair. In any normal country, the government would be honor-bound to resign, but not in a one-party dictatorship. The cult of protecting and supporting Mugabe, no matter what the mistakes or indiscretions of ministers or office-bearers of ZANU, was conscientiously preserved. Mugabe feigned ignorance of what had taken place, and then graciously intervened to offer a helping hand and restore justice to the injured part. The ZANU brainwashing machine was quick to concede the wrong. After all, human beings are not infallible. But there is one man, the Savior, always available to administer mercy. As long as his followers stood by him, all would come right in the end. The two-pronged attack continued. First, watertight legislation was passed to preclude any other political party from meaningful opposition. Second, any criticism against Mugabe and ZANU was branded as an attack from white colonial racists against the black community. We had been presented with a perfect example. Mugabe had recently made a trip to Marondera, formerly Marondelas, about 80 kilometers east of Harare, and publicly denounced the white community for their hostile attitude towards a local farmer, a recent immigrant from Ghana, the home of Mugabe's late wife. He said, "I am disturbed that there have been acts of sabotage to undermine your farming here. Unless they desist, we will take action to deprive these whites of their land. They must accept the reality of a black government here and the reality of defeat." The true story subsequently came out in our farming magazine. There was a report from the local Intensive Conservation Area Committee to the Natural Resources Board indicating the land abuse and subsequent environmental degradation on the farm in question. The report was endorsed by the local Agritech's conservation officer, incidentally a black man and an appointee of Mugabe's government. Mugabe had rushed in, without ascertaining the true facts, to use this opportunity to reinforce political support from the rabble of ZANU. The fact that he further aggravated race relations in our country and prejudiced investor confidence, both internally and externally, was of no concern to a power-hungry politician. Moreover, there was ever present the continuous campaign of intimidation, sometimes blatant, sometimes subtle. In June 1994, Mugabe launched a campaign which was a mixture of both. It was announced that President Mugabe calls on ZANU, Proof League to undertake house-to-house action. The residents of the high-density townships had been through this before, and many still retained memories of the petrol bombing era of the 1960s. The party youths would be given tremendous power to invade private lives, and because of the high rate of unemployment, there would be no shortage of volunteers for the daily paper. From past experience, Everybody knew that the police would have their hands tied. In other words, mob rule would be condoned. In August 1994, Mugabe visited South Africa and addressed their parliament. With breathtaking arrogance, he advised their government to follow the course implemented in Zimbabwe. He then called on all southern African states to gang up together and force the World Bank and IMF to give them more more money to top up their overseas personal bank accounts and subsidize the inefficiency inherent in their one-party states. He was brilliantly successful in provoking South Africans in general. One of their members of parliament said, "If South Africa does exactly the opposite of what Mugabe preaches, we will not go wrong. His socialist approach has given his country a bad name, and his advice should be ignored." Another member of parliament commented, "The IMF's conditions were the only hope for African countries to rid themselves of the after effects of socialist experiments." One would have thought that Mugabe would have been mindful of Mandela's profound comment at the recent OAU Heads of State meeting, at which Mugabe was present. "We surely must face the matter squarely, that where there is something wrong in the manner in which we govern ourselves, it must be said that the fault is not in our stars but in ourselves, that we are ill-governed." How refreshing to find a leader in this modern world who had the courage to speak the truth, no matter how unpalatable it might be. A recent article told us of a report from a specialist in the U.S. Agency for International Development that the bulk of Africa's economic woes in agriculture are a product of the interference and mismanagement of the continent's governments, and are not, as these governments claim, a result of North-South economic conspiracy or pressure from international organizations. The year ended on what I suppose can only be regarded as a not unfamiliar note. There is honor, so they say, even among thieves and gangsters. During the month of December, we had been reading much about Mengistu, the Ethiopian leader who fled from his country in 1991, and had been living in Zimbabwe ever since, under the generous hospitality of his friend and comrade Robert Mugabe. At this time he was on trial in his homeland for crimes against humanity, accused of massacring thousands of his own innocent subjects. The Ethiopian government had requested his extradition, but this had been turned down by the Zimbabwe government. The matter had recently resurfaced because of a complaint from one of the government's ministries that in 1 month, Mengistu's telephone bill had exceeded $60,000. He resided in a large, luxurious mansion, with all expenses, including security guards, paid for by the Zimbabwe taxpayer. The cost was estimated to exceed a couple of $1 million per annum. It had been stated in his own country that, in addition to his evil record as a murderer, he had also been guilty of misappropriating large amounts of public funds. The fact that he was simply doing what some other African leaders do in no way excuses him. It was nauseating for the average decent Zimbabwean to accept that we should be subjected to such an imposition. But being forced, into the bargain, to pay for the insult made it all the more repugnant. If Mugabe and ZANU believed they were under an obligation to protect their friend, at least they should accept the responsibility to honor their own debt. It was totally indefensible and inexcusable that they should use their dictatorial powers to compel the poor Zimbabwean taxpayer, who was already suffering extreme hardship in attempting to feed, clothe, and educate his family, to pay for accommodating such a monster. And so we moved on to 1995. Rumor had it that the general election would be held in April. This meant we were heading for a traumatic period where our people would be subject to intimidation, corruption, campaigns of misinformation, bribery, and the use of public funds to promote ZANU. For 15 years now, our voters have been brainwashed into believing that this is how democracy works. 90% of them previously lived under the traditional tribal system and hence have no means of comparison with the genuine article. They are now experiencing the freedom promised by ZANU. 24. Elections, 1995-6. After 16 years of Mugabe's Zimbabwe, our fight to prevent the advent of Marxist-Leninist de facto, if not de jure rule, has been vindicated. Instead of entrenching multi-party Western-style democracy, as was the intention of the settlement, our ruler and his collaborators brought in a dictatorship, characterized by high living for Mugabe's ZANU, hierarchy and creeping impoverishment for the nation. Bureaucracy is rampant. There is double the number of cabinet ministers necessary, 4 times the number of civil servants, and a bloated army. The government has preached the necessity to cut back on their high living and introduce some control of their extravagant misuse of taxpayers' money. To do anything, however, which would take jobs away from comrades or introduce measures aimed at encouraging a day's work in exchange for a day's pay, would court unpopularity. And any increase in taxation runs contrary to the government's constant pledges to promote conditions that will attract the investment necessary to create jobs for the masses of the unemployed. International investors, industrialists, and bankers have made it clear that the present rates of taxation are a disincentive. The ZANU propaganda machine, however, will have no difficulty in convincing the electorate of government's good intentions. The fact that any benefits that might accrue, and in the hands of government bureaucracy these are highly problematical, will be short-term and at the expense of the long-term interests of the country, will be kept under cover. A measure of the importance of accepting party loyalty was made absolutely clear in January 1995. During the general election campaign, Minister Kumbarai Kangai, at a meeting in his constituency, said, "If any civil servant says that I work for the government and not the party in this area, please let me know, and I will see that he is removed from Manicaland." A week later, Minister Didymus Mutasa went even further when he countermanded a decision of the courts. At a public meeting in Mutare, he boasted that he had prevented the messenger of court from presenting an attachment order to a local businessman because of failure to pay a debt. When they told me that they were only acting on instructions, I told them that there is nobody who can challenge my authority. It was not surprising that responsible opinion, and in particular, the legal fraternity in Mutare, were strong in their condemnation and accused Mutasa of setting a dangerous precedent. There is a human rights organization in Zimbabwe, which operates under the name of ZimRights. In the past, they have criticized the government for elections which were not free and fair, and generally for violations of human rights, which have been rampant and continuous. They organized a meeting for the weekend of 18 February to discuss the question of political violence and the need to ensure that the coming election would be free of intimidation and the other irregularities of the past. All political parties were invited to attend, and in particular, the recently appointed chairman of the Electoral Supervisory Commission was asked to address the meeting. His office regretted his inability to attend. One would have thought that there could be no more important meeting for commissioners to attend if they genuinely believed in prosecuting their mandate. In fact, they recently publicized a report they presented to Mugabe. If the government is perceived as one that will not take firm measures to prevent election violence and punish those guilty of it, the whole election process is undermined. The belief of the people of this country in the fairness and freeness of the election process and the legitimacy of the election process is undermined. And in the end, confidence in the government of the day is undermined. These are fine, high-sounding words, but one can only be left with the uneasy feeling that, given government's record over the years, they bear little relation to its current actions. The meeting, which was well attended, despite being boycotted by the Electoral Supervisory Commission and ZANU, accused the Commission of conniving with government in their cover-up operations, and called for the establishment of an independent Electoral Supervisory Commission. They also stressed the importance of impartial security during the election, and the disbandment of the Special Constabulary Unit, which was well known to be a partisan unit of ZANU. Needless to say, there was no response from the government other than to declare the general election for the first week in April. The main opposition parties, after many meetings and great deliberation, had decided to boycott the election. Their reason was clear and logical. Apart from the fact that the whole system was loaded in favor of ZANU, in addition to the 120 elected seats to Parliament, Mugabe controls the appointment of an additional 30 seats. The president appoints 12 members, and the 8 provincial governors, nominated by the president, automatically become members, and the Chiefs' Council nominate 10 members. Chiefs have had a clear message on a number of occasions that if they attempt confrontation with ZANU, their powers and financial assistance will be curbed. Accordingly, if ZANU views 45 of the 120 elected seats, they remain in power, in spite of being defeated in 75 of the constituencies. And they continue to boast about their democracy and the inherent freedom of one man, one vote. Sadly, a few of the smaller opposition parties had decided not to join the protest and were supporting ZANU in condemning the boycott. Lack of unity among the opponents of government detracted from the impact it was hoped to make on the rest of the world. Early in March, a report leaked out that the Zimbabwe Air Force had received a Super Puma helicopter to be used by Mugabe in the election campaign. The cost was $200 and million, and it was fitted with every luxury and the most modern fax and telephone facilities for contact with those on the ground. Not surprisingly, the government was embarrassed and tried to cover it up. After all, the Ministry of Health would dearly have loved to have $1 million for urgently needed medical supplies, and a couple of million for the Ministry of Social Welfare would have assisted in covering the desperate needs of children and the elderly. Moreover, to use taxpayers' money to assist a political party, ZANU, in a general election was unconstitutional. Nomination day came in the middle of March, and ZANU, were unopposed in 53 constituencies. In other words, they had already secured the necessary majority to form the next government before a single vote had been cast. The final election results were known by 10 April. ZANU won 118 of the 120 electoral seats. In the south, eastern border area of Manicaland province, remote and adjoining Mozambique, where there has always been much border crossing and family links, the voters remained loyal to their own community, as they did in the previous election, and returned 2 opposition candidates. A post-mortem analysis reveals different tactics from the previous election, where open intimidation, thuggery, and even elimination of opposition candidates were carried out with impunity. These actions evoked much criticism, not only locally, but from reputable external sources. So ZANU changed their tactics. From 1980 onwards, after winning their first election, they had gradually assumed more and more control of the mass communications media and developed an intimidatory machine, with the advice and assistance of Moscow and North Korea in particular, which was becoming effective in the latter half of the 1980s. Perhaps their methods were rough and crude, but nevertheless they achieved the necessary results. Accordingly, from 1990 onwards, these 2 areas received concentrated attention in order to ensure that their operations became more subtle and hence less obvious to the casual observer. In addition, easy finance was a necessary ingredient. The first step was to create a Ministry of Political Affairs with the stated objective of explaining the workings of government and informing the people of the services available to them. This was a novel idea, and one for which there did not seem to be a precedent anywhere else in the world. Offices were opened in the main centers throughout the country, staffed by civil servants, provided with transport and any other necessary equipment. The true intention, however, soon became obvious. It was a gigantic operation to brainwash the masses into believing that everything they enjoyed in life, including handouts from donor countries, came from Mugabe and his ministers. If there were shortcomings, these were a result of the legacy inherited from the previous colonial regime and were taking time for the government to correct. Next came a direct vote in Parliament of taxpayers' money to the party in power, ZANU. This was something previously unknown in this country. Not surprisingly, there was a ready answer. Namely, there are other governments in the world which provide grants to political parties in order to enable them to participate in the democratic system. I believe this is so. But there is no precedent for government making a donation of taxpayers' money to themselves, their own political party, with not 1 cent going to any other party. In spite of all of this, stories came in of blatant misuse of government power during the election campaign. Mugabe used the new Air Force helicopter, purchased with taxpayers' money for the defense of the country, to travel far and wide in support of his party candidates. He called on the people to come out and vote in force in order that we can eliminate the opposition. At a meeting in Highfield, a large populous area of Harare, the audience was warned that if they did not come out and vote in full force, they could be mistaken for opposition supporters boycotting the poll. There was a distinct element of threat. In the Eastern Border District, which had previously returned opposition MPs, the people were told that the reason for the poor development in their area was that they had supported the opposition. In Matabeleland, where voters had been sitting in a queue all day, the polling officers having failed to arrive on the scene, people openly expressed fear that they would be punished if they did not vote. Drought relief would be withheld in their area. These poor people were already suffering from inadequate food and water supplies. I could go on quoting cases of how certain candidates were prevented from visiting parts of their constituency, and others were publicly threatened and humiliated. Reports to the Election Supervisory Commission were ignored. Moreover, the mass communications media were blind to any public criticism. In January 1995, even before the election campaign had commenced, an Amnesty International report accused the Zimbabwe government of harassing its political opponents and resorting to serious violation of internationally accepted human rights standards. The report states that journalists investigating government corruption scandals have been threatened with prosecution, and journalist Basildon Peta was detained for writing a story alleging a tax evasion racket by 3 companies owned by ZANU. In the same month, we received a report of a speech made in France by Nigerian Nobel Prize laureate Wole Soyinka. Noted for his straight talking, he said, "African dreams of peace and prosperity have been shattered by the greedy, corrupt, and unscrupulous rule of African strongmen. The dream has evaporated because of the treachery and betrayal of leaders with their pursuit of power and wealth. One would be content with just a modest cleaning up of the environment, development of opportunities, health services, education, eradication of poverty. But unfortunately, even these modest goals are thwarted by a power-crazed and rapacious leadership who can only obtain their egotistical goals by oppressing the rest of us." He has certainly produced a very accurate portrait of the history of Zimbabwe over the last 15 years. And yet ZANU get away with it with a minimum of criticism from the leading free world countries. I would say that there is less freedom and justice in Zimbabwe today than in countries such as Nigeria, Nicaragua, or North Korea, where one-party states have been established and the reasons for them openly declared. Whether you agree with them or not, at least they are honest. In Zimbabwe, in theory, we have a democracy and a voter's roll. But in practice, as I have recorded in this book, to attempt meaningful opposition to ZANU, is to court disaster. Superficial opposition, which clearly is of no concern, is welcomed as it enables ZANU to point to this as proof that the democratic process is operating. But the facts will prove that, proportional to population, more people have been murdered in Zimbabwe because of their opposition to our government than in the countries I have mentioned above. So the election was an overwhelming victory for ZANU-PF and the government, with the endorsement of the Election Supervisory Commission, which acclaimed the election to be free and fair. The truth, however, is in total contradiction of this, and there are a number of telling facts which will substantiate this claim. For the past 5 years, indeed 14 years, the government has owned and controlled the only national daily newspaper and the only radio and TV service in the country. These have been used exclusively to propagate the cause of ZANU. In the 1985 election, the national media denied my political party, the Conservative Alliance Zimbabwe, at that time the official opposition in Parliament, any advertising space. There are employees of the Broadcasting Corporation who will concede it, obviously in confidence, that they operate under an instruction that every newscast, unless exceptional circumstances dictate otherwise, should commence with the words, "The President Comrade Mugabe says," or has done. Mention of any opposition political party is verboten unless done in such a manner as to discredit or ridicule. Next, we have the CIO, Criminal Investigation Organization, which works unremittingly to seek out criticism and opposition to government, and thereafter obtain a political verdict on how to solve the problem. The mafia could learn a few tricks from these people. Then the entire electoral mechanism comes under the jurisdiction of Mugabe, and hence the Politburo and ZANU. The president appoints the Delimitation Commission, and the complaints about gerrymandering are legion, and have seldom succeeded in causing any change. The Registrar General is Mugabe's appointee. The Election Supervisory Commission is appointed by Mugabe, and the chairman is one of his appointees to Parliament. And in the end, if all of this does not deliver the goods, Mugabe has the power to overrule the courts and declare any illegal election result legal, and any legal result illegal. The final cherry on the cake is finance. Over the past 5 years, ZANU-PF have voted themselves from taxpayers' money over $100 million per annum. Not 1 cent had been voted for any other party. And into the bargain, as mentioned previously, Mugabe controls the appointment of 30 members of parliament, whatever the election result. Under these circumstances, the party in power in Zimbabwe must win every election, unless they are a bunch of half-wits or in a permanent state of intoxication. ZANU derive a great deal of satisfaction and pleasure from complying with the communist creed that once in power, you stay in power forever. Does anyone know where in this world so-called free and fair elections are rigged more efficiently than in Zimbabwe? Sadly, although the general election was over, there was no chance of a period of political freedom and justice, and straightforward, decent honesty, because the following year, in March 1996, the presidential election took place. It was held over 16 and 17 March, and true to my prediction, for the 2 months prior to the election, the ZANU propaganda machine reached a crescendo. Every day, the main news bulletins on both television and radio were used exclusively for the government party to extol the virtues of President Mugabe and his ZANU government, and to advertise the times and places of their campaign meetings. The same performance was repeated in the one and only national daily newspaper. And it is important to point out that all of these services are at no cost to ZANU. The Mugabe government, using taxpayers' money, took over and enjoyed a monopolistic control of the telecommunications media and the national press. Opposition parties were compelled to pay for the space and time they used, and there were occasions when their submissions were rejected because of the criticism directed at government. The greatest tragedy was the insensitivity of ZANU-PF leaders to their own much publicized policy of reconciliation and the promotion of racial harmony. The resultant damage to international confidence and much-needed investment was of no concern to them. There was only one issue: the retention of power. Whatever their failings, and these are legion, It stands to their credit that they never deviate from the principles and philosophy which brought them to power. The Politburo remains the supreme body in Zimbabwe. Cabinet, parliament, government are all subsidiary. The guiding motivation is to support their party with its top-heavy infrastructure of comrades, always acknowledging the one overriding objective of totalitarian governments: retention of power. Their analysis of what must be done in order to retain the necessary support and votes is meticulous. The greatest desire among our indigenous people is for a piece of land. Only 100 years ago, they were all peasant farmers, and ownership of land is still part of their culture, tradition, history. After coming to power, ZANU-PFs embarked on a policy of acquiring land and settling comrades. There was no problem with land, and on the willing seller, willing buyer basis, they obtained approximately 4 million hectares, and when more is required, it is readily available. However, their settlement plan turned out to be a disaster, and their own appointed black conservation officers called for a stop to the indiscriminate settlement, which was resulting in the destruction of our natural resources. This forced the government to change its plan and declare that in future only qualified farmers would be allocated land. The result is that over 1 million hectares of productive land, which was taken over, is lying unoccupied and derelict. Of course, it would detract from the vote-winning campaign if this blatant incompetence and mismanagement were to be made public. Instead, its main theme has been to sympathize with the general desire to obtain a piece of land. But the problem, so the people are told, is that the white man is unwilling to part with his land. However, the masses are assured that their government is formulating a plan that will enable it to take over land in the face of the white man's intransigence. Not only is it a blatant distortion of the truth, but internally it provokes racial antagonism, and externally it prejudices confidence and investment. Second on the list of the government's priorities, especially for our urbanized black people, is finance to enable them to start a business or procure the necessary capital equipment. There are already in existence special banks and other financial institutions specifically charged with financing indigenous business people with concessionary loans. But even these banks look for some kind of security. What does one do with people who have no security, and those who lack the experience and skills necessary to gain the confidence of the lender? This is a problem which does not only affect black Zimbabweans, it applies to all kinds of people all over the world. However, Mugabe has been telling the voters that our banks and other lending institutions have a racial slant and give preference to their white customers. And secondly, that historically, the economy has been controlled by the white community, and it is their intention to maintain it that way. Once again, this is a slant which stirs the cauldron of racial hostility and sets back efforts to promote confidence. In fact, all evidence is to the contrary. With a rapid growth of black participation in the economy, the occupation of top positions in commerce, industry, and the professions, and the acquisition of high-class residential properties in all the suburbs. There are reputable economists who say that today our black people are in control of 50% of the nation's economy, and this figure grows by the day. But of course, there is no mention of these truths from the election platforms. It so happened that both of Mugabe's opponents withdrew from the election, unfortunately too late to make any significant impact. If they had made it clear from the outset that they were not prepared to participate in a bogus election, because the whole affair had been so blatantly rigged, and accordingly it was the intention of all the opposition parties to bring a case of appeal before the courts, this would have been a cause of great concern worldwide. Instead, ZANU was given free rein to carry on with its bizarre campaign, squandering millions of dollars of taxpayers' money, coupled with exclusive use of the government-controlled propaganda machine to brainwash the poor unsuspecting electorate with eulogies about its heaven-sent leader and his dedicated government. In spite of the fact that there was no contest because of the withdrawal of Muzorwe's Sithole, Mugabe decided that the election must go ahead, come what may. The fact that a few additional millions of dollars of taxpayers' money would be squandered was of no concern. What was of importance was that he could demonstrate to the world the mass support which he enjoyed from the electorate. In his eve of poll TV address to the nation, he was visibly angered by his opponent's withdrawal and resorted to the use of abusive language. Needless to say, no opportunity was permitted for any response. Many employers in industry, commerce, farming, and mining encouraged their employees to vote and provided the necessary transport. In addition, there was the usual insidious pressure from party workers and the youth wing using its subtle means of intimidation. The final result shows that 1.5 million voted out of a potential 5 million, a mere 30% when they had worked for and expected a minimum of 50%. So there is much disillusionment, and they are busy trying to find a scapegoat. The field is wide open for them, especially as they are aware that no one will be given the opportunity to challenge their claims. However, the principal objective has been achieved. For the next 6 years, Mugabe will be in the same commanding position, and this means that 5 years hence he will be able to ensure that ZANU-PF win the general election, thus ensconcing themselves in power for a further 5 years, with their comrades and fawning sycophants retaining their position of privilege. I probably will not be around to suffer the indignity, but my heart goes out to the people of Zimbabwe, confronted by such a desperate and degrading situation. Let us analyze some of the misconceptions about the history of the country now having to live under such a regime. A constant misrepresentation is that our black people were previously denied access to the franchise, and therefore had no say in government. Because of our proximity to South Africa, with their apartheid system, which did deny their blacks the vote, a surprisingly large number of people from the outside world fell for this canard. The truth is that there has never ever been a race classification for our voters' roll. We are not informed, obviously, that when our black people emerged from the tribal culture to become politically aware in the 1960s, they were warned by the African nationalists not to register for the vote if they wished to avoid attracting the displeasure of the party. Otherwise, they would be on the receiving end of a midnight petrol bomb in their house, or some other similar disincentive. When one is confronted with accusations that large numbers of our indigenous people did not receive adequate education, the true reasons for this are never disclosed. The fact that when the pioneers arrived in the country as recently as 100 years ago, there was no written language and no schools. The process of bringing our black people into the education system was long and tedious. For the first half-century, they were reluctant participants. As has already been mentioned, at the breakup of the Federation in 1963, our black people enjoyed the best educational facilities on the African continent. The tremendous impetus to education by the present government since 1980 was made possible because of the foundation and infrastructure they inherit. Moreover, let us not overlook the aggravating factor that after the Pretoria Agreement of 1976, the terrorists initiated a new campaign of destroying schools in the tribal areas. Educational institutions, used exclusively for our indigenous tribespeople. Books, desks, tables, chairs, and all equipment were piled in the center of the classroom and set alight. Everything associated with the white man and his civilization had to be eliminated. Hundreds of schools were burnt to the ground. I met the headmaster of one such school, who informed me that when he pleaded with the terrorists that they were destroying an asset which was being used for the welfare of their children, the reply was the butt of a rifle on the side of his head. He pointed to an ugly scar. Many thousands of our children were thus denied the opportunity of education they had previously enjoyed, hardly the fault of the previous white racists. When the people complain that they lack the necessary finance to purchase their basic requirements, they are informed that this has been brought about because the white man cornered the economy to the exclusion of our black people. They are not told that there are more black millionaires than white millionaires in Zimbabwe, with government ministers and their comrades living at a lavishly high level, enjoying five-star treatment in their constant world travels. There is no mention of the fact that government's communist philosophy has frightened away investment, resulting in massive unemployment that has escalated over the past 15 years. Moreover, in keeping with the incompetence and corruption associated with communism, the economy has collapsed. Inflation and interest rates, which were below 3% in the days of the previous racist regime, rose to a peak in excess of 40% last year. The Rhodesian dollar was on a par with sterling, worth 100 pence, while today, the Zimbabwe dollar is worth 5 pence. It is difficult to find a black Zimbabwean these days who will not tell you that his standard of living has deteriorated since the advent of freedom 15 years ago. There are frequent reports of starving people roaming the countryside in search of wild fruits and seeds to eat in order to maintain life. When the peasant farmer complains about the unavailability of land, he is told, indeed the whole world is told through ZANU's ongoing campaign of misinformation, that his government is having problems with white, racist farmers reluctant to part with their land. The truth, of course, is the very opposite. I can take you to a farm which was productive and earning foreign exchange, taken over by government a few years ago, which is now lying unoccupied with derelict and ransacked buildings. There are many such cases, involving more than 1 million acres. The problem is that our government lacks the ability to process their plan. They openly admit this, and our farmers' union have offered assistance and are cooperating in order to deal with the problem, as are individual members of the white farming community. It is totally evil, indeed sinister, that ZANU is happy to twist the truth in order to gain political support and win votes. The fact that they are provoking racial hatred and damaging investor confidence is of no concern to them. One thing above everything else is uppermost in their mind: power and the need to preserve it at all costs. After all, they fought a war for freedom, so they say. Are they not now entitled to reap the rewards, the fruits of their struggle? They called themselves freedom fighters. We referred to them as terrorists because they deliberately used terror to intimidate the people. The record shows, without any shadow of doubt, that our terminology was correct. Let me give a few examples. British missionaries were operating a hospital and casualty services at a place called Ilam in the eastern districts near Umtali. Most of their patients were black people who lived in the area. It was well known that they had no political affiliation. Their work was humanitarian. One night, Friday 23, June 1978, a gang of terrorists arrived at the mission and murdered them all, mostly women and children. Freedom fighters. With the passage of time, both terrorist organizations obtained heat-seeking missiles from their communist allies and were given the necessary instruction. On 2 occasions in 1978 and 1979, as I have related, they succeeded in shooting down civilian aircraft flying from Kariba to Salisbury. The second crashed, killing everyone. The first crash landed in a remote part of the country, and some passengers and crew survived. Before our security forces could arrive, the terrorists were on the scene and murdered everyone they could find, including women and children, freedom fighters. The third case I will mention took place towards the end of 1978, when we were busy working with the internal black political leaders bringing in the new constitution that would ensure a black majority government. It was well known that we were succeeding in our objective. One night, terrorists came into a village north of Salisbury, where it was common knowledge that the residents supported one of the leaders engaged in the negotiations with us. They lined up all the men in the presence of their wives and children and shot them in cold blood. They then ordered the families back into their houses and warned them to leave the bodies where they were until the dogs had devoured them. Freedom fighters. Fortunately, our security people arrived early in the morning and restored law and order. One could go on giving a multitude of examples of how they murdered and mutilated, in a most barbaric way, black Zimbabweans who were not their supporters. The tragedy of Rhodesia hinged to a large extent on timing. As Sir Godfrey Huggins, the then Rhodesian Prime Minister, told us at the end of the Second World War. Then, when the British government decided in 1962, unconstitutionally, to break up the Federation. If Sir Roy Welensky had made it clear that the federal government would not agree until Rhodesia's independence had been finalized, there would have been no argument. He was Prime Minister of the whole Federation, all 3 territories, with the Federal Army and Air Force under his control. Once that opportunity slipped and the Federation was dissolved, our bargaining power was obviously reduced. And the situation deteriorated even further when the Labour Party won the British general election in 1964. We believe that our system was correct, evolution as opposed to revolution. And there is no doubt that the majority of our black people agreed with us. Sadly, the free world, which concurred at first, subsequently changed their minds and by so doing denied us the opportunity to put our belief to the test. Once again, referring to Sir Godfrey Huggins, he informed us that the British government had told him that Rhodesia was the success story of the Commonwealth. We had succeeded in Africa where they had failed. History proved the veracity of this belief. Africa to our north was in chaos, and with the passage of time degenerated into disaster. Africa is the continent of coup, assassination of political leaders, governments mesmerized by their communist mentors and thus riddled with corruption, incompetence, nepotism, and top jobs for comrades, irrespective of ability, experience, training, or professionalism. By contrast, Rhodesia was an oasis of peace and contentment. Visitors to our country invariably commented on the happiest black faces we have ever seen. In the committee meetings dealing with the dissolution of the Federation, it was the British civil servants who pointed out how much more we had done to promote the interest of our black people than that Britain had done in their way to territories of northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland. Proportional to population, we had provided double the amount of facilities in the fields of education, health, housing, recreation, and culture than Britain had to our north. The Commissioner of Police in his annual report consistently referred to the fact that Rhodesia was the only country in the world from which statistics were available where the crime rate was decreasing. Moreover, proportional to population, we had a smaller police force than any other known country. However, I am simply emphasizing and reiterating the dreadful injustice to which Rhodesia had been subjected. But all of these truths were of no concern to international politicians preoccupied with appeasement. As Harold Wilson said to me in one of the discussions we were having together here in Salisbury at Independence, the official residence for you and me to come to an agreement is no problem. What we have to do is produce an agreement which I can sell to the rest of the world, and in particular to the UOA. When I commented, "That bunch of communist dictators," his reply was straightforward. "You cannot divorce yourself from the world we live in." I thought aloud to him, "Perhaps it's the politicians we have to deal with, rather than the world we live in." As he departed, he said he hoped we would go on trying to reach agreement, as it would give him much satisfaction to solve the Rhodesian problem. It was not the only occasion I felt a certain amount of warmth towards Harold Wilson. He was not one of those dedicated to socialism at whatever the price. Both Alec Home and Duncan Sandys stressed the importance of taking into consideration world opinion. Alec thought that if we reached agreement along the lines we were discussing, the UAO would react violently. But if the timing was right, we could do it. If the Conservatives won the coming election in 1964, within a matter of 6 months, it could be finalized. Sadly, the Labour Party won. So Rhodesia's future in history was determined, not on the merits and validity of our case, but on the whims of the British voter, considering their own internal likes and dislikes. Finally, let me once again refer to what must go down in history as one of the most devious and blatantly dishonest actions of a British government: the failure to abide by the terms of the Lancaster House Agreement concerning the 1980 general election. Lord Soames conceded that he had received over 1,000 affidavits, many of them endorsed by British observers, confirming massive intimidation by ZANU comrades canvassing while pointing their guns at voters. The agreement specifically stated that any such party would be disqualified. Soames was at pains to describe to us his plan to disqualify ZANU in the worst affected areas. When the time arrived, however, he informed us that he had been forced to change his mind. I have had a message from Peter Carrington telling me that any such plan would be unacceptable to the UNWA, and therefore it is out. When I reminded him that this was blatant dishonesty and in breach of the agreement, he said, with a clear tone of sadness, "I am afraid, Mr. Smith, that the principles and standards on which you and I were brought up to believe in are no longer part of this world." I felt it incumbent upon me to warn him that there could be problems with our security chiefs who were given the responsibility to ensure that the agreement was observed and carried out. He simply replied that he would have to wait for that eventuality. And in all honesty, what had Rhodesia done to deserve all of this treachery? Our opponents had great success in twisting the truth against us. They accused us of being racist, when in fact we were being realists, constantly planning ways and means to improve the lot of all of our people, black and white. The evidence mentioned above demonstrates so clearly how much more we did for our indigenous peoples than did the British government in the territories they control. It also points to the comparative peace and happiness of our law-abiding people. We are accused of not having done enough to bring our people into our political system. Again, this is not in keeping with the fact. Not only has our voters' roll been open to all our people, whatever their race, color, or creed, since 1923, when we were granted our first constitution by Britain, but specific campaigns were launched by our government aimed at encouraging our black people to register as voters. It was unsuccessful for a number of reasons. First, the Black Nationalist campaign of intimidation warned people not to register, or else. Probably even more important, though, was the fact that our tribesman did not understand what we were trying to talk him into, and he just was not interested. Often I was given the reply, "Maybe this thing you call the vote is good for the white man. But we have our own system which we have lived with all our lives and our fathers before us, and we see no reason to change. We cannot have two systems, and we prefer ours." I know. Many of our senior black citizens will tell you the same today, and I seriously question whether they should be pressed to change, unless there is conclusive evidence that they would enjoy a better life under our system. Surely, it is indisputable that in sub-Saharan Africa today, the antithesis is the case. One-party dictatorships riddled with corruption, where the rich get richer and the poor poorer. As I mentioned earlier, the Nigerian Nobel Prize laureate Wole Soyinka gives us the dreadful truth about Africa. Our Western civilization evolved over thousands of years, with many trials and tribulations, triumphs and disasters, an evolutionary process which you attempt to revolutionize at your peril. I wonder why the free world is so reluctant to take note of and learn from the facts before it. With the passing of Rhodesia, we were denied the opportunity of putting our philosophy to the test. We must accept that there is no going back now. What we cannot accept is that we should allow people, indeed nations, to succeed in twisting the truth against Rhodesia in order to support and preserve malignant dictatorship. The vast mass of Rhodesians have always been moderate, middle-of-the-road conservatives. Extremists, whether to the left or right, never succeeded in gaining support in our politics. When it became clear in the early 1960s that Britain intended to breach the agreement made with our government, we continued steadfast on the same course. Even the British refusal to honor the Victoria Falls Agreement on the breakup of the Federation failed to provoke us into recriminatory action. However, the continuing devious maneuvering of the British government, including their rejection of the settlement agreement signed by Sir Alec Home and myself, influenced some people, including certain members of Parliament, to advocate the adoption of a reactionary course. They were ejected from our Rhodesian Front Party, and when they opposed us at an ensuing general election, all were subjected to an ignominious defeat by the electorate. All of these actions, which clearly indicate Rhodesian moderation, reason, and fair play to all our people, black and white, are assiduously ignored while the rabble-rousers succeed in branding us as white racists, oblivious of the interest of our black community. In fact, they are the racists, fabricating their case against us for the reason that we are white people living in Africa. Sadly, the broad mass of reasonable people in the world, who, once the position is made clear to them, sympathize with the injustice of the case against us, seem to be reluctant, or are otherwise too occupied, to resort to positive action. The problem is obvious. The extremist, because of his nature, is obsessed with his cause and never tires of working for it. On the other hand, the reasonable man, because of his nature, is moderate in his outlook and approach to life. We must constantly remind ourselves and our friends and continue to repeat those significant words. All that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing. To look for a moment at sub-Saharan Africa. Now that South Africa is a participating partner, there is a completely new perspective. With South Africa, as the industrial giant of Africa, the only first world country in Africa, the other countries in southern Africa have all done in a bad turn, and instead of looking north, are looking south. The obvious objective must be towards the creation of a southern African common market. Logically, South Africa will be expected to make favorable concessions towards the younger and less developed countries, but I do not anticipate that this will create problems. Healthy, viable neighbors can only be of benefit to South Africa, and a common market which is a going concern, with participants gradually lessening demands for assistance from world financial institutions, will be a cause of great relief. It will be important at the outset for the common market to avoid overreaching itself. The principle of establishing a sound operational base is vital. The OA is a proven disaster. Bankrupt, corrupt, and dishonest, and a repetition of such a fiasco must be avoided at all costs. One of the contributing causes is that it incorporates countries which are not of Africa. Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco have always been orientated northwards towards the Mediterranean and southern Europe. Historically, they derived from the east, not the south. Ask people from any of those countries, as I have, what is their culture, religion, language, history, race, and they will reply, Arab. Their history goes back thousands of years to civilizations which preceded those of Western Europe, long before cartographers commenced producing maps of an imaginary landmass to their south and calling it Africa. In fact, the true Africa can only be sub-Saharan. Any attempt to include countries bordering the southern Mediterranean as part of Africa is convenient pretense and has nothing to do with reality. These countries, in fact, constitute Western Arabia. As a result of this make-believe, we now find ourselves in the ludicrous position where the present chairman of the Organization of African Unity is not an African, but an Arab. But he was in attendance with all the other Arab leaders at the Arab Summit held in Morocco earlier this year to deal with affairs of the Arab world. There were no African leaders present, and rightly so. People should make up their minds what they are and where they stand. The time has come for sub-Saharan Africa to cease dreaming about the miracle of an economic rescue operation from rich oil-producing relatives to our north. It is based on a false premise. These countries are not part of Africa. They are of Arabia. So, let us introduce urgency to our task of creating a sub-Saharan African common market, one of the most exciting projects facing our world today. A continent endowed with rich natural resources, the Persian Gulf of strategic minerals of our Earth, combined with the economic strength and advanced technology and industrialization of South Africa. Moreover, we have in Nelson Mandela a leader with the maturity, wisdom, compassion, and courage that derives from great experience. These qualities will be of inestimable value in keeping the ship of state on a true course in face of the rough seas which clearly lie ahead. Courage is the most important ingredient. Courage to face up to tough decisions which, although unpopular with the masses, are in the best long-term interests of the people, and especially their children. It is a sad fact that we live in a world riddled with appeasement and compromise in order to ensure that politicians win votes and stay in power. It is proven beyond doubt that future generations pay the price for such duplicity. So let us count our blessings. There is ample justification for us to plan and work for a better future. All the necessary essentials are in place. It is clear that as things stand at present, history will record Nelson Mandela as the first black statesman, as opposed to politician, to be produced by Africa. It is patently obvious that he has to face up to many crucial decisions in order to bring peace to his country. The most important is the delegation of authority in order to accommodate all the diverse peoples who form part of the nation. The record from other parts of the world indicates that this promotes greater community interest among local inhabitants, leading to a more rewarding life and assisting in the battle to combat crime and violence. Let us give him our support to fulfill the necessary objectives. Footnote: A statesman thinks of the next generation. A politician thinks of the next election. Janet Margaret Smith, Deb. My ever-loving wife. Her constant interest in and compassion for her fellow man, her moral courage, loyalty, and integrity were outstanding. These qualities will continue to be an inspiration to me for the rest of my life. May God be with her. Ian Dadian. Passed away peacefully on 1st December 1994. Although we are all aware of the fact that life is terminal, when the end comes to your lifelong partner, even though one may appear calm on the surface, the wound goes deep into the heart and mind. But I knew that any state of depression would be in conflict with Janet's philosophy and wishes. So I gradually succeeded in convincing myself to think positive, going back to the time which brought us together at the beginning, and then all the wonderful things we did, building our home and developing Djwanoro Farm, bringing up our children, and the true friendships we made. Then on to our country, Rhodesia, which we loved and cherished, our efforts to make it even more wonderful and create better lives for all our people. Then there were our unfulfilled dreams of going further. Even if one never reaches paradise, the stimulation of the challenge has a cleansing effect on the soul. I am in the fortunate position that I have succeeded in recreating the situation where, in spirit, we are still working together, and it goes on every day. I thank God. From the countless number of touching messages we received, I have selected one. This is a simple letter. Simple in its message, but sincere in its tone. My wife shares with me the immense sadness and grief that must be with you and your family. Nobody can truly feel what you must be feeling right now, but we really want to take some of the pain away from you. As you and Mrs. Smith took some of the pain away from all of us by making us so proud of being Rhodesians, by making us believe in everything we were trying to do, by making us all a united and proud family. Through all those years, Mrs. Smith was a beacon of graciousness, of sincerity, of warmth and kindness. It was her mirror of humanness that made us all love her so. A wonderful lady. A lady who fought so much pressure and so many tribulations, and yet always had a shy, warm smile, and a kindness and a strength to give a glow to all of us. A little bit of all of us is passed on with her, and yet, conversely, we are all stronger for having known her and loved her. Thank you, Janet Smith, and may God be with you. Glossary. NC African National Council. BSAP. British South African Police. CAS Conservative Alliance Zimbabwe. CIO Central Intelligence Organization. Frelimo Frente de Libertação de Moçambique. Liberation Front. NAM Non-Aligned Movement. NAJOC National Joint Operational Center. NIBMAR No Independence Before African Majority Rule. O Organization of African Unity. PVE Patriotic Front. WANC United African National Council. UDI Unilateral Declaration of Independence. UFP United Federal Party. ZANLA Zimbabwe African National Liberation Army. ZANU Zimbabwe African National Union. ZAPU Zimbabwe African People's Union. ZIPRA Zimbabwe People's Revolutionary Army. ZIMT Zimbabwe Mass Media Trust. Some Zimbabwe Unity Movement. Postscript. 2 years have passed since I finished writing The Great Betrayal. I think I can correctly comment, I told you so. History records that my predictions have materialized. Let me make a few observations. Because I had the temerity to disagree with Mugabe over his plan to create a one-party communist dictatorship in 1981. One was branded Public Enemy Number 1, and his propaganda machine was directed to dedicate their efforts in pursuit of this objective. Not only were they successful in brainwashing local opinion, but much of the rest of the world was misled into accepting that I was an undesirable character, a racialist who was opposed to black government. Because of this ruse, attention was distracted away from the insidious and evil machinations of ZANU. Of course, no mention was made of the fact that history records that I was the first white man in Africa to hand over power to a black man in 1979. However, particularly in recent years, the situation has deteriorated at such an alarming rate that all thinking people are now deeply concerned about the impending disaster. Most importantly, Mugabe and his comrades are no longer able to cover up their blatant corruption. Massive nepotism with special favors for relatives and friends, misappropriation of public funds for their own interests, and persistent attempts to intimidate their opponents. Never did I think that I would ever be able to claim that Mugabe had helped me. I was wrong. He has proved my case conclusively. It is public knowledge that he and his close relatives and friends have succeeded in making themselves instant multimillionaires. They own the biggest and best houses in the capital city. They have secured a controlling interest in many of the country's largest and most important industrial and commercial enterprises, and purchased a number of the most exclusive farms and ranches in the country. At the same time, the standard of living of the great mass of the people has deteriorated alarmingly. There are frequent complaints from parents that their greatest problem is that their children go to bed hungry at night, something which never happened before Mugabe came to power. The young professionals who are making a success of their lives are deeply disturbed over the fact that the first black government in Zimbabwe has brought disgrace upon our black community, and they are part of that community. Mugabe has been a de facto dictator for the past 18 years, ever since coming to power. However, a few years ago, no doubt because people were beginning to question the legality of his actions, he persuaded Parliament to enact legislation conferring upon him the power of a de jure dictator. For example, if in any government election a candidate is declared to have won, Mugabe has the power to decree that he did not win. And vice versa, if a candidate is declared to have lost the election, Mugabe has the power to decree that he has won. His decision cannot be challenged in any court of the land. It is certainly a very neat and convenient means of ensuring the loyal support of one's friends. Surprisingly, the free world turns a blind eye to this kind of thing. And the Organization of African Unity, of course, endorses any such action by one of its members. Whether you agree with them or not, it stands to their credit that they are united and do not look kindly on division within their ranks, the reverse of the free world. Ever since coming to power in 1980, Mugabe has used his one-party state to secure for himself, his party, ZANU, and their relatives and friends preferential conditions, which have allowed them to prosper at an alarming rate. The fact that they are doing this at the expense of the remainder of the population is of no concern to them. Through their control of the mass communications media, they succeeded in pulling the wool over the eyes of the masses. After a very successful run which lasted for 16 years, things started going wrong for them. The basic reason was that the deterioration of the living conditions of the average citizen and associated suffering had reached an unacceptable stage with a resultant crisis situation. It was triggered off in 1996 when the civil service requested increases in salaries to compensate for inflation, which was at an all-time high of around 40%, a most reasonable request. This was rejected by government on the grounds that finance was not available. However, in a matter of weeks, government ministers were awarded a 100% increase in their salaries, and the President Mugabe, 150%. Not surprisingly, it wasn't long before there were peaceful demonstrations. These were broken up by police using dogs and batons. Clearly, this was brutal and uncalled for. The nation was then faced with the very serious situation of a strike by junior doctors and the nursing profession. They complained that they were unable to live on their salaries. Moreover, they wished to publicize the desperate position in hospitals where essential medicines were non-existent, and protective requirements such as syringes and rubber gloves unavailable. Doctors and nursing sisters are essentially responsible people dedicated to their service. The government's answer was to issue an order firing them on the spot. Most of the hospitals throughout the country were forced to close their doors. What happened to patients, including those in emergency situations, was of little concern to the nation's leaders. In the middle of the strike, Mugabe flew out to attend a conference in Europe. Why should he be concerned with the desperate crisis in his own country? It transpired that the conference was of no consequence and produced absolutely nothing, typical of 99% of all political conferences he attends. Of course, there are advantages for the participants. They live in the most luxurious hotels, enjoy the most expensive food and drink, and award themselves excessive additional allowances, all at the expense of the tax payer at home, most of whom are living below the poverty line and struggling to survive, and feed and clothe their children. Obviously, in the final analysis, the government was forced to climb down and reinstate the dismissed workers and offer token improvement to their conditions of service. I have given a few examples of the government's greed and arrogance, but it was never-ending, with corruption and nepotism and conversion of benefits to their own account on a daily basis. Accordingly, there was no let-up in the difficulties constantly confronting the average citizen. The headlines in early January 1997 proclaimed massive across-the-board increases in basic consumer goods, some above 40%. Understandably, demands for increased salaries and wages became more persistent, with employers and employees constantly at the negotiating table. By July, we had reached a situation where there were placard-carrying processions, go-slows, or full-scale industrial action. The principal trade union organization, ZCTU, had been in protracted negotiations with the Ministry of Labor, with no progress, so clearly we were heading for a clash. The third week in January of 1998 saw food riots in Harare, which rapidly spread throughout the whole country. The police resorted to strong-arm tactics, which resulted in 8 deaths and the arrests of many hundreds of demonstrators. Shortly after this, the Secretary General of the Congress of Trade Unions was working at his desk when a gang of thugs entered and beat him up, smashing a chair across his head. He was taken to hospital and was lucky to escape alive. Of course, the government disclaimed any implication, but no one has been able to point a finger in any other direction. In order to avoid a repetition of the rioting and murder associated with the January strikes, the trade union staged a 2-day stay away from work on the first Monday and Tuesday of March. In spite of a massive government campaign warning against this action, accompanied by a certain amount of intimidation, the result was a great success throughout the country, with figures ranging from between 90% and 99%. Trade union leaders have warned of more mass action unless there is some response from government. However, the minister concerned has indicated that they have no intention of changing their stand. With the passage of each day, the national economy becomes more depressed. Towards the end of last year, the war veterans decided to climb on the bandwagon and demand compensation for their members. It has never been explained why 17 years passed before this became an issue. However, they succeeded in cornering Mugabe by demanding an exclusive audience in State House. The thought of a confrontation with his own comrades had to be avoided at all costs. Accordingly, in a panic move, he agreed that each would receive an award of ZD50, followed by special additional consideration for hardship cases. The cost of the fiscus runs into billions of dollars and continues to escalate by the day. Government has appointed a judicial commission to investigate the allocation of all this money. There have been a number of disclosures which are clearly fraudulent. There has been a recent case of a person who was awarded compensation of 822.668 for no valid reason that could be determined. He enjoys a high-powered diplomatic post with its generous salary and other desirable perks. The other obvious question is, how can one tie this together? The answer: he is Mrs. Mugabe's brother. Some time ago, the government established a housing fund to provide loans to the lower-income group to enable them to build their own homes. It has now been established that the lion's share of the money has gone to cabinet ministers, senior civil servants, and friends and relatives. All these houses are in the million-dollar bracket. The most recent disclosure is that Mugabe's wife was allocated approximately $7 million to build her own house. The newsflash last week is that it is now on the market for $25 million. When Mengistu, one-time dictator and tyrant of Ethiopia, who was responsible for the worst genocide the African continent has ever known, was forced to flee from his own country, he was granted asylum by his trusted friend, an accomplice, Mugabe. He was given accommodation in an exclusive residence, high security, and all the services provided by the Zimbabwean taxpayer. An appeal for extradition by the Ethiopian government was rejected by Mugabe. It is said that there is honor even amongst thieves. Clearly, this applies equally to gangsters. Of course, many of our own Zimbabweans are still living without roofs over their heads, while Mugabe and his friends continue to wallow in the lap of luxury. A recent report from the United Nations Human Rights Committee slams the Zimbabwean government for its record of human rights abuses. The report states that Zimbabwe is a country with a serious democratic deficit, which continues to perpetrate one-party dictatorship, excessive use of force, and gender discrimination. It provides many examples to substantiate its case. The latest debacle is the collapse of one of the big merchant banks in Harare. This was under the control of a flamboyant and ruthless black businessman who used his power and influence to build a sizable industrial empire. He failed to comply with the requirements of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, and failed to recognize the necessary legal conditions as laid down by the city of Harare. He simply walked on to municipal land and erected massive buildings in contravention of repeated objections from the municipal authorities. The obvious question is, how did he get away with all this? The answer, because of his personal friendship with Mugabe, reinforced by numerous financial contributions. Billions of dollars are at stake, and it would appear that not only could certain other financial institutions be destroyed, but private individuals could lose their investments. Sadly, in the final analysis, the nation of Zimbabwe, and hence all Zimbabweans, are forced to pay the price through the depreciation of their currency. The Rhodesian dollar used to be worth £1 sterling, but from 1980, the Zimbabwe dollar continued its decline, at first gradually, but increasing in tempo as the government's performance deteriorated. The last 6 months has witnessed a disastrous 50% collapse, and today ZD30 are required to purchase £1 sterling. I believe I have given sufficient evidence to confirm the impending disaster confronting our country. Sadly, the problem is compounded by Mugabe's unwillingness to accept that his philosophy of communism is a proven failure. The fact that the masses of Zimbabweans are compelled to carry the burden and endure increasing hardship and suffering is of no concern to him, so long as he is able to continue using his total power to amass ever greater ill-gotten gain for himself and his henchmen. He will go down in history as an African leader who bequeathed to his people a dreadful legacy which will haunt him for the rest of his days. Afterward, just over 2 years have passed since I wrote a postscript to the second printing of the Great Betrayal in June 1998. I pointed out that over the years since ZANU-PF came to power in 1980, there had been a deterioration in the country's affairs. At first, gradual, but increasing in tempo until there was a dramatic deterioration in 1996, and a year later a situation which was generally described as being chaotic. While the Rhodesian dollar had been on a par with the pound sterling, we were now in a situation where we required 30 of our dollars to purchase £1. This had been occasioned not only by our government's obsession with pursuing the bankrupt philosophy of Marxism, but above all by their inability to resist indulging in corruption, nepotism, lining their pockets with taxpayers' money, while the giant mass of the people were living below the poverty datum line with their children suffering from malnutrition. As at the end of September, the exchange rate is 70 Zimbabwe dollars to £1 sterling. Clearly, there was an impending disaster. But most important of all, we had reached a stage where our people had decided that they were not prepared to accept this lying down. Fortunately, there were no signs of panic and associated irresponsible action. The opposition was widespread throughout the whole country, and there was a mounting wave which was growing by the day, with a general determination that this would not cease until the disreputable government was swept out of office. The last 2 years have seen the same trend continuing, indeed escalating, with the chaos degenerating into anarchy. Mugabe is likened to a wounded animal which has been cornered, presenting a situation which is unpredictable and dangerous. A recent development is that some of his own people have turned against him, issuing an ultimatum that he should vacate his office immediately. There is also clear evidence that the cabinet is divided, with the majority urging him to retire, but in keeping with local custom, they are reluctant to force the issue, hoping that he will get the message. How long they are prepared to wait is a matter of conjecture. However, as it is becoming more and more obvious that their survival hinges on this fact, one would think that they have sufficient intelligence to make a plan. The net certainly seems to be closing, with both the United States and Britain insisting on a restoration of law and order and a just and equitable solution to the land problem before financial assistance can be restored. South Africa, the most important power in this part of Africa, has also made it clear that our problems must be solved in keeping with accepted standards. In the latest development, which occurred a week before I wrote these words, A statement from Kofi Annan's office states that the United Nations has abandoned plans to raise money from the international donor community for Zimbabwe's land reform, because their controversial program is unacceptable. When I analyze the events which have taken place over the past year, there is a formidable list covering corruption and abuse of power. No shorter is the list dealing with violation of freedom and justice. Destruction of the economy is equally formidable. Mob rule and police harassment are constantly hovering in the background awaiting a call to action. Every day, we are reminded of the need to support the Democratic Republic of Congo and the drain which this is causing to our economy. And when our people, middle and lower income groups, complain about the dramatic fall in standards of health, education, local government and housing, load maintenance, and numerous other public services, the government propaganda machine brainwashes the population into believing that all of this is brought about because the major Western countries are deliberately penalizing Zimbabwe, denying them financial assistance because they are unwilling to accept free world standards, which they claim are in conflict with African beliefs and custom. In truth, African custom has always been opposed to corruption, theft of other people's money or property, and denial of equitable distribution to all of the community. It is worth repeating that when one lives under a one-party dictatorship where the government controls the principal arms of the mass communication media, the opposition is working under an almost insurmountable handicap. Let me now turn to my analysis of the continuing abuses and violations which occur on a daily basis. I am concentrating on the period commencing with the last quarter of 1999, leading on to the dramatic developments of the referendum and general election in 2000. I am reminded of a recent newspaper article, CIO Torturers Defy Dismissal, an independent disciplinary committee's recommendation that 4 Central Intelligence officers be dismissed for kidnapping and torturing a member of their organization has been ignored. They continue to serve in their previous capacity. It was earlier in the year, January 1999, that 2 journalists were abducted and tortured by members of the army working in collusion with the police. The journalists' crime was that they had referred to rumors of a proposed coup by certain junior army officers. Medical evidence substantiated the allegations of torture. World opinion was aroused by this disgraceful case of the government subverting their own law and violating the constitutionally enshrined rights of their own Zimbabwean citizens. A number of government ministers attempted in vain to condone the action. Even Mugabe felt compelled to join them and make a contribution to the sterile attempts. He succeeded in further antagonizing world opinion by attempting to justify his government's actions regarding independent newspapers, continuing attempts to expose the wrongdoings of government. At the beginning of November 1999, inflation and interest rates are 70%, and it is predicted that they will increase. The situation has been allowed to deteriorate because of government incompetence. There are a host of contributory factors, but it is generally agreed by those with an understanding of economics and finance that 2 vital factors require urgent attention. The first is a reduction in interest rates, which would stimulate investment and provide jobs for our massive unemployed. Our unemployment level is rated as one of the highest in the world. Secondly, the national debt must be reduced. It is far in excess of the nation's requirements, with prohibitive servicing costs. The civil service and national security services are 4 times the size of the necessary requirements. With government participation in commercial and industrial enterprises, subsidizing nepotism and blatant incompetence, a massive drain on the national economy. The standard of living of members of the government executive and their comrades is at an excessive level by comparison with other countries. The list is endless. As the year comes to an end, there are more revelations of corruption and incompetence thrown up by investigations covering 1997 and 1998. The headline states, Custom and Excise lose $3 billion through shortfalls in duty collected. The permanent secretary to the Minister of Finance was unavailable for comment, and has remained so ever since. At the same time, the Guardian newspaper of Tanzania reports that Zimbabwean army troops are training armed militias for fighting against the Congo. An organization known as Transparency International identified in a report dated 1 December 1999 corruption and fraud by public institutions involving senior government officials. It pointed out that the corruption was rampant in government and identified $4.7 million that had been embezzled from external funds which had been donated to provide water resources for people in rural areas. Another chapter. The report indicated that 5 senior managers of the Nationals Oil Company CEO government appointed engaged in fraudulent activities in collusion with the Ministry of Transport to sell oil to friends for $1 billion below the normally accepted prices. A response from government is still awaited. Another section refers to the agreement made by the government appointed Electricity Supply Commission ZSA to dispose of the Hangi Power Station, the largest supplier of electric power in the country, to Yitel of Malaysia on an instruction from Mugabe for a price of $10.2 billion, which was considerably below the estimated value. In addition, the ZSA Board of Governors protested that the deal was not carried out in keeping with the laid-down legal tender procedure. There was no response from government. The Constitutional Commission appointed by Mugabe to draw up a draft constitution to be submitted to a referendum next year has completed its task and presented its report to the President on 7 December 19. Evidence to the Commission was submitted freely and fairly, and the public were led to believe that there would be meaningful and dramatic changes ensuring true democracy and freedom. Sadly, the report bears little resemblance to the evidence presented, and the analyses from all the constitutional experts are claiming massive fraud. There was universal demand for an independent, impartial, professional electoral commission to supervise elections, as opposed to the existing system which is under the control of government, with its notorious record for rigging elections. This has conveniently been sidestepped. It is common cause that the vast majority of those giving evidence believed that members of parliament should be elected on the proportional representation system as opposed to the first past, the post system. This is particularly important in a country where opposition parties were intimidated out of existence until recently, and therefore we are faced with a plethora of emerging parties attempting to establish themselves. For example, under the present system, if the strongest party wins 40% of the votes, the two other parties each 30%, then the first party will have secured a member in parliament while the other two together, after winning 60% of the votes, will have no representation. Under proportional representation, with a parliament of 200 seats, the party winning 40% of the votes would secure 80 members, while the other two winning 60% of the seats would secure 120 seats, 60 seats for each party. If the example given above were repeated in all constituencies, under the present system, the first party, which had won 40% of the votes, would secure all the seats in parliament, while the other two, with a combined 60%, would have no representation. Accordingly, it is not surprising that in many third world countries proportional representation is favored. Indeed, it is practiced in some first world countries. One other very important principle which was stressed was the necessity for a non-executive president. In other words, we do not want the perpetuation of a dictator. Even ZANU Mugabe's party agreed. Mugabe rejected it. Headlines 1 week before Christmas. Diesel runs dry. Buses stranded. Riot police called in. Angry minibus drivers, who had been in a queue for up to 8 hours at the only filling station in Harare with diesel, were eventually rationed to 20 liters per vehicle. For some of them, this was insufficient to cover their journey to the fuel pump. The riot police remained on duty until all the buses had departed. As the filling station manager pointed out, it was not his responsibility to supply the diesel. The government were the guilty party. The fuel shortage has been caused because the government has not got the money to pay for it. But every day we observe fuel tankers loaded with diesel from our country making the long, hazardous trip to the Congo. Moreover, there is never a shortage of money to enable Zimbabwe to wage a full-scale war in the Congo, a foreign country which is under an illegal government which was never voted into power. Reliable estimates indicate that many billions of our scarce foreign currency have been frittered away on this war. Add to this the cost in our local currency of maintaining approximately 13,000 soldiers in the Congo and supplying them with all their requirements, hardware, and provisions. This runs into millions of dollars every day. Meanwhile, many Zimbabwean families are finding it difficult to feed their children adequately, provide basic clothes, education, medicines, and a roof over their heads. However, Mugabe is having one of his bouts of paranoia, all too frequent these days, claiming that there is a conspiracy against his government which is being orchestrated by Britain and white Zimbabweans working in collusion with local banks, commerce, industry, insurance, and other evil forces to deny the country its legitimate foreign currency. More headlines followed. 14.12-1999. Hospitals go without emergency laboratory services. The two largest hospitals in the country, Harare and Paririnyatwa, have been without emergency laboratory services for the past 3 weeks. CIMAS, which operates the largest private laboratories in the country, canceled their services when the government's outstanding account exceeded $500,000. This was in spite of the fact that CIMAS was charging concessionary tariffs in order to assist a crisis situation. The story doing the rounds is that if you require emergency medical treatment, make a trip to the Congo. 31.12-1999. Fuel price increases by 10%. A most unwelcome New Year's gift, especially when it comes 3 weeks after a similar increase. Forex crisis hits troops. The government is facing such a critical shortage of foreign currency that they are unable to pay allowances to their troops in the Congo, fighting alongside Angolan and Namibian soldiers, both of which are receiving their allowances. 1.01-2000 Zimbabwe, confronted by harsh economic facts. An EMF mission last October discovered that government had failed to meet the agreed targets for economic reform. As a result, the World Bank withheld $13 billion aid. A new target was set for the end of the year, taking into account the government's economic difficulties. Once again, the government has failed to comply. Moreover, it is refusing to accept any commitment to financial discipline, as this would prejudice its ability to buy votes in the coming election. 7.01. 2000 massive civil servants. Salary hikes spell disaster for economy. The year 2000 budget projected an increase in civil servants' salaries by 20%, but the government has announced increases of between 70% and 90%. Government ministers have awarded themselves increments of 182%. They seem to be oblivious of the fact that the country is heading for a serious recession, but they are determined to indulge in a spending spree in order to win votes ahead of the general election. 14.01-2000. South African banks freeze credit lines. In another crippling blow to Zimbabwe's struggling economy, South African bankers are refusing to confirm letters of credit from local banks. The decision is based on the local shortage of forex and the uncertainty about government's ability to obtain support from the international community. 20.0. 1. 2000 Mugabe. Foreign trips gobble $10 billion billion. Mugabe, billed as the most traveled president on the continent, has visited 151 countries, spending over 310 days out of the country over the past 10 years at a cost of over $10 billion in fuel alone. He is notorious for taking with him large delegations of ministers and hangers-on, all receiving generous expense allowances and occupying the most luxurious accommodation available, while the great mass of Zimbabweans are living in abject poverty. Layoffs loom as fuel crisis worsens. The troubled fuel selling industry claim they are losing more than 50% of their normal revenue and accordingly are being forced to consider closing some filling stations and retrenching workers. 4.02 2000 Zimbabwe exporting diesel to Congo. 1.5 million liters of fuel is leaving the country every week for the Congo. Reliable evidence indicates that while some of the fuel is used to support army operations, much of it is being sold on the black market by DRC military. 4.02 2000 Serious decline in standards of literacy because of government withdrawal of grants to schools. The problem commenced in 1992, and the deterioration has continued every year, and in certain sections has now reached a stage where there has been a 60% dropout rate. This means that many students are denied education because their parents can no longer afford to pay the extra fees required. Loss of jobs and increases in cost of living occasioned by the deteriorating state of the national economy is seriously prejudicing standards of living. Referendum to take place this weekend, in spite of complaints from certain commissioners that the draft proposal had not been correctly adopted. The High Court judge stated the people expected the referendum would be organized honestly and with an acceptable degree of efficiency. I, as one of the people, can only hope and pray that the people collectively, for the sake of a suffering Zimbabwe, make the correct choice. All the main opposition parties in the country have united to reject the proposed constitution, to vote no. This has caused alarm and panic in government ranks. They have resorted to taking the law into their own hands, with ZANU, youth gangs attacking their opponents and disrupting their meetings. The police are under instructions to remain neutral or turn a blind eye. The united opposition have only been in existence for a few weeks, and so have no organization to counter the government's intimidatory gangs which have been in existence for the past 20 years. Added to this, the government propaganda machine is in full swing, brainwashing the people and using intimidatory tactics in an attempt to subdue the opposition. At recent meetings, Mugabe has been resorting to violent attacks against the opposition, accusing them of siding with the white community in order to frustrate the aspirations of black Zimbabweans. Sad that the leader of our country should resort to stirring up racial hatred in order to achieve his dreadful objective. Minister of Transport and Energy, Enos Chikawar, has been given a decree of civil imprisonment for 6 weeks by a high court judge. In July 1999, judgment was awarded against him for failing to honor a Zimbabwe Banking Corporation debt of $24,268.30. In addition, he was ordered to pay tax costs of $3,513. He paid the debt, but not the costs, hence the civil imprisonment. 18.02 2000 Muzenda sued over debt. Vice President Simon Muzenda has been ordered by a high court judge to pay Central African Building Society $912,709.89 with interest from 1.01 2000. In addition, he received an order for the execution of his property stand in Gutu town. In any country believing in proper standards of justice and fair play, people guilty of the crimes mentioned in the above 2 cases would offer their resignation from office. But under a communist dictatorship, all comrades receive presidential pardon. The referendum was positively rejected. More than 60% of the electorate gave a resounding no vote. ZANU shows Mugabe a red card. At their Central Committee meeting at the end of February, there was unprecedented criticism of their leader, calling for his resignation in order to save the battered ruling party from further humiliation. 8.03 2000 Parliamentary poll delayed. Mugabe says the election must be held early in April, even if the authorities have to work 48 hours a day to meet the deadline. But the minister responsible says the necessary preparations cannot be completed before the middle of June. Panic reigns, as every day of delay means an extra day of preparation for the newly formed opposition. 17.03 2000 Charge warmongers with treason. War veterans have threatened to stage a coup or return the country to civil war if ZANU lose the coming parliamentary election. In reality, they are endorsing what Mugabe himself has said and done. He has made it clear that he will not allow the courts to frustrate the wishes of the people, and he claims to represent the people. He has power, confirmed by Parliament, to allow him to fiddle with election results. And ZANU, PF, are notorious for intimidating voters at election time, and in the final analysis, if needs be, rigging the results. However, the war veteran statement does have the effect, through the wide publicity it receives in the government-controlled media, of destabilizing local public opinion and adversely affecting the confidence of external investors and our friends who are trying to assist us. Moreover, this is just one more message to our police force to turn a blind eye to those who are committing illegal acts in order to assist ZANU. 24.03 2000 Invasions worry South Africa. South African Defense Minister Mazlua Lakota, speaking at the annual Renaissance Festival in Durban, said he was worried by the illegal occupation of white-owned farms by squatters in Zimbabwe, which was creating a very dangerous situation. One of the critical elements in a new Africa, he said, must be observing the law. The festival aims at exploring ways and means to promote peace and stability on the continent. 6.04 2000 Violence intensifies on farms. There has been a wave of violent attacks on white farmers and their workers by people claiming to be war veterans. The Commercial Farmers Union reported 50 cases by midweek. Morgan Tsvangirai, MDC president, and a friend were threatened with death if they did not stop their political activities. The police have stated that they are unable to comply with a court order to stop the farm invasions because they simply have not got the necessary resources to mount the exercise. In the latest development, leaders of the Commercial Farmers Union have received a warning from the Central Intelligence Organization and senior military personnel to desist from supporting opposition parties or be faced with increasing invasion. 14.04 2000 Government deploys Army to direct farm invasions. National Army officers openly concede that they have been deployed to coordinate supplies and other logistical essentials to war veterans invading farms. Plainclothed Army officers boast of the part they have played in supporting the invaders. We were then subjected, within the space of 1 week, to the dreadful, cold-blooded murders of two of our well-known and highly respected farmers, carried out with the connivance of our security forces. David Stevens was having problems on his farm situated southeast of Harare alongside the main road to Mutar, the capital city of Manicaland. He went with a group of neighboring farmers to discuss problems, which many of them were experiencing, with police at a nearby town. In the middle of the meeting, a bunch of gangsters stormed in, pushed the policeman aside, dragged Stevens outside and murdered him. There have been no arrests. A few days later, they attacked Martin Olds on his farm, a short distance out from Bulawayo. Olds was a leading member of the local security organization, highly respected for his organizing ability and courage. He had recently received a prestigious decoration from Mugabe, the Bronze Cross, for his bravery in rescuing a man who was being attacked by a crocodile in the Zambezi Valley. The police placed a barrier outside the entrance to his house once the terrorists had entered and prevented entry to local farmers or the local ambulance. Olds fought them off for a number of hours until he ran out of ammunition. They then burned him out, and when eventually he escaped via the back door, they shot and killed him. The CFLJ executive ordered all Matabeleland farmers to vacate their farms and move into Bulawayo until the crisis was over. Vice President Msika, who had the responsibility of dealing with the farm invasions, reaffirmed his statement that war veterans were to be removed from the farms and that a plan of gradual evacuation was to commence. However, Mugabe, on his return from a visit to Cuba, countermanded the decision and insisted that they remain on the farms. 22.04 2000 Rape Terror Sparks White Flight Day. The CFU have advised families living on farms in Matabeleland, Manicaland, and Midlands provinces to move into towns after a brutal cycle of attacks and rapes unleashed by Mugabe's mobs of war veterans. 26.04 2000 The Presbyterian Church minister, speaking at the memorial service for Martin Olds in Bulawayo, blamed President Mugabe for the current bloody mayhem on commercial farms. By condoning criminal action, by disregarding the courts, he puts himself alongside the criminals. He indeed is a criminal. He is the enemy of the state. Zimbabweans must draw world attention to the political and economic crisis in their country before current violence claims more victims. Do not keep quiet, speak out, the truth shall set you free. Former Zimbabwe Education Minister Fei Chung, currently working for the United Nations in New York, condemned Olds' murder. She had worked with him in his area and said that he went out of his way to help ex-combatants establish themselves as farmers, giving generously of his time and experience. She was shocked to learn that Martin Olds had been murdered in a racist attack. I would like to place on record that this murder of one of the strongest supporters of ex-combatants, not only in words but in deeds, must be condemned without reservation. There was a memorial service in Harare for David Stevens attended by some 600 friends. Maria Stevens was sitting with her son Mark, 16, daughter Brenda, 13, and 2-year-old twins, Sebastian and Warren. The clergyman taking the service said, "It is becoming more and more clear that this is black against black violence. The terrorists abducted David's foreman, Anoche, beat him and killed him and deposited his body in the bush. He was found a week later. The 5 friends who tried to rescue David at the police station were savagely beaten, with 3 of them landing up in hospital." The clergyman went on, "Mark and Brenda, your father dreamed and worked for a better world, a better relation between all people. When you are growing up, you must continue his dream and his work. There have been no arrests. Maria is continuing to live in her home. She is a person of great courage and integrity, much admired and loved by all her friends." Other recent headlines include, "Political violence and intimidation escalate. ZANU and Nazi Party. War veterans' reign of terror on farms. ZANU. Youths use terror tactics to silence MDC. Armed war veterans moved into a compound on a farm about 40 miles east of Harare and started burning down the houses and contents. The owner, a known supporter of the opposition party MDC, had gone to town on business. The poor workers were trying to salvage their property and clothes. "Why are they treating us like this? We are just farm workers struggling to make a living and feed our children," said one woman with tears in her eyes. Election date announced, 24th and 25th June Dedatai. Mugabe rallies flop in both Harare and Bulawayo. The first few weeks in June have proved disastrous for Mugabe. His supporters are blaming the fuel crisis for the poor attendance. ZANU, porters and war veterans started forcibly taking school children from schools and homes and terrorizing them into attending all-night rallies. War veterans erected roadblocks and MDC supporters are having their identification documents confiscated, thus denying them their vote. The police are ineffective and openly claim they've been ordered to take no actions against war veterans. Guruve District Council evicted a wildlife conservation organization from offices they were renting to make way for war veterans who are given free accommodation, free electricity, and free water. The reason the ZANU candidate in the coming election was a government minister requiring assistance through voter intimidation. The election result was truly a mixed bag of the 120 elected seats, with ZANU winning 62 seats, while MDC secured 58. MDC gained control in the cities, while ZANU, PIF, managed to scrape in, albeit with narrow majorities, in the rural constituencies. There was overwhelming evidence that voter intimidation carried the day. In any case, with the president's right to appoint 20 members to parliament and the chief's council to elect 10 members, it was generally believed that Mugabe had a built-in majority. However, it was significant that MDC secured 55% of the common roll votes. It is common practice that the cabinet is appointed soon after the election, normally within days. But Mugabe was faced with a delicate tactical act in order to secure his position in ZANU. Some of his old loyal supporters were defeated in the election, and some of his new members of parliament, the Young Turks, were openly saying that it is time for him to retire. The new cabinet was eventually published in the press of Sunday, 16 July. Much of the old dead wood had been culled, and amongst the new appointments were a number of capable people with reputable records of public performance. Of particular note are Dr. Simba Makoni to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, and Dr. Nkosana Moyo to Industry and International Trade. These are the two most important portfolios if we are to succeed in restoring the bankrupt economy. But will they have freedom of decision, bearing in mind that the presidential election is in 2 years' time, and Mugabe has made it clear that it is his intention to cling on to power? He is doing well and prospering, cashing in on his position, not only in Zimbabwe, but also in the Congo. And he has a young, ambitious wife who never misses an opportunity to increase her wealth through local property deals. Moreover, she is well known for her shopping excursions to Harrods in London, and on occasions has been mentioned as one of their favorite and most rewarding customers. 17.07 2000 pre-poll killings to be brought up in Parliament by MDC. 32 people, all opponents of ZANU, PIF, were murdered during the election campaign. The police have not made one arrest in spite of the fact that all were committed in broad daylight. 21.07 2000 MDC press for VIP farm leases to be terminated. 10 years ago, government acquired, paid for with taxpayers' money, 9 million acres of good land for settlement of small-scale farmers. There is a long, sad story of incompetence and corruption associated with the ensuing disaster. But one section of the community were quick to exploit the glaring opportunities and moved on to a number of the best farms. Cabinet ministers and senior comrades of ZANU, PIF, simply ensconced themselves on the properties and made an agreement with the authorities to pay a ridiculously low rental. I am stating the obvious when I point out that there are no signs of war vets invading these farms. 7.08 2000 Lopes mourns Zimbabwe's lost opportunities. Finally, I close my analysis in order to meet the printer's deadline with a reference to comments by Dr. Carlos Lopes, the United Nations Development Representative, speaking at his farewell after 6 years in Zimbabwe. I leave Zimbabwe with a sense of sadness, because the country was in a better shape when I arrived than it is now. One must go back in history and recall that the implementation of the recommended plan was not consistent. While there were natural problems, most were self-inflicted. The results were devastating. He quoted facts to substantiate the case he had made. Poverty was increasing at 10% per annum, which is totally unacceptable. 75% of all Zimbabweans are classified as poor, and 47% as very poor. This comes from a man who has dedicated his life to improving the standard of living of the underprivileged. The crime, of course, becomes grossly enlarged when one realizes the dreadful truth that we live in a country where, while the poor get poorer every day, The rich get richer and are amassing unto themselves unheard of wealth. This is a situation which can verily be described as criminal and totally indefensible. In conclusion, let me place on record some facts of history that prove conclusively how the truth has been distorted in order to besmirch the white man in Africa. Mugabe and his ZANU, thief comrades, claim, with tedious repetition, that the white people in Zimbabwe are colonialists who stole the land from the black people, the owners, and therefore the whites have no right of objection if the blacks reclaim their land. Let's get the facts, the true position. The original inhabitants of this country were the Bushmen, those peaceful little people with their bows and arrows, which they used for obtaining food. There are Bushman paintings throughout the length and breadth of the country which substantiate this. The first colonialists to immigrate into the country were the Shona-speaking people who came from the northeast. As and when they wanted more land, they pushed the Bushmen westwards until they reached Bechuanaland. There they received an abrupt message from the Kamas, traditional rulers of that part of the world and forebearers of Siritsi Kama, and this caused them to beat a hasty retreat. According to the record, it was some 20 years later that the next wave of colonialists immigrated. The Matabeles, led by Umzilikazi, came from the northern Transvaal. This was a regiment of Zulus from Natal. They had a problem with the Zulu king Shaka, and very wisely decided to go north. This caused a further retreat eastwards by the Shonas. Approximately 20 years ensued before the next wave of colonialists immigrated, the Shongans from the eastern Transvaal. This caused a retreat northwards by the Shonas. I do not believe that anybody would argue with me when I say that in none of the three cases to which I have referred did the immigrants pay compensation for the land which they took over. Fair enough. This has been the pattern of world history going back over thousands of years of colonialist expansion. Our fourth case of colonialist immigration, again after a lapse of another 20 years, was Cecil Rhodes' pioneer column, which came from Kimberley in 1890. This was part of the Rhodes' dream of extending British influence, raising the Union Jack from Cape to Cairo. The column took the sensible precaution of steering their course away from the western areas inhabited by the Matabele, who were noted for their aggressive stance towards those trespassing on their land. There were no problems with the Shonas and Shangans, who displayed a curious interest in the new arrivals and were ready to accept the opportunities and rewards offered by the new system. A site was chosen by the column, which was free of habitation and where water was available, to raise the Union Jack and name it Salisbury after the Prime Minister of Britain. Things ran smoothly until there was an incident in 1893 at Fort Victoria. The Matabeles carried out frequent raids into Shona territory in search of cattle and maidens. They brought very few women with them in their original conquest. In the incident referred to above, they transgressed further into Shona territory than had previously been recorded. In addition to the booty which they obtained as a result of their raids, they were gradually pushing the Shonas eastwards out of the country which they inhabited, making available more land for Matabele occupation. However, on this occasion, at Fort Victoria, they were confronted by the local establishment and ordered to return to their own territory, in keeping with the agreement which had been made between Rhodes and Lobengula. But for some time there had been clear signs that Lobengula was encouraging his people to expand their territory, and it appeared as if confrontation was inevitable. It is interesting to speculate on what would have happened if the white man, the so-called colonialist, had not come to the country. Clearly the Shonas would eventually have been pushed over the border into Mozambique. This, of course, is seldom acknowledged. Moreover, the Matabele have always had a closer relationship with our white community, probably because of their belief in a system which believed in discipline and honoring obligations similar to our own. In spite of various setbacks caused by conflicts occasioned by history, there was a preservation of the underlying belief that we had more in common with one another than with others. And this continued over the decades. Indeed, was strengthened over the Gukurahundi era, when Mugabe used the strength which he had inherited from the Rhodesian security forces, to massacre the Matabele. This ended, however, when Mugabe seduced Joshua Nkomo with very attractive bribes of high office, power, and financial reward, accompanied by an invitation to bring with him a number of his Matabele comrades. It stands to their credit that there were a number of Matabeles who resisted the temptation. However, in the final analysis, the power of a totalitarian dictatorship prevailed, with the country being dragged down into a quagmire of corruption, nepotism, fraud, amassing of wealth, and buildup of foreign accounts. But I am repeating myself. I have been shown a statement made by Mugabe in New York in September 2000. I could have beheaded Ian Smith, but because of my kindness, I did not. Let me remind Mugabe and the world that as part of the Lancaster House plan, we signed an agreement that there would be no retribution for the past, no looking back, but concentrating on looking forward and building for the future. Mugabe has a short memory when it is convenient, or is this senile decay creeping in? He had a very real reason for supporting the no retribution clause because of the barbaric acts of murder and mutilation committed by the ZANU terrorists against their own black people during the war. Our record was clear. We only fought against the enemy who were attacking the constitutional government of our country. Let us simply abide by the truth. I recommend that we appoint a Truth and Reconciliation Commission similar to what they had in South Africa, in order to divulge the evil doings of Zimbabweans. Mugabe would have to resort to hectic, evasive action in order to avoid any such thing. Let me lay down a few facts in order to bring our land problem into true perspective. Mugabe has at his disposal 4 million acres, and there is more available when required. Why has he not used this? Because if he did, he would ridicule himself in the eyes of his war veterans, whom he is using to intimidate voters. How can he possibly tell them that the availability of land has never been a problem, but that he has been using it in order to mislead them, and indeed the whole world? For some time now, a high-powered committee with representatives of commerce, industry, and the Farmers' Union have been working on a plan to analyze the availability of land for settlement. They concluded that the necessary land was available and produced a report to which the government had access. Could anything prove more clearly Mugabe's duplicity when he refuses to acknowledge this? There are many good, responsible people worldwide who are not aware of these facts. Even that great old man Nelson Mandela has not had this adequately explained to him. There is much talk these days about a United States of Africa, in all honesty, a nonsensical pipe dream. It is time for the countries of sub-Saharan Africa to face up to the realities of life and accept the need for them to stand on their own feet and forget their dreams of generous handouts from their oil-rich friends to their north. Those days have gone. Moreover, all those countries on the southern shores of the Mediterranean, powerful and influential with their ancient civilizations, have always been oriented northwards towards southern Europe. In fact, they are not part of Africa. The correct terminology is that together they form Western Arabia. It is easy to prove the point by simply asking representatives from any of those countries, as I have done, what is their culture, language, religion, tradition, and history? You will receive a simple, consistent reply: Arab. Not long ago there took place in Morocco a much publicized meeting of Arab leaders to discuss one of those burning problems so often associated these days with Middle East politics. There were representatives from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Jordan, and all the others, not one from an African country. There is reason for certain of those countries wishing to be associated with the Organization of African Unity, because it constitutes a large number of countries, all of which enjoy a full vote at the United Nations. This is obviously very convenient if one is attempting to buy votes in support of a particular resolution. This enables them to operate with a foot in both camps, something which, in all honesty, should not be condoned. To conclude on a positive note, fortunately we still have people with the courage of their convictions, who are dedicated to make a stand on principle and who still have faith in the future of our wonderful country. Let me reiterate a few lines which have always had a special relevance to Rhodesia's history. There are only a few nations and a few generations which have had the honor of defending freedom in its hour of need. For those concerned, this is a privilege for all time, an enrichment of the soul which can never be erased. And recently there was published a prayer for our country by concerned citizens. Lord God, please bless this our land Zimbabwe with the grace of a grand miracle, through ways that are not visible to our finite minds. May all her peoples be inspired to bring about peace, harmony, and balance, and resolution of all the many problems which are currently present. May we all find it in our hearts to honor, respect, and assist one another in our daily lives, that reconciliation may become a living reality, and our country a shining example of prosperity and cooperation in tune with divine will. May we make a peaceful transmission to a state of integrity, accountability, and responsibility, and may all those in need receive all that is required through the love of each man's heart. We give thanks. Amen.